280,000 of our claimants find work and build the skills to pivot into new sectors if required.
Chris Elmore.
Number 2, sir.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question, because it gives us the opportunity to highlight again what we are doing to help people in the sectors worst affected by the COVID-19 outbreak. I've certainly worked with my colleagues across government in forming and delivering our £30 billion plan for jobs to increase employment support, protect jobs and create new opportunities. The honourable gentleman will be aware of Kickstart, which particularly focuses on young people, but we will continue to help people of all ages get back into work.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the Secretary of State for her answer. Can I raise a specific issue of single parents and the support that's available to them when their child has to self-isolate? They're not able to claim SSP because it's their child that's having to self-isolate of school age. And it also means if they were to apply for universal credit, they have to start the process each and every time. And I have constituents who've had to self-isolate multiple occasions because their school-age children have been told they have to stay at home and can't stay at home on their own. So can the Secretary of State either tell me now or come back to me in writing on what support I can specifically direct to those constituents who need that additional support as single parents?
Well, I certainly will ask my honourable friend, the Minister, to look into that into detail on the SSP. The reason being, if a person is required to self-isolate as a consequence of somebody in their household having symptoms, then SSP, in my view, should be eligible. But given it's such a legal technical issue, I'll ask my honourable friend to write to him specifically.
Let's head up to Scotland with SNP spokesperson Neil Gray. Neil Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Ending the furlough scheme early is going to put livelihoods at risk. So will she provide an update on her discussions with the Treasury about extending the COVID-related increase to universal credit and ensure it is expanded to legacy benefits? And while she is in those discussions, will she raise extending the furlough scheme and ask that the COVID self-isolation grants are tax-exempt, as called for by the Social Security Secretary in Scotland, Shirley-Ann Somerville?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr Speaker, multiple questions there, but my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has already responded by introducing the new job support scheme, which of course he updated for particular sectors, thinking of Tier 3 in England, in order to extend even further the furlough scheme. So I think it is clear that this government is doing what is needed. In terms of the other things that he mentions, of course he will be aware that I continue to have discussions with my Treasury colleagues on a regular basis on the best way that we can help support people in this country during this pandemic.
Alison Wiggum.
Question number 4, Mr Speaker.
Mr Quince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government's unprecedented support package has supported the poorest working households the most, with HMT's analysis showing the poorest 10% of working households have seen no income reduction. This is due to the fast action taken by this government in responding to the pandemic, including a £9.3 billion injection into the welfare system.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The problem with the Minister's answer is that this crisis is only revealing problems with policies we knew were there already. Members of this House are against it, members of faith in this community, in our country, are against it, leading charities are against it, and now, Mr Speaker, Marcus Rashford is campaigning against it. So will the Minister say what he is going to do to end the two-child policy for universal credit once and for all?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, what I would say is the two-child policy on universal credit is one of fundamental fairness, and it's one that means that those who are in receipt of benefits should be in the same position as those who aren't. What I would say in relation to Marcus Rashford, I'm not a particular football fan, Mr Speaker, but I certainly do know his name now, and I would like to congratulate him on his MBE. We welcome the establishment of the task force, and we will carefully consider their recommendations as we approach the spending review.
Shadow Minister Curran-Bell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We already know that child poverty rates have been rising across the northwest of England, and that's before the economic impact of the restrictions consequent upon Tier 3. Now, the Chancellor talks about the way the job support scheme and universal credit protect income, saying that it leaves households with 90% of their income. But many households will get nothing like that, and those that lose their jobs entirely go on to universal credit, sometimes at 30% of income. So what assessment has he made of the impact of the restrictions on child poverty in the North West, and how that compares to a local furlough scheme that protects all jobs that are at risk?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll look very carefully at the points the Honourable Lady raises, but what I would stress, Mr. Speaker, is that this government has implemented an unprecedented support package, including the Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employment Income Protection Scheme, which has helped families to cope during the impact or with the financial impact of COVID-19. And for those most in need, we strengthened the welfare system, adding an additional £9 billion this year. Mr. Speaker, that's in addition to around £5 billion, which we increased to the benefit rates as part of the 2020-2021 uprating, including, Mr. Speaker, around £400 million more on children's benefits.
Colburn.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
We go to Minister Davies. Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 6, 8 and 9 together. This government is working hard to help people into work with our £30 billion plan for jobs. Kickstart will provide a high-quality paid work placement for our young people across the UK, and our new job entry targeted support scheme, JETS, will help those who have been unemployed for over 3 months move into new and growing sectors. And our additional job finding support service will provide targeted support for the newly unemployed with local provisions available now and a national contract due in place from the 21st of January.
Colburn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in Carshalton and Wallington, we know that the self-employed are the risk takers, and the pandemic has shown that we need to be there for them. Work coaches have done a good job of knowing what is fair and reasonable and are able to apply discretion when setting work search requirements. So will my honourable friend assure me that the self-employed claimants will also benefit from this personalised discretionary approach as the minimum income floor is reintroduced?
Minister.
I can assure my honourable friend claimants will always be contacted before the minimum income floor is applied to them. Universal credit claimants who were subject to the minimum income floor prior to the pandemic will be given the opportunity to review their self-employment status and activity, ensuring that their current circumstances are reflected and their business continues to be viable before any reintroduction of the MIF. And my honourable friend will be aware that the regulations to relax the MIF are in place until November, and I will update the House on arrangements beyond this in due course.
Number 7 withdrawn, so we'll go to Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined my caseworker in a recent COVID-safe visit to Huddersfield Job Centre, where they're rolling out their 7-day-a-week operation to support job seekers. Can the Minister join me in thanking all the team at Huddersfield Job Centre and continue to give them all the support they need as they recruit the extra staff they need to support my constituents into work via Kickstart and other schemes?
Minister.
I'm more than happy to extend my great thanks to the DWP team in Huddersfield, as well as their new colleagues. I know they've done sterling work already in setting up a new youth hub with the Kirklees Council, as well as other activities involving Kickstart, using SWAPs, the Sector-Based Work Academy programme, mentoring circles and working with local employers and more to help more people in Huddersfield back into work.
Mark Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister share my concerns that young people in Bolsover and elsewhere are at risk of being held back by the coronavirus pandemic? And will she commit to doing everything possible to ensure that there are opportunities available to enable them to move forward in their careers and ensure that they reach their potential?
Minister.
From September 2020, we have started the implementation of our new DWP youth offer for all 18 to 24-year-olds making a claim for universal credit who are in the intensive work search group. And we are on track for our ambitious plan for young people to open around 100 DWP-led youth hubs nationally, and many are already in place, supporting our young people to importantly progress.
Christian Wakeford.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Opperman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend knows, we want safer, better and greener pensions. This government was the first G7 country to legislate for net zero by 2050. We lead the way on environmental regulation of pensions and are introducing transparency of climate-related financial disclosures in the Pension Schemes Bill, which requires schemes to take account of climate change goals, including net zero.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response, and the climate change is the biggest single threat to not only mankind but the planet. Does my honourable friend agree with me that if we are to meet the climate change targets set out in the Paris Agreement, more needs to be done to ensure large financial institutions, including institutional investors such as pension funds, channel more investment into areas that do not actively harm our environment and contribute to climate change?
We're now going to Shadow Minister Jack Dromey. Sorry, Minister.
I think, so Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend. The government is setting a regulatory framework and enabling pension funds to make sustainable investments happen, whether that's through the bill itself or our liquid investments proposals, which will see renewable, hydrogen, potentially new nuclear. We don't believe in divestment, but we welcome the change in investment practice that is already beginning to take place, although we want to see more.
Now we're going to go over to Jack Dromey, who's going to ask a question virtually.
Mr. Speaker, with David Attenborough urging pension funds to move away from fossil fuels, it is hugely welcome that the government has joined with Labour to incorporate into legislation for the first time ever climate change commitments on pension funds. Now we must translate our ambitions into action. Previously, the Minister has received positively our proposal for a pension fund summit. Will he now agree to work with us across party and bringing together the world of pensions to save our planet, to organise a cross-party climate change summit, because this is the biggest form of investment potentially worldwide into climate change, pension funds?
Going from Shadow Minister to Minister Virtual. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable gentleman knows, we are already working with a large number of pension funds and also with companies. We all want to see a safer, better, greener pension system. I'm happy to work with him on an ongoing basis, and I'm happy to reach out on a collaborative basis on this particular issue, which matters to all of us.
Joe Gideon.
Question 12, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Quince.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to group this question 12 and 13. My department continually reviews its processes and the service it provides to claimants using a long-standing test and learn approach. In July, we introduced a 2-week run-on of DWP income-related benefits, which is in addition to the existing 2-week extension of housing benefit that is already payable to eligible claimants. Claimants who believe that they may be better off on universal credit should check their eligibility before applying, as legacy benefits will end when they submit their claim and they will not be able to return to them in the future.
Joe Gideon.
I thank my honourable friend for that answer. With difficult times ahead for Stoke-on-Trent families hit by the economic downturn caused by coronavirus, does my honourable friend agree that it is more important than ever for universal credit to offer any necessary flexibility to ensure people get the support they need to return to work, particularly those affected by local lockdown restrictions?
Minister.
Well, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Universal credit is designed to support people into work, support those who need help, and is fair to everyone who pays for it. And throughout the pandemic, many, sadly, Mr. Speaker, have lost their jobs or seen their incomes reduce. And thankfully, universal credit and the government's £9.3 billion investment in the welfare safety net has been there to help catch many of those affected. And it's been vital for the 3 million people who have made a benefit claim since March.
Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our plan for jobs will help people get the skills they need at every stage of their lives and delivers on our promise to level up opportunity across the country. Work coaches will play a crucial role in delivering that agenda and helping people back into work. So will my honourable friend join me in paying tribute to the brilliant work coaches of Workington Job Centre and commit to increasing the number of work coaches across the Job Centre network?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I too pay tribute to the brilliant work coaches in Workington Job Centre Plus, who I know have done an incredible job, in particular around partnership working, Mr. Speaker. And I can point to the Mayport GP surgery outreach work, the Youth Hub, the sector-based work academy programmes, or the virtual mentoring circle by Workington Job Centre. This is all brilliant work, and yes, I can absolutely confirm we're investing £895 million in doubling the number of work coaches in Job Centre Pluses by March 2021.
We're now heading to Lewisham with Shadow Minister Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £20 a week uplift to universal credit has been a lifeline for many during the pandemic. Yet this vital extra support continues to be denied to legacy benefit claimants, many of whom are disabled. I raised this with ministers in the Chamber on the 11th of May, again on the 29th of June, and yet again on the 14th of September, each time getting a non-answer. Now, to date, the uplift could have given legacy benefit claimants £600 of extra support. Minister, could we please have a straight answer today? Will anything be done to rectify this?
Minister Quinn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, where the Honourable Lady is right is that she has asked this question on 3 occasions and has had 3 answers. The legacy benefits were increased by 1.7% in April 2020 following the government's announcement to end the benefit freeze. It has always been the case, Mr. Speaker, that claimants on legacy benefits can make a claim for universal credit if they believe that they will be better off. Now, there are special arrangements for those in receipt of the severe disability premium who will be able to make a new claim to UC from January 2021. But this is important, Mr. Speaker, and I stress claimants should check their eligibility before applying to universal credit, as legacy benefits will end when they submit their claim and they will not be able to return to them in the future.
Kim Johnson.
Question 15, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to answer question 15 and 16 together. Evidence suggests that active labour market policies can be even more effective during recessions. We will continue to encourage claimants to prepare and look for work where it is safe to do so. Claimants will not be subject to conditionality until they have agreed a new or updated claimant commitment. We firmly believe the best way to support claimants is through empowered work coaches who engage proactively with claimants to help them to identify the options they need to help build on their skills, increase their confidence and return into employment.
Sir Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Non-existent jobs. Liverpool has the second highest increase of unemployment in the country since March 2020. Our claimant rate has almost doubled from 12,000 to 32,000, and we now have the highest unemployment rate in the country. There are a further 27,000 people on furlough in our closed hospitality sector who will either be let go or survive on 67% of their wages come November. In the face of this, benefit sanctions are being reintroduced and welfare conditionality reinstated. What evidence do you have that this is benefiting claimants and preventing a return to high unemployment of the 80s?
Minister Davies.
Well, I stress to the Honourable Lady that sanctions are only used when claimants fail to meet their conditionality requirements without good reasons. And as I said in my previous responses, work coaches will work to ensure that any requirements set are reasonable, taking into account the claimant's circumstances and, crucially, the situation in the local labour market, while allowing them to adhere also to public health advice too. We're absolutely determined to help people back into work, give them the power to do that, and the way we can do that locally in Liverpool is through the Flexible Support Fund and other measures.
Jeff Smith.
Mr. Speaker, in Manchester Withington there are 3,000 more people needing to claim unemployment benefit than this time last year, and unemployment's rising. It's going to get worse at the end of the furlough scheme. There aren't 3,000 jobs for those people to go to. Now, suspending sanctions and welfare conditionality was the right thing to do in a crisis, but we're still in that crisis.
Hear, hear.
Does the Minister not accept that we need to be more supportive and less punitive at the moment?
Hear, hear.
Minister.
Well, I hope the honourable gentleman and his constituents will recognise, despite the reintroduction of conditionality and sanctions, we fully recognise that there are difficult times and new jobs are being created in digital, green or logistical sectors and can be carried out safely in line with social distancing and public health rules. But there is a recognition that in some sectors there will be challenges, but in some sectors there are opportunities. But we will always make sure as job centres that we respond suitably to local alert levels, and we'll always set that conditionality in line with individuals, helping them to progress and always listening to them. If they have a good reason and they can't adhere to matters, we will be supporting them and taking that individual approach.
Shadow Minister Malhotra.
Mr Speaker, in July the government chose to reinstate benefit sanctions and conditionality against the advice of experts. We are now in the COVID second wave, with businesses closing, unemployment rising and vacancies halved since March. But last week the government said that the clinically extremely vulnerable and those they live with could have their benefits cut if they refuse a job that puts them at risk of the virus. Is this really their policy? And isn't it time to end the threats and to resuspend benefit sanctions? Or, Mr Speaker, are we no longer in this together?
Minister Davies.
I understand the point from the Honourable Lady, but if you cannot work and you must stay at home, there are ways of getting additional support, and I would urge anybody concerned to use the benefits calculator on gov.uk. I would again remind the House that work coaches will always work to make sure and ensure that requirements are reasonable, always taking into account the claimant's circumstances and the situation in the local labour market, and also continuing to adhere to public health advice. Without good reason, claimants who fail to meet the conditionality requirements may be sanctioned. But as I say, the rates are extraordinarily low. In fact, they've never been lower, and we're determined to help people back into work by the right individual support based on their individual circumstances.
18 is withdrawn, so I'm going to do the substantive question to Secretary of State. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The 2021 universal credit increase was included in a package of welfare measures worth around £9.3 billion this year to help people with the financial consequences of what's happened with the COVID-19 pandemic. I continue to work with the Treasury on the best ways to support those receiving benefits. And I want to say this, Mr Speaker, I do share the view of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, who said that we must act in a way that recognises social justice, and that is the motivation that supports this side of the House.
Going up to Lancashire to Rosie Cooper. Rosie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State still intend to end the suspension of minimum income floor for self-employed universal credit claimants, which is due to expire on November the 13th?
Well, that policy is still under review. Clearly, this is a matter of discussion because the regulations do come to an end. I think it's important to recognise that we have different measures happening around different parts of the country. We do need to try and take a national approach over the overall policy, but as ever, we do trust and empower our work coaches to make the best decisions for the claimants whom they are helping, usually to help them get back into work.
So the Select Committee, Stephen Tipp.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Select Committee's report published today calls for new starter payments to recipients, claimants of universal credit to help tide them over the very difficult 5-week wait for their first regular benefit payment, and for the £20 a week increase that she's referred to be made permanent. But how can it possibly be justified for people claiming job seeker allowance, employment and support allowance to be receiving £20 a week less than people in identical circumstances who happen to be claiming universal credit?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr Speaker, in terms of what happened with legacy benefits and universal credit, I think the rationale was set out clearly at the time. And in particular, it was also about having a rate that was actually quite similar to the statutory sick pay. Now, in terms of the report, we will carefully look at the report that he and his committee have issued to us today, but I will remind him that, of course, people do not need to wait 5 weeks for a universal credit payment. They can get a payment within a matter of days, and then that payment is then spread over the entire year.
21, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer question 21 and 22 together. Earlier this year, we suspended face-to-face assessments. This suspension is still in place and is kept under review in line with the latest public health guidance.
Mr Speaker, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimates that 1.3 million people across Scotland will lose out if the DWP does not make the £20 increase to universal credit permanent and extend this to legacy benefits. Resolution Foundation also report that 1 in 3 working-age families in the so-called Red Wall constituencies will be £1,000 a year worse off if the planned cuts to universal credit go ahead. How exactly is this levelling up?
Minister.
I refer the honourable member to the answer the Minister for Welfare Delivery has already given. The Government has introduced a package of temporary welfare measures worth £9.3 billion this year to help with the financial consequences of the pandemic.
Heading up to Scotland with Kirstin Oswald. Kirstin Oswald.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
More than ever, with millions facing unemployment and reduced hours of earnings, our social security system must be properly funded. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation has rightly pointed out that cutting social security takes money out of the economy by reducing consumer spending. If the Minister isn't yet convinced that cutting universal credit is grossly unjust, can he at least consider making this permanent to stimulate the economy?
Minister.
Well, the honourable member, as I've just set out, we as a government have shown through our £9.3 billion worth of temporary support, which we continue to keep under review, but we have shown throughout these unprecedented times that we will be flexible, we will provide the support, including our comprehensive £30 billion plan for jobs, to make sure we're standing side by those as they navigate the challenges of COVID.
Peter Aldous.
Number 23, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are currently no plans to extend the suspension of benefit deductions. Action to restart deductions commenced on the 6th of July and should be completed by mid-November. We recognise that there will be some people who may be experiencing financial difficulty, and anyone unable to afford the rate of recovery proposed is encouraged to contact the Department.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for that reply. These suspensions have provided a lifeline to many vulnerable people over the past 6 months. Unfortunately, there is at present no reason to believe that we'll be in a better position in April 2021 than we were in April 2020. And thus I would urge my honourable friend to consider extending the suspensions and working with local authorities to put in place a fair local support arrangements that will operate in conjunction with the national welfare system and will complement the Chancellor's initiatives to get people back to work.
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. It is right that those claimants who owe the department money are able to resume payments to reduce their debt, Mr. Speaker. We continue to apply a flexible approach to recovery and endeavour to recover without causing undue financial hardship. Anyone unable to afford the rate of recovery proposed is encouraged to contact the department so an affordable rate of repayment can be negotiated. And in May, Mr. Speaker, we'll be launching the Breathing Space scheme to help prevent problem debt and provide support to people who fall into that problem debt.
Tom Randall.
Question 24, sir.
We're going to Minister Davies.
Mr. Speaker, our plan for jobs does include suitable interventions for people of all ages to support people back into work, including employment support delivered by our job centres, where we're doubling the number of our work coaches across our national network. Last week, I held my latest meeting with our older workers champion alongside employer organisations focused on our fuller working lives agenda and opportunities for the over 50s.
Randall.
I thank my honourable friend for that answer. In the current pandemic, people of all ages are sadly being made redundant. I was recently contacted by a 57-year-old constituent in Gedling who is now looking for work and retraining. Would my honourable friend agree with me that it's particularly important to help this sector of the population? And what help can I offer to my constituent to ensure that her skills are utilised?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this concern in his constituency, and I assure him the government recently announced in the Plan for Jobs new funding to ensure more people, including our older workers, get tailored Job Centre Plus support to help them find work, to build the skills they need to get into new work, including the Sector-Based Work Academy programme and our new online job finding support service. And on the 29th of September, the Prime Minister announced a major expansion of post-18 education and training to prepare all workers for the post-COVID economy, including a lifetime skills guarantee to give adults the chance to take free college courses by valued local employers.
Dr. James Davies.
Number 25, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tomlinson.
By law, benefit levels must be reviewed annually to determine if they are at the appropriate level. The most recent review resulted in an uprating of 1.7%. On disability benefits specifically, spending this year has increased by almost 5% from 19 billion to 20 billion.
Dr. James Davies.
I thank the Minister for that reply. Recently, I was pleased to meet my constituent, Tony Davis, who sadly lives with motor neurone disease. On behalf of Tony and the MND Association community, I wonder if the Minister would kindly announce when he's likely to publish the outcome of the review into access for benefits for the terminally ill. Thank you.
Minister.
We have been very clear following our comprehensive review that there will be 3 themes. We will change the 6-month rule, we will improve consistency, and we will raise awareness of the support available. Only last week I met myself with MND and with the Minister for Prevention, Public Health and Primary Care as we work at great speed to bring forward those much needed changes.
Alan Brown.
Question 26, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Latest statistics from 2018-19 show both rates and numbers of people in absolute poverty were lower than in 2010. Since these statistics were published, we've injected a further £9.3 billion into our welfare system, including an increase to universal credit of up to £1,040 for this financial year.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The reality is that's not enough. Now, in Scotland, thanks to the efforts of the Scottish Government to mitigate the worst impacts of austerity, Scotland's got the lowest child poverty rates. But the reality of the impact of UK government policies means that 4,600 children in my constituency are estimated to be living in poverty, which is absolutely shameful. So we'll listen to the calls of End Child Poverty Coalition and the likes of Macmillan Cancer Support and pledge to keep the £20 a week universal credit uplift to avoid putting more families and children into poverty.
Well, Mr Speaker, one child in poverty is one child too many, and we at the Department are continuing to work with Her Majesty's Treasury and other government departments to monitor the evolving economic and labour market situation and identify the most effective ways to help people stay in or close to work both now and in the future. It's important to stress, Mr Speaker, that Her Majesty's Treasury published distribution analysis that assessed the impact of our COVID-19 on incomes, comparing incomes of working households in May 2020. And the analysis shows that government's interventions have supported the poorest households the most.
Rob Butler.
Number 27, please, sir.
Minister.
As a government, we are proud that 1.3 million more disabled people are in work since 2013, a record high. We continue to offer support through the Work and Health Programme, IPES, Disability Confident and Access to Work.
Mr Speaker, the disability employment gap in my constituency of Aylesbury is currently 25.4%, and there are concerns that this will widen as the economy suffers from the impact of COVID. What reassurance can my honourable friend give me that disabled people will get the specific help they need to find work, for example through tailored support or the funding of reasonable adjustments on the Kickstart scheme?
Minister.
It's absolutely the case that access to work is available and works hand in hand in schemes such as Kickstart so that reasonable adjustments can be made for disabled employees. And I have written to disability confident leaders encouraging them to sign up to Kickstart.
We have a substantive question to Minister Quint from David Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. During the pandemic, there have been several economic support measures announced by the Chancellor, including supporting retention of 9.6 million jobs through the furlough scheme. Additionally, 2.2 million individuals have claimed £5.6 billion under the second self-employment income support scheme grant announced by the Chancellor as part of his winter economic plan. This department has spent £9.3 billion on additional support, including increasing the UC standard allowance by £20 a week. Together, these measures provide a safety net for almost everyone who needs it. But eligibility, Mr Speaker, for the different support packages set out clearly on gov.uk.
Let's head up to Holton, Price and Howden with David Davis. David Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The small businesses account for about 13 million people employed. That's about 60% of the workforce. They are in trouble, or many of them are in trouble. When I spoke this weekend to Forgotten Limited, the organisation that represents people who are not in receipt of benefit, they told me that their latest survey showed that 70% of their members received no benefit whatsoever. Does the government intend to do something about this? And if it does, will the Minister meet with me to discuss the criteria for improvement?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his question. I know that he has campaigned hard on this subject, and the question may be better directed at the Chancellor of the Exchequer or ministers from Her Majesty's Treasury, as I know he has also done. Universal credit is a in-work and out-of-work benefit. It is also available for those who are self-employed. As the Secretary of State set out in her letter to the Work and Pension Select Committee last month, we do plan to proceed with the reinstatement of the minimum income floor, and claimants will be contacted as the minimum income floor is reinstated for them. And notwithstanding the point that my right honourable friend makes, over £13 billion of support has already been provided for over 2.6 million self-employed individuals through the first 2 stages of the self-employment income support scheme, and this scheme has now been extended.
Sarah Jones.
Question 29, Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department does not take benefit fraud lightly, and we are committed to using the full range of powers and penalties at our disposal. And as part of our response to COVID-19, we established our Integrated Risk and Intelligence Service to prevent high-risk claims going into payment. And our investigations, Mr. Speaker, have successfully led us to correct and suspend serious and organised claims fraud in large numbers. And we continue to review our processes and to anticipate new attacks, which will make it even harder for people to defraud the taxpayer in the future.
Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A constituent of mine, a mother of 3 children, recently had her universal credit and housing benefits stopped for over 2 months because of a fraudulent claim made in her name. She was completely innocent, but her and her young family suffered significant financial hardship. We know that benefit fraud in universal credit in particular is increasing, and I know of several other MPs who've had similar cases. What will the government do to stop innocent families suffering for months just because this government is failing to detect or investigate fraud?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I'd be very happy to meet with her to receive more details about that individual case. And firstly, let me apologise, because that shouldn't have happened. In effect, Mr. Speaker, ministers had to make decisions about the redeployment of staff in order to process the unprecedented number of claims. We went up from 2.2 to 5.7 million claims. And that meant deploying staff away from fraud, counter fraud, and into the process of claims. I'm pleased to say that that has now changed, and more staff are going back into fraud. We do have to take fraud incredibly seriously, because it is individuals like the Honourable Lady's constituents who are often the targets of serious organised crime.
Emma Hardy.
Question 31.
Minister Davies.
Mr. Speaker, the latest official statistics show the level of employment at 32.6 million. We recognise there are difficult times ahead, but our ambitious £30 billion plan for jobs will support people during this next phase of our recovery as we push to build back better and greener. We are working with other government departments, external organisations and our local partners to support people into work and to react to the changes in the local labour market, and to work with our local Job Centre Plus provision to help communities to thrive.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, one of my constituents who was working as a cleaner was recently furloughed, and she was recommended to move to universal credit away from working tax credit. I wrote to the department on the 7th of July. I then wrote to the department on the 7th of August, and I've just had a reply on the 12th of October telling me that because she earned £666.21 in a month, she was entitled to nothing from her universal credit whatsoever. And not only that, but she had to repay the advance loan that she'd had at the beginning. This system is failing her. She's in a desperate situation. When will the government look at allowing people to return to working tax credit away from this unfair system of universal credit?
Minister Davies.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for raising what sounds to be a concerning situation for this family. And we do recognise we're currently in an unusual and challenging economic period. And the Minister for Welfare Delivery, I'm sure, will have taken note of that particular case. And I'm sure we'll be able to look at that once again. And I thank the Honourable Lady for raising that.
Sir Robert Neal.
Number 32, sir.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Speaker, this government has made its commitment to support both paying and receiving parents clear, especially during this very difficult period. Around 3/4 of paying parents are paying towards their liability. The Child Maintenance Service will continue to pursue all cases where appropriate, and anyone, I stress this, anyone found to be abusing the system risks being subjected to the full extent of our enforcement powers.
Sir Robert Neal.
I'm sorry to say that the Minister's words do not sit with the experience of some of my constituents who have found specifically that the Child Maintenance Service has failed them in pursuing outstanding claims. I give one example. An appeal against the CMS decision to the tribunal in February. It was discovered that a private pension had not been disclosed, therefore the CMS should have recouped the shortfall. No contact until May, when the CMS asked how much they should recoup from my constituent, nothing again until she gets a letter next week saying that they are writing off historic debt and they are not going to pursue it. That is letting that person down, not supporting them.
Minister Davies.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue, and I stress those found abusing the system are subject to the full extent of our enforcement powers, and the Child Maintenance Service will pursue these people where appropriate. Our key partners in communication with us to make sure that we've secured the appropriate court dates for some cases who've been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, to make sure that we're establishing our full and normal range of enforcement services. And so where payments have been missed, we are taking action to re-establish compliance, and I'm sure I'll be happy to look at this for my honourable friend.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we're going straight over to topicals with Duncan Baker.
Question number 1, sir.
Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government's new job support scheme being launched next month to protect viable jobs and businesses who are facing lower demand, is yet another part of how my department and the government is standing ready to try and help people stay in work, but also helping them prepare to get back into work. We will continue to do whatever it takes to make sure that we are reaching people of all ages, and in particular I want to make sure that people who may newly be looking for support from the welfare state to use the government-funded Help to Claim service administered by Citizens Advice.
Sorry, Minister. Can I just say to the member, no, quite honestly, I haven't got the time. There's even a member before you, so there's not a chance I could do it before. I do apologise. If you'd have hung around, I would have tried to get you in topicals. I'm sure if you was to speak. Right. Let's move on. We now come to Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to see my right honourable friend's announcement that almost 1 million pensioners in receipt of pension credit will be receiving £140 off their energy bills through the Warm Home Discount Scheme. And being in a constituency of North Norfolk with a very elderly demographic, that is a great lifeline for so many. Can my right honourable friend confirm that alongside this, the government will continue to make winter fuel payments to support our pensioners this winter?
My honourable friend is absolutely correct, and I praise him for raising this issue on behalf of the many people he represents. This government is committed to tackling fuel poverty, particularly amongst pensioners, and will continue to deliver winter fuel payments this year. I was very pleased by the work done by my department, Mr. Speaker, which I'm sure included pensioners in your constituency, who, without lifting a finger, we made sure that they received the £140 of the Warm Home Discount Scheme for those people that were on pension credit.
Shadow Minister Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the government places millions of people across the country under new COVID restrictions, they will be asking many people to undergo significant cuts to their income. Last week, the Prime Minister said that due to the Job Support Scheme and Universal Credit, nobody gets less than 93% of their current income. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that is just completely wrong. The reality is that a person employed by a business that the government is ordering closed could still lose a third of their income, and for an unspecified length of time. Their rent, their mortgages, their food bills, none of those will be any lower. So how does the Secretary of State expect those people to get by?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the government has taken unprecedented action in the design of its new schemes, recognising that there are some still businesses right around the country which are experiencing a loss in demand. And as a consequence, we've developed two different schemes. One is effectively a third in terms of helping people with their cost of living, but in particular on the sectors where we do believe it's the right thing for those to be closed in those areas, indeed in conjunction with local leadership. That the two-thirds support of wages is important. And of course, if people do come under a certain threshold, they may well be eligible for universal credit, which would help them with a top-up in terms of their ongoing income during these difficult times.
Jonathan Brown.
Secretary of State, this is so important because this is the barrier to additional restrictions being introduced. And as the government knows, people eligible for the Job Support Scheme and only maybe losing a third of their income are comparatively the lucky ones. Those people in receipt of universal credit or job seekers allowance will be left on just a fraction of their current income. So with this in mind, I have a very straightforward question for the Secretary of State. It is clear that we are not going to be out of this crisis by April next year. So will the government do the right thing and scrap its plans to cut universal credit to an even lower amount next April?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think what's very different from the regime we had earlier in the year is that the strong message was it was very much stay at home, retail was closed, a number of different sectors were closed. That is not the case anymore. It's a much more limited number of sectors where we've had to intervene, often in conjunction with the local leadership. So as a consequence, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to always review the best ways to support people through the welfare system, but also through the plan for jobs and the measures that the Chancellor has introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With forecasts that there may be as many as 1 million young people without a job, can I urge the Minister to think outside of the box? I've long argued that we should use graduates and gap year students to help some of those pupils who have missed out on schooling to catch up. So can we devise, with the DfE, a scheme to pay them a variation of GSA to provide this service, or at least offer greater flexibility for claimants volunteering to help in this area or to take the pressure off other public services?
Mr. Speaker, one of the elements of the Kickstart scheme, which is a £2 billion investment in the future of our young people, is designed to help those people get on the first rung of the ladder with a proper job. So for those people who've recently left school or recently left university and who are at risk of long-term unemployment, I think this is a real way which they can get that experience, get that financing, and that doesn't just have to be through private organisation, it can be through local government, it can be through charitable or other sectors. So it's a specific way in order to make sure that they not only get a job, but the extra training and wraparound support they need to help them further on in their lives.
Heading up to Scotland with SNP spokesperson Neil Gray. Neil Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For some time, the SNP has led the campaign to see the universal credit 5-week wait ended, and we think that is best done by introducing grants. So we welcome today's Work and Pension Select Committee report. We also agree with renaming advances as New Start loans to make it clearer what they actually are. So will the Secretary of State look favourably on the report findings and accept its recommendations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, carefully look at the report, the committee will know that there are already a number of things where I'd spoken to the committee on previous occasions, as has other ministers, to explain that advances are a way of spreading payment of universal credit over a year. And in fact, in the future, it'll be over 2 years if that's how long people want to spread that initial support. And it's not our intention in any way to introduce a grant at the beginning. The grant is there in the benefits. That's exactly what they are there to do. And in that case, I do not see how we will be responding positively in that regard to the committee's report today.
Jonathan Gillis, not here. Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Applications for the new self-isolation payment are launching this week, but there's a real risk that some people may not apply for the £500 because of tax concerns. Scotland's Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice has written to the Chancellor calling for an income tax exemption to these payments, similar to the payments for Test and Trace support scheme in England. Will the Secretary of State urge the Chancellor to exempt the new self-isolation payments for tax?
These matters are a matter for the Chancellor.
8 withdrawn, so Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next month I hope to introduce a 10-minute rural bill on regulating supported housing, and it's particularly motivated by concern that unscrupulous landlords are moving into the sector so they can take advantage of higher housing benefit rates. Obviously there's an overlap with universal credit as well, and I wondered whether the Minister has had any conversations with her colleagues in the Housing Department about the fact that we badly need to regulate this sector because too many people are being exploited.
Well, I thank the lady for that question. She's absolutely right. This is a concern for me and has been a concern for some time, and I'm working very closely with my counterpart at MHCLG. I'd be very delighted to meet with the Honourable Lady to discuss progress.
Laura Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Kickstarter scheme has been enthusiastically taken up by employers in West Berkshire, but of course it is time limited and comes with no guarantees. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure that Kickstarter placements lead to permanent employment either with that employer or in the same sector?
Well, my honourable friend is right to point out that the Kickstart are 6-month long jobs, but I do believe that the skills that they will learn and the experience they will gain will put them in a good stead in order to secure employment in the future. We are investing in our young people, recognising this difficult time, but of course if they don't secure a permanent job at the end of that time, although they may be a gateway to apprenticeships and similar, then we will continue to support them until they find that job.
11 withdrawn, Andrew Jones.
Mr. Speaker. Knaresborough Connectors Community Group and Knaresborough Chamber of Trade are working together to build a scheme enabling participation in Kickstart for smaller businesses in the area. It's good work and I'm very keen to help it. Will my right honourable friend be encouraging the department to work with local community organisations to ensure that all areas, urban and rural, all businesses, small and large, can access the benefits of Kickstart?
My honourable friend is always a champion of his local organisations and constituents. So, yes, absolutely. Many local authorities and charities and organisations such as the North Yorkshire County Council have already agreed to act as gateways or submitted bids for funding.
Many disabled people have lost carers and are struggling to employ replacements during the COVID crisis. And this can mean that they lose vital support when applying for benefits. I spoke to a constituent today who flagged up to me that there is nowhere to indicate on the system that you're somebody with a high support need, so that extra care is taken when they're dealing with your application. And she's missed out on a benefit deadline because of that. So can we look into this and help disabled people when they're applying for benefits?
Important point. In our forthcoming Green Paper, we will be looking specifically at the importance of advocacy in the system and increasing that. At the initial application, it should have been identified, and I'm happy if the Honourable Member will send through the details to make sure that that claimant isn't being lost from the system.
Sir Robert Neal.
A number of my constituents are having letters out of the blue saying that the Child Maintenance Agency are writing off unpaid payments as part of a review of historic debt. Can my right honourable friend tell me what is the basis for this review, what are the criteria for the cases, how many are involved, and what are the means of giving personal advance notice to people concerned of such changes?
So my understanding of this policy, it refers to people who've been on child maintenance arrangements for a very long time. And there comes a point when there is an element of understanding the different debts. Of course, my honourable friend will be aware it's a very odd arrangement in a way where the state is effectively trying to become the arbiter between two parents, and the only people who lose are the child. That is why I encourage everybody who has a responsibility towards their child, including currently the 111,000 children who are owed £187 million by the parents who refuse to pay up, that they get on, do the right thing by their children, and shouldn't have to rely on the state becoming the people who end up having to arbitrate between two parents.
Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many schools across the country, I have a school in my constituency that's had to close at less than 24 hours' notice, leaving working parents having to care for their children at home. Can I ask the Minister what discussions they may have had with colleagues in health and education to see if the £500 self-isolation payment could be extended to those working parents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the £500 self-isolation payment administered by local councils was very much devised in order to get a compliance for public health, which is why the Department of Health and Social Care is leading on this matter. I'm conscious that there may be local arrangements that may need addressing, but quite often the best way to tackle this is through the MHCLG, who often have local funds, which have been topped up by this government in order to help with local issues on welfare.
Heading to Devon with Selene Saxby. Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend join me in thanking the exceptional team at Job Centre Plus in Barnstaple for the work they are doing to support the vastly increased number of people in North Devon looking for work at this time? And can I extend an invitation to her to come to my constituency to thank them firsthand?
Well, my honourable friend is right to praise DWP hardworking staff in her local Job Centre Plus and indeed across the network. I know that in her own part in Barnstaple that teams have worked with the National Career Service to help with interview techniques, build transferable skills for people who become unemployed, and indeed the great work that's already underway in the North Devon Youth Support Hub in Bideford and Barnstaple. I look forward to visiting the South West. She knows it's a COVID-secure environment in a DWP job centre and look forward to joining her there in due course.
To Scotland with Jamie Stone. Jamie Stone.
Mr. Speaker, I too am greatly concerned about the ability of the Child Maintenance Service to deliver results. I wonder if the Minister would be kind enough to meet with me to discuss a constituent of mine who has been unable to collect an unbelievable estimated £30,000 of arrears over the last decade.
Well, it's my noble friend, Baroness Debnyn Scott, who is the Minister responsible for the Child Maintenance Service, and she is more than happy to meet colleagues who are having particular difficulties where paying parents are refusing to cough up.
Jeff Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Joseph made a claim for industrial injuries disablement benefit in January. His assessment, along with all the other new assessments, was postponed because of COVID. So he's living with the extra costs that come with having an industrial disease, but he hasn't got the extra benefits that he needs. Can the Secretary of State please urgently resume IIDV assessments?
I thank my honourable member. I'm very much aware of this. As he will understand, we suspended face-to-face assessments across all disability benefits following the public health guidance. We are working as quickly as we can to roll out telephone assessments where possible with IIDB, and as soon as it is safe to do so, we will return to face-to-face assessments.
In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participate in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order. Sir, are you ready? Order. I call Minister Gove to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'd like to update the House on the government's negotiations with the European Union on our future trading relationship, and also the work of the UK-EU Joint Committee established under the withdrawal agreement. First, the talks on the new trade agreement. We had hoped to conclude a Canada-style free trade agreement before the transition period ends on the 31st of December this year. But as things stand, that will not now happen. We remain absolutely committed to securing a Canada-style FTA, but there does need to be a fundamental change in approach from the EU if the process is to get back on track. And I've come to the House at the first available opportunity to explain why and how we've reached this point. Mr. Speaker, we've been clear since the summer that we saw the 15th of October, last Thursday, as the target date for reaching an agreement with the EU. The Prime Minister and the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, agreed on the 3rd of October that our negotiating team should work intensively to bridge the remaining gaps between us. And we made clear that we were willing to talk every day. But I have to report to the House that this intensification was not forthcoming. The EU was only willing to conduct negotiations on fewer than half the days available and would not engage on all of the outstanding issues. Moreover, the EU refused to discuss legal texts in any area, as it has done since the summer. Indeed, it's almost incredible to our negotiators that we've reached this point in the negotiations without any common legal texts of any kind. And then, on October the 15th, the EU heads of state and government gathered for the European Council. The conclusions of that council reaffirmed the EU's original negotiating mandate. They dropped a reference to intensive talks that had been in the draft, and they declared that all future moves in this negotiation had to be made by the UK. Although some attempts were made to soften this message by some EU leaders, the European Council reaffirmed those conclusions as authoritative on Friday. This unfortunate sequence of events has in effect ended the trade negotiations because it leaves no basis on which we can actually find agreement. There's no point in negotiations proceeding as long as the EU sticks with this position. Such talks would be meaningless and would take us no nearer to finding a workable solution. And Mr. Speaker, that's the situation we now face. That's why the Prime Minister had to make it clear on October the 16th that the EU had refused to negotiate seriously for much of the last month or so. The EU had now, at the European Council, explicitly ruled out a free trade agreement with us, like the one that it has with Canada, and therefore this country should get ready for the 1st of January 2021 with arrangements that are more like Australia's, based on simple principles of global free trade. Now, if the EU wants to change this situation, and I devoutly hope it will, it needs to make a fundamental change in its approach and make clear it's done so. It has to be serious about talking intensively on all issues and trying to reach a conclusion. And I hope it will. But it also needs to accept that it's dealing with an independent and sovereign country now. We've tried to be clear from the start that we would not be able to reach an agreement inconsistent with that status. And I do not think, Mr. Speaker, that you could accuse us of keeping that a secret. And yet the proposals that the EU has discussed with us in recent weeks, which it presents as compromises, are simply not consistent with our new sovereign status. Certainly not yet. So, Mr. Speaker, while I do not doubt that many on the EU side are well-intentioned, we cannot accept the negotiators' proposals that would require us to provide full, permanent access to our fishing waters, with quotas substantially unchanged to those which were imposed by EU membership. We can't operate a state aid system which is essentially the same as the EU's, with great discretion given to the EU to retaliate against us if it thought that we were deviating from it. And more broadly, we can't accept an arrangement which means that we stay in step with laws which have been proposed and adopted by the EU across areas of critical national importance. So in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, we've been asking for no more than what's been offered in trade agreements to other global trading countries, such as Canada, terms which, of course, the EU said last year it had no difficulty offering to us. We're not even asking for special favours reflecting our 45 years as a member state, during which we paid in every day more than we took out. Quite the reverse. But even if this new arrangement is impossible for the EU, then I must inform the House that we will be leaving on December the 31st on Australian-style terms and trading on the basis of WTO rules. Now, with just 10 weeks left until the end of the transition period, I have to emphasise that's not my preferred outcome, nor is it the Prime Minister's. We recognise that there will be some turbulence, but we've not come so far to falter now when we are so close to reclaiming our sovereignty. We have to be in control of our own borders, our fishing grounds, we have to set our own laws. We have to be free to thrive as an independent, free-trading nation, embracing the freedoms that flow as a result. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, that I turn to the preparations that we're now intensifying for the end of the transition period. And these apply whether we have a free trade agreement or otherwise, of course. Now, I'm not blithe or blasé about the challenges ahead, particularly given the additional problems that we have dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. But leaving the EU on Australian terms is an outcome for which we're increasingly well prepared. Ever since the UK decided that it would leave the single market and the customs union on December the 31st, government and businesses alike have been working hard to prepare for the new procedures that were the inevitable result. And I'd like to congratulate businesses for the resourcefulness they've shown so far. And we want to work with them so that they continue responding as energetically, flexibly and imaginatively as possible to the challenges of change. And we also want to work with them to prepare for the opportunities ahead, including those stemming from our new free trade deals, such as the agreement with Japan, struck by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Trade, which of course grants us far more favourable access to the world's third biggest economy than we had as an EU member. And I'd also like to put on record my particular thanks to the road haulage industry, customs intermediaries and others for their constructive engagement with government, including at our extensive round table last week. Now, this week the Prime Minister and I will be speaking again to business leaders to discuss preparations for life outside the EU. We'll continue to listen to their concerns and we will redouble our efforts to help them to adjust and prosper. And of course the XO Cabinet Committee, which meets daily, will intensify its operational focus on business readiness. We continue to work closely with our partners in the devolved administrations because we want to ensure that every part of the UK is ready for the end of the transition period. And in these final 10 weeks, we're also intensifying our public information campaign. Every firm will find the information it needs on new rules which govern trade between Britain and the EU on gov.uk/transition. And today, HMRC is writing to 200,000 traders that do business with the EU to reinforce their understanding of the new customs and tax rules. We're also putting in place IT systems to help goods flow across borders. We're giving business access to customs professionals to help with new ways of working. And we've also planned how to fast-track vital goods in the first few weeks to get round EU bureaucracies. We've already published and indeed updated our border operating model. We've announced £705 million worth of investment in jobs, infrastructure and technology at the border, and we've also strengthened our maritime security to protect our fishing fleets and safeguard our seas. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, to the steps that we're taking, we're also continuing our work with the EU in the Withdrawal Agreement Joint Committee, and I'd like to update the House on its latest meeting, which took place earlier this morning. Coming only 3 weeks after the last meeting, I'm pleased to report that in this forum, the approach from the EU is very constructive. There's a clear imperative on both sides to find solutions, and we remain committed to working collaboratively with the EU through the Joint Committee process. At our last meeting in Brussels, I agreed with my co-chair, Vice President Šefčovič, that we would intensify discussions to implement the withdrawal agreement, primarily around citizens' rights and the NI Protocol. Our officials have since held numerous sessions, and today in London, I reiterated the UK's commitment to upholding all our obligations under both the Withdrawal Agreement and the Belfast Agreement. We agreed that we'll publish a joint update on citizens' rights, and I'm pleased to confirm that almost 4 million EU citizens in the UK have now received status under our scheme. And we've also discussed our work to implement the Northern Ireland Protocol. We're taking steps to implement new agri-food arrangements. And we also acknowledge the EU's concerns about appropriate monitoring of implementation. We now have a better understanding of their requests and the reasoning behind them. And we've confirmed that the Specialised Committee will work intensively in order to ensure that we can make progress in this area and also with respect to Gibraltar and the sovereign base issues. Now, a lot remains to be resolved before the end of December, but we have made substantial progress on implementation. And I look forward to further engagement with Vice President Šefčovič in the weeks ahead, and I want to put on record my personal appreciation for the constructive tone and the pragmatic spirit with which he and his team have approached our discussions. Mr. Speaker, in his statement on Friday, the Prime Minister looked ahead to 2021 as a year of recovery and renewal, when this government will be focused on tackling COVID-19 and building back better. We're getting ready to do now what the British people asked of us, to forge our own path and not to acquiesce to anyone else's agenda. And on the negotiations, our door is not closed. It remains ajar, and I very much hope the EU will fundamentally change its position. But come what may, on December the 31st, we will take back control. And so, Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Now come to Shadow Minister Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement this afternoon. At the last general election, the Prime Minister said that he had an oven-ready deal, ready to go. The withdrawal agreement was the starter course, but we're still waiting for the main meal, a trade agreement with the European Union. At the weekend, the Right Honourable Gentleman was reminded of some of his previous remarks in 2016, when he assured the country, the one thing that will not change is our ability to trade freely with Europe. Even at this late stage, Mr. Speaker, Labour expects the government to reach an agreement with the European Union that honours that commitment. It is a question of competence and it is a question of trust. It is what this government promised the British people. Of course, we were supposed to have a deal by now. This is the third deadline that the Prime Minister has set himself, and it's the third deadline that the Prime Minister has missed. Initially, he said that a deal with the EU would be sorted by July, and then he said September, and then he said last week. Will the Right Honourable Gentleman explain to the House why the government finds it so hard to meet its own deadlines and so hard to achieve its own promises? Yesterday, when the Minister toured the television studios, he was asked what the chances were now of securing a deal, and he said it was less than two-thirds. Can he tell businesses and can he tell this House the current probability, given that he has just said that events have in effect ended the trade negotiations? Over the last 3 days, we have heard more posturing than solutions, more excuses than explanations. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the government to take responsibility. Now, of course, everyone needs to prepare as best they can. However, Mr. Speaker, it is a bit rich for the government to lecture businesses on getting ready, when the government can't even tell them what they are getting ready for. So let's be clear. If the talks have run out of road, then many industries will face prohibitive tariffs, from 10% for exporting cars to at least 40% on exporting lamb, to Britain's biggest market in just 10 weeks' time. I ask again, Mr. Speaker, is that what the government want businesses to get ready for? And is it even possible for those businesses to do business on those terms? The Minister will remember, the Right Honourable Gentleman will recall that I raised the concerns of the car manufacturing industry on the 1st of October at Cabinet Office Questions, and the possibility of tariffs, but also on rules of origin. The Minister agreed to meet with the automotive industry and with trade unions. The SMMT and Unite followed up with a joint letter on the same day, the 1st of October. However, Mr. Speaker, I am now informed that 18 days later, that letter has not been replied to and that meeting has not been happened. At what point did the British government give up on British industry? And when will the Minister be meeting with those businesses? Because it's all well and good to say prepare, but if you can't even bother to get around a table with them, I ask again, what are they supposed to be preparing for and what support is the government giving them? Now, the Minister in his statement today thanked the road haulage industry for their efforts. You'll also remember, Mr. Speaker, at Cabinet Office Questions, the Minister said that the road haulage industry had been far from constructive. So I welcome the thanks he gave them today. But earlier this month, I was with a haulage firm, with my right honourable friend, the member for Hull West and Hessel in Hull. It was a fantastic business established over 100 years ago. And yet they don't know how many of their fleet of lorries will be able to operate in the EU come the 1st of January. How, Mr. Speaker, and how, Minister, are they supposed to prepare for that? Now, government ministers have blithely referred to leaving with no trade deal as trading on Australian terms. This morning, the Business Secretary was pressed on the difference between an Australian deal and leaving with no deal, and he admitted that it was semantics. Semantics, Mr. Speaker. Now, they can call it no deal. They can call it an Australia deal. They can call it a Narnia deal, as far as I'm concerned. But let's be honest about what that means. And let's be honest about how damaging it is for this country. Now, the Prime Minister promised, and someone says from a sedentary place, it's not damaging. 10% tariffs on British cars being exported to the European Union. That is damage. 40% tariffs on lamb being exported to the European Union. That is damage. And if any member wants to stand up and tell their constituents, tell British industry and tell British farming that that is not damaging, be my guest. But it is not the truth. Now, the Prime Minister promised the UK would prosper mightily without a trade deal with the EU. So given that confidence, will the government publish its full economic impact assessment on the implications if no trade deal is achieved, broken down by industry and broken down by the regions and nations of our United Kingdom? It may at least help us to understand what we're supposed to be planning for. And while the government lectures businesses about being match fit, the government's own preparations are badly off pace. So let's look at those. In late July, the government announced £50 million of funding for customs intermediaries. Could the Minister update the House with how much of the fund businesses have drawn down and the latest figures for the number of customs agents trained up to be ready for the 1st of January? The government have given authorisation for a number of lorry parks. So how many of these inland border facilities, as the Minister likes to call them, has been started work on, and how many are now completed? Of the IT systems needed, can the Minister list how many are on track, and whether the crucial goods vehicle movement system has been tested with all haulage businesses? The Minister mentions business preparedness, so let me just touch on that. What is happening in terms of security and what is happening in terms of data sharing? I'll just conclude, Mr. Speaker. This government must deliver a deal which provides guarantees and safeguards on workers' rights, environmental standards and animal welfare, protect jobs and do nothing to jeopardise the Good Friday Agreement. This was all promised last year. Time is short, so my message to government is blunt. Stop posturing, start negotiating and deliver the deal that you promised to the British people.
Gove. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her questions. She made the point that with respect to an oven-ready deal, that the withdrawal agreement, of course, was concluded happily and voted on by this House of Commons. And so we had a deal which many on those benches opposed, but a deal which now means that our destiny is certain, that we are fulfilling the wishes of the British people in the same way as 52% of the population of the United Kingdom and 53% of the population of Leeds West, her own constituency, voted to leave. We will leave. We were honouring our commitment to the British people. She also was kind enough to refer to some of the past statements that I'd made, which were quoted on the television briefly at the weekend. I have to say, and this is no reflection on her, but if she's going to talk about past statements, she'd better clear that with the leader of the opposition, who in the past has simultaneously favoured EU membership, then said he would accept the referendum where we left, then said that we needed a second referendum in order to satisfy the first, then said we should have an extension on our membership of the European Union in the transition period, and now is silent on all of those questions.
It's a statement on the government policy, not the policy of the opposition. Mr. Gove.
Yes, I was merely pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that we had an oven-ready deal, and on the Labour side we had an indigestible dog's breakfast and a leader of the opposition who will not eat his words. The Honourable Lady also asked about the various deadlines. Those deadlines are deadlines that the UK government has set, but the EU have not met. In any negotiation, both sides have to honour their commitments. And as I pointed out in my statement, and the Honourable Lady did not, of course, acknowledge this, we were available to talk every day in the weeks preceding the European Council, and the European Union were not. But I have to say that our firmness on this proposition, I believe, is now bearing fruit. Even as we were exchanging thoughts across the dispatch box earlier, Mr. Speaker, it is the case that my colleague David Frost was in conversation with Michel Barnier. I now believe it is the case that Michel Barnier has agreed both to the intensification of talks and also to working on legal texts. I think a reflection of the strength and resolution that our Prime Minister showed, in stark contrast to the approach upon which the opposition have often enjoined us, of simply accepting what the EU want at every stage. She asks about preparation. I think it is absolutely right to say that we should talk to the automotive sector. That's why, as I pointed out in my statement, we have a business roundtable with the Prime Minister tomorrow with business representative organisations. And she also, of course, asked about inland sites. I can confirm that we will have inland sites, 2 at Ashford, Sevington and Waterbrook, 1 at Ebbsfleet, 1 at Thames Gateway, 1 at North Weald, 1 at Birmingham, 1 at Warrington, 1 at Holyhead, 1 in South Wales and another at Whitecliffs in Dover. All of these sites will bring extra jobs and investment to the UK as we forge a confident path ahead.
Prime Minister Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? The government appears resigned to the prospect of no deal. Yet one area in which they should not be resigned to the prospect of no deal is in security. I note that my right honourable friend made no mention of security in his statement this afternoon, and the Prime Minister made no reference to security in his letter to parliamentarians on the 16th of October. So will my right honourable friend confirm that if the UK walks away with no deal, then our police and other law enforcement agencies will no longer have the necessary access to databases such as PNR in order to be able to continue to identify and catch criminals and potential terrorists in order to keep us safe?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very important point about security. I'd say 3 things. I think the first thing to say is that a significant progress has been made in respect of security cooperation, but it is the case that the EU are insisting that before we have access to systems like the Schengen Information System 2, that we have to accept the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice. We cannot accept that. The second thing I would say is that there are many, many areas in which we can cooperate more effectively to safeguard our borders outside the European Union than we ever could inside, through a variety of methods and arrangements open to us, open to Border Force and open to our security and intelligence services. We can intensify the security that we give to the British people. And the third thing I would say to the right honourable lady is that I agree with her. When it comes to everything, security and other matters, no deal is better than a bad deal.
Right, we've now got the SNP spokesperson, Pete Wishart. Pete Wishart.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So here we go. The coveted no deal is now in touching distance. The dance of the no deal 7 veils is now down to its Brexit underwear. The easiest deal in history will now mean the UK leaving on Mongolian terms. And the absolute rubbish we had to listen to about oven-ready deals and holding all the cards is now just the stuff of grotesque bad jokes. And whose fault is it? Well, not his or this cabal of Tory anti-EU obsessives. It's all the fault of these Europeans. How dare they ask the Tories to stand by what they agreed? How dare they ask for a level playing field and to retain the integrity of their single market? The EU must have the patience of saints to try and negotiate with these clown shoe-wearing goalpost shifters. And as we've just heard, the EU once again offered to have intensive talks. It's back in your court, Secretary of State. And he somehow expects Scotland to go along with this disaster. Well, there's a saying that he'll know as a proud Scot, which will be Scotland's response to this. He can go awo and bile his heed. Independence is now the settled will of the Scottish people, with 58% of Scots now in favour. So here's a proposition to the Secretary of State. Why doesn't he just go off and get his no-deal Brexit, if that's what England indeed wants? And in Scotland, we can now secure our independence, what our people want, which will allow us to design our own future European relationship. Surely there's nothing wrong with that. He gets what he wants, we get what we want. Will he agree to that at last and say goodbye to his rotten union and his rotten no-deal Brexit?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As ever, I'm in awe of the member for Perth and North Perthshire's ability to, in a very short period, bring so many metaphors together and what one can only describe as a car crash of similes. The government, according to him, is wearing 7 veils and clown shoes while also shifting goalposts. I'd have to say that I'd love to see that circus performance, but I suspect that I'll have to wait because the SNP conference, I think, has been cancelled this year. The second thing that I'd like to say in response to him is that he refers disparagingly to this deal as a Mongolian deal. I don't know what Mongolia has ever done to offend the people of Scotland, but we in the UK value our friendship with the people of Ulaanbaatar and others, and certainly we don't believe that this looking down on other peoples in other nations is appropriate. It may be appropriate for the atavistic nationalism which some SNP supporters avail themselves of, but for those of us who believe in the Union, we believe in friendship amongst all nations. His final point about working together, I absolutely agree. Devolved administrations must work with us and we must work with them in order to make sure that as we leave the European Union, the communities of all parts of the United Kingdom prosper. One of the things I do regret is, even though I value my close working with his colleague, the Minister for the Rural Economy, Fergus Ewing, one of the things is that, unfortunately, Scottish Government policy would mean that we would be back in the common fisheries policy. That would mean the people of Scotland's coastal communities would lose out. I'm sure he wouldn't want that, and that's why I hope we can continue to work together in order to reap the benefits of the sea of opportunity that Brexit will bring.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? And I think he's right, because in the whole agreement it was clear that both sides needed to negotiate in good faith with a view to reaching an agreement. And it's quite clear throughout, as I could see it, that their refusal, for example, not to engage on services, financial services, which are 80% of our economy, but determined to get a deal that gives them the majority of theirs, which is trade in agri-products, is not good faith. Will he now explain to us exactly how he intends to go forward with regards to the problems in the withdrawal agreement that now will be outstanding even if we make no trade deal?
Well, my right honourable friend makes two very important points. The first, of course, relates to the approach that the European Union has taken. And as I mentioned earlier, even while I've been at the dispatch box, it has been reported that there has been a constructive move on the part of the European Union, and I welcome that. And obviously, we need to make sure that we work on the basis of the proposed intensification that they propose. I prefer to look back, to look forward in optimism rather than necessarily to look back in anger. But he does make the point that the difficult period that we've had over the last 2 weeks has been as a result of some on the EU side not being as energetic as we have been to reach agreement. He also makes an important point about the withdrawal agreement and making sure that we iron out all the difficulties in it. That's part of my role in the Joint Committee, and I'm grateful to him and others for the advice they've offered as to how we should approach these difficult issues.
Select Committee, Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Despite what the Secretary of State said in his opening remarks, it's quite clear that negotiations are continuing, and I think the war of words now needs to stop. Both sides need to get together, agree a deal, recognising that both will have to compromise. Now, in preparations for the 1st of January, given that businesses don't know exactly how trade between GB and Northern Ireland is going to work, the pharmaceuticals industry hasn't got a clue, given that the new goods movement IT system isn't in operation yet, it isn't ready, and that nowhere near enough customs agents have yet been recruited, why is it the government approach to say to firms they've got their head in the sand and they're not ready, when it is the government that can't tell them exactly what it is they're meant to be getting ready for?
Well, I actually think that is a fair question from the right honourable gentleman, because I think which contains at least two very important pieces of wisdom. On the first, look, the EU took a position last week and then the weeks beforehand that was in effect, as it was widely acknowledged, not constructive, not designed to achieve progress, not engaging with the detail. If, as a result of our clear view that we couldn't proceed on that basis, there has been movement, and it seems as though there has been today, then no one would welcome it more than me. But what we can't have from the EU is the illusion of engagement without the reality of compromise. So I completely agree with him on that. And on the second point, yes, it is the case that both with respect to trade in Northern Ireland and more broadly, there are aspects that need to be worked out. That is why we want to intensify those negotiations. And yes, occasionally in the crossfire between different parts of business, government and others, different people will express their frustration. That's fine. I think the most important thing is that we make sure that we work together in order to deliver.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? And if the EU does not want to complete negotiations by this time, then we have to ensure that the whole country is ready for the consequences. So nothing is more important than keeping our ports working efficiently and effectively. And will he join me in commending the work, particularly in Hampshire, of the Local Resilience Forum for plans to ensure that Portsmouth, which has particular local transport challenges, can continue to support EU-bound freight? And could my right honourable friend update the House on funding available to help make sure resources for these very important plans are in place?
Yes, my right honourable friend makes a very important point. Both the Local Resilience Forum in Hampshire and also the authorities in the Port of Portsmouth have been working incredibly hard to make sure that they're ready for every eventuality. New facilities are being built at the Port of Portsmouth. The Port of Portsmouth is putting in an application to the Port Infrastructure Fund for it. I had the opportunity to meet the leader of Portsmouth Council along with the Chief Executive of the Port, alongside my right honourable friend, the Paymaster General, last Thursday. It is the case that some additional resource will be required in order to make sure that we can avoid any potential traffic congestion near Portsmouth, and we're working with the local authority in order to achieve just that.
Going down to Wales with Geraint Davies. Geraint Davies.
Mr. Speaker, the government is planning to break the withdrawal agreement. It only signed last year, thereby breaking international law and sending us into economic self-isolation. He knows that a Canada deal is possible if he agrees with the protections that are required for workers' rights and our environment. So will he go back and agree those protections, and with it agree a tariff-free trade agreement so that we can avoid the self-infliction of a no-deal Brexit alongside a raging pandemic that will be a complete disaster for everyone in the UK?
Well, I've got great affection for the honourable gentleman, but he, I think, gets three things wrong. He says that we're planning to resolve from the withdrawal agreement. He also says that we'll go into economic self-isolation. And he also suggests that we should accept EU rules in all of the areas that he mentions. And my reply is no, no, no.
Alter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend mentioned in his statement, Warrington is set to be a location for a new inland border facility in my constituency on a former coach interchange. I wonder if you could just tell us a little bit more about what that will mean for jobs in my local area, and what assurances can he give to local residents who are concerned about lorries clogging up village roads?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point. And my colleague Lord Agnew, the Cabinet Office Minister, has been in touch with him and with the local authority in order to stress that there will be additional investment, which will mean more jobs in Warrington. We expect that there will be an additional 375 jobs created in Warrington, split between new jobs for colleagues in Border Force, HMRC, Mighty and the haulage firm Wincanton. And the current expectation that this number will rise to around 460 jobs by December of next year. And we're also working to make sure there is appropriate additional funding in order to ensure that there is no additional traffic problem for him, his constituents, or those in neighbouring villages.
Going over to the member for Huddersfield with Bury Sherman. Bury Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've known the Secretary of State all his political career, and can I urge him to keep not the door ajar, but open the door to continuing negotiations, because not to have a deal will be a historic, shameful failure, and it will hurt my constituents and his, broken businesses, unemployment, and the blighting the future of a new generation and generations to come. Please, I beg the Secretary of State to try again for all of us.
Well, I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his comments. And we do sincerely want an agreement, but we can't have an agreement on any terms. I know that his constituents, like mine, voted to leave the European Union. A curious absence then in Yorkshire. But one of the things that I would say is that both of us, whatever our disagreements, agree that we should work together in the best interests of all the citizens of the United Kingdom. And I'm always grateful for his wisdom. Ever since I first arrived in this House, he's been a good friend and a wise head. And whenever I've gone wrong, it's because I haven't paid too much attention. Sorry, it's because I haven't paid enough attention to his words.
Nicola Richards.
Mr. Speaker. The UK will prosper mightily as an independent, free trading nation with control over our money, laws and borders. What support has my right honourable friend put in place to help business leaders in West Bromwich East prepare for the changes and opportunities this will bring when we leave the transition period at the end of this year?
Honourable friend makes a very, very good point. Fundamentally, whatever turbulence may occur, whatever bumps in the road there might be in the months ahead, the strengths and resilience of our economy mean that we will prosper mightily. And the manufacturing leaders in her own constituency in West Bromwich and more widely across the Black Country and the West Midlands are benefiting directly from the investment that we're making in customs intermediaries, in new IT processes and systems, and also in our Prime Minister's broader commitment to levelling up. We must make opportunity more equal across the United Kingdom, and her championing of business in West Bromwich is a critical part of that.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Mr. Speaker, protecting the Good Friday Agreement means protecting Northern Ireland's place as an integral part of the United Kingdom, for that is the settled will of the people of Northern Ireland, exercised through the principle of consent. Will the Secretary of State give us an update on discussions in the Joint Committee on the issue of export declarations and the fact that they are not required for goods travelling from Northern Ireland to Great Britain? And can he also give us an update on the issues of goods at risk and the EU attitude on this to ensure that goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland that are not passing on to the Republic of Ireland are not subject to unnecessary and costly disruption?
Well, my right honourable friend makes three very important points. On the first, about exit declarations, he's absolutely right. The protocol is there both to help us to safeguard the EU single market, but also to affirm Northern Ireland's integral place in the United Kingdom and within its customs territory. And there's no need for customs declarations for goods coming from Northern Ireland to the rest of Great Britain. And as for his point about goods at risk, he's absolutely right as well. Bread that's baked in Huddersfield and goes into a supermarket in Ballymena should not be subject to tariffs because it's trade within the United Kingdom. And his final point is right as well. The Belfast Agreement was a balanced agreement, and sometimes some of the rhetoric that we hear about the Belfast Agreement seems to suggest that it is all about, well, it seems to me sometimes to be inadequate in its understanding of the vital importance of the fact that the majority of people in Northern Ireland have voted to stay part of the United Kingdom. Their rights, their views, their loyalty needs to be respected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The toughest negotiations in this country, I would put to you, are the farmers in my constituency. And they recognise, my farmers, at this moment, that my right honourable friend and Lord Frost are excellent negotiators, born out of the news that the talks are intensifying, including legal texts. Can I ask my right honourable friend to meet with me to talk about business engagement, especially in the agricultural sector, in the DA environment, because the DAs seem hostile to us getting any kind of successful deal?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I've met farmers in his constituency, and a tougher bunch of negotiators you'd be hard-pressed to find. But he's absolutely right also that their interests need to be protected, not just by the UK government, but also by the devolved administration, by the government in Wales. We need to work together in order to make sure that we are supporting them. It is the case that in the event, and to be fair to the Honourable Lady, she made this point, in the event of an Australian-style exit, one of the sectors that we need most energetically to support is the sheep meat sector, and we will.
We're now heading up to Scotland with Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The UK imports 37 million packets of medicines from the EU every single month. The pharmaceutical industry has highlighted the difficulty in rebuilding full stockpiles for the end of transition due to the impact of COVID. So with just 74 days to go, how will the Chancellor ensure there are no drug shortages, particularly of insulin, which the UK doesn't produce, and radioisotopes, which cannot be stockpiled?
Well, the Honourable Lady brings formidable expertise to this area, and she's absolutely right to highlight the fact that with both insulin and radioisotopes, we need to have rapid access. And that's why the Department of Health and Social Care and the Department for Transport have put in place contingency arrangements should there be any risk to disruption. But we're also confident that the steps that we've taken more broadly will ensure that we have freight flowing freely between the UK and the EU, including in this critical area.
Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Redditch, the Transport Minister, for her communications with my constituents who live near the Sevington Lorry Park have been absolutely exemplary, and I'm very grateful. I still hope and expect that we will get a deal. But either way, can I ask my right honourable friend how confident he is that the smart freight system will be fully operational by January the 1st? And if it isn't, what does he think will happen?
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and can I join him in praising the efforts of the DFT Minister, the member for Redditch, who's been incredibly energetic and determined to make sure that colleagues in Kent of all parties are kept informed with the progress of our preparations. The Smart Freight portal is being shared with hauliers and others as we speak, and we want to make sure that it's currently in its beta phase, that is further refined, but the straightforward approach that it should provide should enable us to minimise any disruption that he or his constituents will face. And I'm absolutely confident it will be in place, if it were not, then other measures would need to be taken, but they would not be as helpful as the smart freight system in operation.
Kevin Brennan.
Thank you. Well, we've heard it all now. It's just, according to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, an unfortunate sequence of events, otherwise known as the Lemony Snicket defence, all the fault of evil Uncle Olaf and his foreign friends. But the serious point about this, if you consider how it's going to affect, for example, our musicians who go on tour, they're not part of large operations usually. They might take their instrument, fly a budget flight, try and sell some of their merchandise, cross a few borders in the European Union. That's how they scrape a living. They're making no money now. Will you please consider the consequences of no deal? Admit it's not a frivolous issue, it's a matter of people's livelihoods, and seriously engage with this, rather than take this sort of frivolous and superficial approach.
Yeah. Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, but I certainly wouldn't take a frivolous approach towards the livelihoods of anyone, whether they're freelance musicians or anyone else who contributes to the health, the prosperity and the economy of this country. That's one of the reasons why we're so anxious to secure an agreement with the European Union, and why we've been working so hard and in such a dedicated fashion in the Withdrawal Agreement Joint Committee. I mentioned earlier that as a result of the progress that we've made with Vice President Maroš Šefčovič, that the rights of 4 million EU citizens in the UK are now guaranteed, and the rights of over 1 million citizens of the UK in the EU are guaranteed. More, of course, needs to be done in order to ensure that we can have a free trade agreement, but I absolutely take seriously the rights of citizens, whether they are, as I say, freelancers or others, to continue to be able to work and live freely.
Sir John Redwood.
Has he seen how much popular and excellent quality fresh food there is in our supermarkets with the Union flag on the packaging? And will he confirm that if the EU insists on high tariffs on food trade, where they sell us massively more than we sell them, it would be a huge opportunity for our farmers to grow and rear more for the domestic market and get back the huge amounts of market share stolen from them in the CAP?
Well, my honourable friend makes, again, 3 very important points. The first is that UK producers are doing a fantastic job in increasing production in a sustainable way, and championing the quality of UK produce is something that we should all do, and recognise that whether it's Orkney cheddar or Welsh lamb, that the UK flag is a symbol which connotes quality not just to our own consumers but worldwide. The second point that he makes, which is absolutely right, is that the Common Agricultural Policy has been harmful, and our escape from it is going to ensure both that our farmers can prosper and that our environment can improve. And his third point is that we should be confident, not just that we can sell more excellent produce here in the UK, but that as we emerge into the world as a global free trading nation, that new opportunities to sell that excellent produce are available to our farmers, and he's absolutely right to be optimistic.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, having acknowledged the importance of the free flow of medicines into this country, will he respond to the urgent appeal today from the pharmaceuticals industry to find a deal, and will he accept the approaches from the European Union and do everything in his power to ensure that my constituents, like those across the country who need medicines like insulin, will have the deal that ensures that they can rely upon it?
Absolutely.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend knows that from our time in Cabinet together that I have nothing but the greatest possible respect and admiration for his negotiating skills and abilities. And given that we are advised that fish and state aids are the main stumbling blocks to a deal, will he draw to the attention of Monsieur Macron, the President of France, that if there's no deal on fishing, then there won't be any French boats fishing in British waters, but also that the size of the British fishing industry is approximately 1.7% of the size of the British car and automotive industry. And finally, will he remember that one of the reasons Mrs. Thatcher imposed a 3-line whip in support of the European Single Market Act was to stop false competition as a result of the unfair use of state aids?
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for the 3 important points he makes. Firstly, I'm sure that the French President and others are increasingly aware of the point he makes about the consequence of no deal. Secondly, the automotive sector is vital not just to the economy of the West Midlands, but to the whole of the UK, and we need to make sure that we invest in it for the future. And his third point is right. We need to have our own state aid regime, not the European one, but we also need to make sure that it's consistent with our market principles.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Road Haulage Association are afraid that trade will grind to a halt if there are insufficient customs agents to help goods cross the border in January. Now, 50,000 custom agents are needed. The government has, on paper, allocated 84 million to the task of training the necessary people. Now, I know the Minister's got good attention to detail, so please tell me how many custom agents have actually been trained up till now from the money that's been allocated?
It's a matter for the market.
Potential no deal. What preparations are being made by the Royal Navy to provide requisite support to our fisheries protection vessels to prevent what would then be the illegal plunder of our seas by an armada of French and Spanish trawlers?
We have a series of assets in order to make sure that we can safeguard our waters. We have the OPVs, the fishery protection vessels, the river class ships, which are at the disposal of the Royal Navy, along with other assets including aircraft, drones, and of course the Joint Maritime Security Centre in Portsmouth provides us with maritime domain awareness so that we can safeguard our waters.
Head to Northern Ireland with Claire Hanna. Claire Hanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've 70 days to go here, and businesses deep in the middle of a pandemic are trying their best to prepare, but there are so many unanswered questions which all add up to costs Northern Ireland can't afford. Firms and families here desperately want a deal, but all we are hearing is blame game and brinkmanship and deflection and jingoism. People in Northern Ireland are more anxious than they have been in decades, with absolutely no sense that this government understands that, with misrepresentation of the agreement even just in the last hour. Can I ask the Minister, is there any upper limit to the damage he thinks Northern Ireland should have to sustain for a Brexit that we've rejected at every possible opportunity?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the points that she makes, but in my statement earlier I made the point, and I hope she'll forgive me for making it again, that we made significant progress today in the Joint Committee, thanks to the constructive approach taken by Vice President Maros Šefčovič. We're lucky that Vice President Šefčovič and his team are so committed to making sure that the protocol works, and I'd remind her that the protocol is there to give effect to a Belfast Agreement, and that Belfast Agreement is about agreement across communities rather than a culture of grievance.
Colburn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you may not have known it before December 2019, but Carshalton and Wallington residents did vote to leave the European Union and are keen to get us to see us get on and return to being an independent, free-trading global nation once again. So, whilst we hope that the EU will return constructively to the table, can my right honourable friend confirm that, irrespective of whether a deal is struck, that we will continue to go out into the world and seek those free trade agreements like the one we recently secured with Japan?
Absolutely. A cloud lifted from Carshalton and Wallington in December of last year, and we were able at last to see that the people of that constituency who voted for Brexit had a representative who believed in them.
Heading to Wales with Hull Williams. Hull Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
By now, the government says it just wants the terms that Canada enjoys with the European Union. Last year, exports to the European Union accounted for over 60% of Welsh trade. Holyhead alone accounts for more than 400,000 freight movements each year across the Irish Sea. Wales's relationship with the European Union is nothing like that of Canada. Don't these facts just demonstrate that for Wales, his preferred Canada-style agreement is just not good enough?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, but I think it is the case that both the front benches, the government and opposition front bench, recognise that a Canada-style agreement is entirely consistent with how people voted in the referendum, including the people of Wales who did vote to leave. It provides us with an opportunity to trade freely with the European Union, but to chart our own destiny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my right honourable friend's disappointment in the continued intransigence of the EU. It's right that we do everything we can to prepare for all outcomes on the 31st of December, but it remains the case that it is in the best interest of both the UK and the EU to reach a long-term trade deal. Can he confirm to the House that if the EU do shift position and return to the negotiating table, that the government stands ready to talk and that we are prepared to consider individual deals or agreements on specific areas such as haulage and security?
He's absolutely right. If it is the case, and of course I wasn't party to the telephone call that took place earlier between Michel Barnier and Lord Frost, but if it is the case that this presages a change of approach on the part of the EU and a proper intensification, then no one welcomes that more than me. It means that we can make progress, but obviously the proof of the pudding remains. On his second point, if we do leave in Australian-style terms, then it will be the case that we will be negotiating and discussing with our friends and neighbours in order to ensure, particularly in areas like freight transport, that we have effective interim arrangements.
Wilson.
I'm pleased that at least on the face of it, the government appears to be standing up to the bullying tactics by Brussels and has indicated that it will not leave on a basis of an agreement which compromises our sovereignty or our independence. But could I just ask him on the joint committee? He has said that two things have been, he mentions two things in the joint committee. That first of all, the government has outlined what steps it has taken to deal with the new agri-food arrangements. And secondly, it now understands the EU's position about monitoring those arrangements. Could he tell us, has the EU agreed that the goods at risk will not include those goods which stay in Northern Ireland and therefore they will not be taxed or they will not be subject to controls? And secondly, has he agreed, or has the EU demanded that implementation of that monitoring requires EU officials to be present in Northern Ireland?
On the first point, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, but I think the EU have a very good understanding exactly of the points we make. On the second, we want to have a pragmatic approach whereby it's the UK that is responsible for the administration of these controls, but we want to provide the EU with reassurance wherever possible.
O'Brien. Mr. Speaker, I voted to leave in the referendum, and I strongly agree with my right honourable friend that we have to have the right deal. But does my right honourable friend agree that, given the economic challenges and the common security threats we're facing from Russia, China and the Middle East, that a deal is still the best outcome for both the UK and the EU?
Absolutely, and I think that the broader point he makes about the need for solidarity amongst democracies at a time of increasing insecurity across the globe is an important one. Again, we can't agree to a deal at any price, and we've been very, very clear about that, but the broader context that he provides is very helpful.
My very first question in this place was to ask the Prime Minister at the time if she would consider separately negotiating access to Erasmus and Horizon, which didn't need to be part of the wider agreement because of the risk of a deal falling down. Now that the deal has fallen down and all predictions of this incompetent government have come true, will the government consider a separate track to negotiate Erasmus and Horizon entry, which they can do and the European Union was willing to do, so our students and universities can have security on this issue?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman makes an important point, and we would like to continue participation in both those programmes, but obviously that depends to a significant extent on conversations still going on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend elaborate a bit more on this point about state aid? Is there state aid that we wish to give to UK companies that we were not able to do under the EU regime, or is the dispute more about the retaliation mechanism, as he put it in his statement?
The Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right. It is significantly about the retaliation procedures, but it is also about the mode of governance by which we would report and notify the state aids that we might wish to issue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised the nation an oven-ready deal, and it was avowedly the easiest trade deal in history to negotiate. Instead, this Conservative government have shown that they're happy to rip up an agreement only months after signing it, thereby breaking international law, and now they're hurtling us towards a disastrous no-deal Brexit. So on behalf of the Prime Minister, would the Secretary of State like to apologise to the British people for having made false promises? And what changes will he be making to his approach to prove that the UK can be taken seriously and act in good faith despite the best efforts of this incompetent government?
The first thing I'd say is that, as I think the Honourable Gentleman will acknowledge, since last Friday and since the Prime Minister's statement, and indeed since the preparation of my statement earlier, we've seen a welcome indication of movement on the part of the EU. So I think that those who were prepared to criticise the Prime Minister on Friday and over the weekend should perhaps, in fairness and appropriate humility, recognise that he's actually been standing up for Britain and therefore no apology is required.
Mr. Speaker, as the clock ticks down, the pressure undoubtedly will mount on the British government and on the EU government. It would be reassuring to hear from my right honourable friend some assurance that he won't go wobbly and reach for any deal on offer at that time just because it is on offer. And as the likelihood of not securing a free trade agreement with the European Union rises, that he and his department are working on a plan of retaliatory fiscal, tax and government state aid actions that could then be put in place.
Well, can I first of all say that I wish I had the lean physique of the honourable member, because I'm afraid there are bits of me that are wobbly, unlike with him. But on the substance, I think it is the case that he is absolutely right. We both need to be firm in these negotiations, as the Prime Minister has been, and ready for any eventuality. And that means that we need, if we do go to Australian terms, to utilise the freedoms that that affords.
Kyle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, 300 billion of UK exports went to the EU, 43% of our entire total. Just not even 2% went to Australia. This is the Minister that told us it would be the easiest negotiations ever, but businesses in Southwark tell me they've lost patience with the government, uncertainty is costing them, and their employees face losing their jobs as a result of his failure to secure a deal. The simple question is, why do my constituents face losing their jobs as a result of his inability to do his?
I think that's what we call a leading question. But the honourable gentleman, I think, misattributes the earlier quotation. I think it may have been someone else rather than me who made that point. More broadly, however, it is the case that prosperity for his constituents and mine depends on making sure that we embrace the free trading, outward-looking approach that the Prime Minister has outlined. That's the best way of making sure that we can export not just to Europe and Australia, but across the world.
Mr. Speaker, at the Munich Security Conference last year, the term Westlessness was first coined, an absence of what the West now stands for, what we believe in, what we're willing to defend. I hope you'd agree that European defence and security must sit above the politics of Europe, because the threats are increasing, no longer recognising state borders or indeed membership of international institutions. But the Galileo project illustrates how EU politics is weakening collective European resolve. I hope my old friend can reconfirm our commitment to joint European security, not least through NATO.
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very important point. NATO is the keystone of our defence architecture. More broadly, I hope that whatever occurs in the next couple of months as we resolve our economic relationship with the EU, that the strong bilateral, multilateral ties that we have with European allies from Estonia to France remain and are strengthened in order to make sure that the West is strong and democracy is reinforced.
Heading over to Northern Ireland again with Stephen Farry. Stephen Farry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Over 40% of UK external trade is with the EU27, compared to around 10% of EU27 trade being with the United Kingdom. So clearly the UK badly needs a deal. If we end up in a WTO rules outcome, then there still needs to be agreement in the Joint Committee regarding goods at risk. So can the Secretary of State give the businesses and households in Northern Ireland a firm guarantee that under no circumstances will there be any tariffs levied down the Irish Sea interface?
That was an admirably unionist intervention from the honourable member, and yes.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses in Dudley South and across the Black Country trade with countries in every part of the world. Further to the earlier question from my honourable friend for West Bromwich East, what support is available for businesses to understand the changes to customs and tax rules so that they can prepare to take advantage of those opportunities as we become an independent trading nation again?
My honourable friend makes an important point, and it is the case that we are intensifying our communications campaign. On the Government Digital Service gov.uk website, the transition page outlines some of the information required. We're meeting with business representative organisations, the Prime Minister and I, tomorrow in order to reinforce that, but I'd be very happy to talk to him and to other colleagues in the West Midlands, in our manufacturing heartland, to reinforce exactly what it is that we can provide businesses to support them to take advantage of these new opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Chancellor knows, his earlier pessimism that the talks had broken down was misjudged because, in fact, we know whilst he's been on his feet that the European Union have said they are happy to talk about any legal test. So his pessimism that we were headed towards an Australian-style deal was misjudged. But can he just confirm for my constituents why he would be so pessimistic about an Australian deal? Because his own Brexit analysis in 2018 said that such a deal would cost 8% of GDP or £2,500 per person in layman's terms. Are those figures still correct? Is that the price of this failure?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady for her point. She's absolutely right. As a result of the Prime Minister standing firm, in defiance of criticism from some in this House, it appears at this stage that the EU have moved in a way which intensifies talks and sees legal texts being exchanged. I sincerely hope that's the case. We'll find out more in the days ahead. As for the analysis that she quotes, that wasn't mine.
Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend recognised earlier the importance, if at all possible, of obtaining continuing arrangements for security cooperation and access to the very important Europol, Eurojust and related databases. All of those matters require an agreement upon data sharing, as actually does much access for the financial services business. What specific advance has there been in relation to data adequacy and data sharing arrangements?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. We need to secure data adequacy in order to have the best possible set of arrangements for business and for security. It's an autonomous process, but we believe that the EU should grant us adequacy on the basis of the information that we have provided. More broadly, there are a variety of security and law enforcement tools which we do believe that we will have access to, but there are one or two because of ECJ jurisdiction that remain difficult.
Heading up to Scotland with Martin Day. Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the Chancellor of the Duchy basically blame the EU for the breakdown in the talks, but the EU has not walked away from the talks. Despite the government setting out a course of action that will break international law and the withdrawal agreement reached less than a year ago. So, has the Chancellor considered that his government bears responsibility for any collapse in negotiations, given its obligations to respect the rule of international law?
Well, I know the point that the honourable gentleman is trying to make, but I think that it's misconceived, and I think that recent events underline that.
The government should be congratulated on its trade deal with Japan, the world's third largest economy. Can my right honourable friend confirm that irrespective of a deal with the EU, the UK will continue to pursue trade opportunities with their world's biggest and fastest growing economies, including those that might benefit exporters in Stockton South?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and the credit should go to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Trade. She has not just concluded a free trade agreement with Japan, but she's making progress on free trade agreements with Australia, with her accession to the CTPPP, and other opportunities for businesses, including those in Stockton South, for which he is such a brilliant advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been listening patiently for the last hour, and I'm still not certain whether we are heading for a no-deal Brexit or for a deal Brexit. Business always say it wants certainty. What certainty can he offer business at this very late stage now for the 1st of January 2021?
The certainty I can offer is that we will be out of the customs union, out of the single market. We will be able, as a result, to take our place as an independent free trading nation. Businesses in Bath and elsewhere know what it is that they need to do. That is certainty. Is very different from the proposition that the Liberal Democrats put forward at the last general election, which was a second referendum or a third referendum. I've no idea how many referendums the Liberal Democrats wanted. One thing I do know is they returned with fewer than a dozen MPs, which shows what the country thought of that.
Let's head over to Dame Cheryl Gillan. Dame Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If what my right honourable friend has told the House today is accurate and the EU has realised at the 11th hour that it is in their best interests to reach an accommodation with the United Kingdom and they can no longer dictate to this country, can he tell me what will happen with those businesses that have not prepared for the end of the transition period? The permanent secretary of his department told the Public Accounts Committee last week that 36% of our small businesses had not made this preparation. Has this figure now reduced? What further communications have been planned to ensure all businesses are ready for the end of the year, whether we get a deal or not? But can I say, I very much hope we do get a deal.
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. We do very much want a deal. We hope that developments this afternoon are moving us in the right direction. But she's also absolutely on the button when she says that with or without a free trade agreement, businesses do need to prepare. The number that are getting prepared is increasing all the time. And it's my department's responsibility, along with HMRC, to make sure that they have the information required. Whatever happens, outside the single market, outside the customs union, there are new procedures, and I look forward to working with her and others on the Public Accounts Committee to make sure that we communicate with our new intensified campaign the detail required.
In order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order. We now come to Matt Hancock to make his statement. Secretary of State for Health, Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I'd like to make a statement on coronavirus. As winter draws in, this virus is on the offensive. 40 million coronavirus cases have now been recorded worldwide. Weekly deaths in Europe have increased by 33%, and here in the UK, deaths have tragically doubled in the last 12 days. The situation remains perilous. And while this disease is dangerous for all adults, especially with growing evidence of the debilitating consequences of long COVID, we know it is especially dangerous for older people. Cases continue to rise among the over 60s, who are the most likely to end up in hospital or worse. I'm very worried that the cases per 100,000 among the over 60s is 401 in the Liverpool City region, 241 in Lancashire, and in Greater Manchester has risen from over the past week from 171 to 283. This is why the government has been working so hard to act, and I'm very glad that we've been able to agree across party lines the necessary measures in Liverpool and in Lancashire, and we're working hard to reach such an agreement in Greater Manchester. We're doing everything in our power to suppress the virus, support the economy, support education and the NHS until a vaccine is available. That is the right strategy, charting a path that allows for the greatest economic and social freedom whilst protecting life. As the Director General of the World Health Organization said last week, and I quote, "Allowing a dangerous virus that we don't fully understand to run free is simply unethical." I agree. And I know that this is difficult, and I know that it's relentless, but we must have resolve and see this through and never stop striving to support the science that will one day make us safe. Mr. Speaker, I was at Chelsea and Westminster Hospital this morning, meeting NHS colleagues who are caring for patients with such dedication as they always do. And I heard from them how important it is for everyone to support the NHS by keeping the virus down, both so the NHS is not overwhelmed by COVID patients and so it can deliver all the essential non-COVID care that people need. I'm glad to report that the number of people experiencing a long wait for cancer treatment has been brought down by 63% since its peak in July. I want to thank all the cancer teams who are working so hard to ensure people get the cancer screening, diagnostics and treatment that they need, even in these difficult circumstances. But the best way to protect cancer treatment and all the other treatments in the NHS is to keep the prevalence of coronavirus down. And in doing this, of course, we're taking as localised and targeted a way possible. Our local COVID alert level system means that we can have different rules in places like Cornwall, where transmission is low, to Liverpool, where transmission is high and rising. On Thursday, I updated the House about several areas of the country that were moving into the high alert level, and today I'd like to inform the House at the earliest possible opportunity that Lancashire has now moved into the very high alert level. Infection rates in Lancashire are among the highest in the country and are continuing to rise rapidly, including in the over 60s, as I mentioned. Both the number of cases and the number of hospital admissions are doubling almost every fortnight. And the number of COVID patients in intensive care beds in Lancashire has already reached nearly half the number seen at the height of the pandemic earlier this year. So we knew we had to take rapid action to suppress the epidemic in Lancashire. We've always said that we'd stand side by side with any local area that agreed to move into this third tier and offer substantial support to local authorities, including for testing, tracing, enforcement and business support. I'd like to thank local leaders in Lancashire who've been working with us so constructively, and I'm sure that the willingness to put politics aside in the national interest and in the interests of the people who we serve will save lives and protect livelihoods at this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, following the successful introduction of measures in Liverpool and Lancashire, talks are continuing this afternoon, led by my Right Honourable friend, the Communities Secretary, with Greater Manchester. And this week, further discussions are planned with South Yorkshire, West Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire, the North East and Teesside. Sadly, over the weekend, we have seen very directly the direct impact of this disease. I was shocked to learn on Saturday of the sad death from coronavirus of Bill Anderson, the brother of Liverpool Mayor Joe Anderson. And my heart, and I'm sure the sympathies of the whole House, goes out to the whole Anderson family and the people of Liverpool who have lost a brother. And all of our thoughts go out to our colleague, the Honourable Member for Bolton South East, now in hospital with pneumonia after testing positive for COVID-19. We wish her a speedy recovery and send all our support to the NHS in Greater Manchester who are caring for her and so many others. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to provide an update on testing, another vital line of defence. We're testing more people than any other country in Europe. We're now doing over 300,000 tests a day, up from 2,000 a day in February. And we've now opened over 500 test sites, including new walk-in centres in Dundee on Friday, in Edinburgh on Saturday, and in Newcastle this morning. Alongside this important work, we're working hard to discover and evaluate new testing technologies that are simpler and faster and cheaper. Some of these tests can produce a result as quickly as in 15 minutes, and we will make them available to local directors of public health as part of our strategy for local action, starting with areas in the very high alert level. We're rolling them out across hospitals and across care homes to test patients and residents yet more regularly to keep people safe, and for schools and universities so that we can keep education open safely through the winter. These tests have shown real promise, and we are both buying them now and ramping up our ability to produce them at scale right here in the UK. Mr. Speaker, we will stop at nothing to support this extraordinary scientific and logistical endeavour that can give us hope on the path back to normal life. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that on Friday we laid regulations to support our rollout for both the flu and any COVID vaccination. While, of course, no vaccine technology is certain, we must be prepared to deploy a vaccine as soon as one is safely available. The new regulations both provide for a wider range of clinically qualified people to administer vaccines and provide for the MHRA to grant a UK licence for a vaccine before the end of the transition period, should that be necessary. Of course, we wish all of our scientists well in this vital work, and we will give them all the support they could possibly need. Mr. Speaker, we're once again at a decisive moment in our fight against coronavirus, and while our scientists work round the clock on the solutions that will finally bring this crisis to an end, we must all play our part and come together and work together to keep people safe, suppress the virus, and save both livelihoods and lives. And I commend this statement to the House.
Secretary of State for Health, Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by sending our condolences to Joe Anderson for the sad loss of his brother from this horrific virus, and also send our very best wishes to the Honourable Member for Bolton South East for a speedy recovery as well. As always, I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. The virus continues to grow nationwide. The R is between 1.3 and 1.5. Increasing numbers of care homes across the country have seen outbreaks, with 214 in the last week. Admissions to critical care continue to rise nationwide. Yes, at a slower rate than in the first wave, but at this stage in the first wave, critical care admissions were starting to fall because of the lockdown. They currently continue to rise. On testing, on the saliva testing, the LAMP testing, we welcome the progress that is being made. It will allow us to introduce wider mass testing, a vital tool in taking on this virus. And I pay tribute to those universities developing great testing innovations, such as Southampton and my own, the University of Leicester, or the university in my constituency, I should say. But what is the timescale for the advances in testing that he is talking about? Is it still the plan for millions of tests a day? There was speculation back in September that his plan was for 10 million tests a day by February. So can he tell us what the daily testing capacity will be by the end of the year? Because we have seen delays in the pilots. Salford was supposed to be testing 250 people a day using saliva testing, but this has now been refocused. It's vital that testing of all frontline healthcare workers is now introduced to help the NHS get through the winter. So will he urgently speed up the validation of pooled PCR testing in the Lighthouse labs? It's not happening in the Lighthouse labs yet. We really need it. Now, Mr. Speaker, this virus spreads with speed, so testing must be quick, yet results still aren't turned around in 24 hours. Again, when will they be turned around in 24 hours? And contacts must be traced quickly, and those who have traced be given support to isolate. Yet we have to be frank, a badly designed system failing to trace sufficient contacts, costing £12 billion and paying consultants £7,000 a day. Now, the Minister for the Cabinet Office justified the failings yesterday when on MAR, saying that the virus is accelerating, that when the virus is accelerating, quotes, any test and trace system of whatever kind has less utility. So after spending £12 billion, ministers now just shrug their shoulders and say, well, the virus is accelerating, so contact tracing is less useful. It's simply not good enough. The country is facing further restrictions because test and trace failed. So again, I urge him, fund local public health teams to do contact tracing everywhere and follow international best practice, such as Japan. They focus on investigating clusters using retrospective contact tracing. We need this backward contact tracing everywhere, not just in the places which are hotspots. Now, this virus exploits clustering and social interaction, and I've always accepted that socialising in closed spaces, especially with poor ventilation, is a driver of transmission. But for interventions to be effective, both the consent of local people is needed and economic support is vital. Yet we are now in a situation where the Bishop of Manchester, a bishop for goodness sake, describes Liverpool as feeling cheated, Lancashire feeling bullied, and Manchester angrily determined. If he's seeking to impose greater restrictions on Greater Manchester, surely they need financial support so that people's livelihoods are not put at risk. So can he tell the Chancellor to spend less time admiring himself on Instagram and instead deliver a financial package to safeguard jobs across Greater Manchester? Now, the Prime Minister has promoted the Tier 3 restrictions because it means, in his words, there is a chance to bring the R down. But how do these restrictions in the north arrest growth in the virus across the rest of the country? The R across the southeast is 1.3 to 1.5. Across the southwest, it's 1.3 to 1.6. Across the east of England, it's 1.3 to 1.5. Cornwall, Devon, Suffolk, Somerset, Ipswich have recorded COVID rates in recent days per 100,000 higher than the average rates across Greater Manchester when they went into lockdown in the summer. So to get the national R below 1, more intervention will be needed than is currently proposed. So is it not in the national interest to now follow the advice of SAGE and adopt a 2 to 3 week circuit break? Last week, the Prime Minister, when asked about a circuit breaker, said, I rule nothing out. And he said he stands ready to apply those measures if necessary. But yesterday, the Minister for the Cabinet Officer ruled out a circuit break. So for clarity, has the government now completely ruled out a circuit breaker in all circumstances? Because the cost of delay could be a deeper, longer, fuller lockdown. Is he now ruling that out? But can I say to him, we do have a window of opportunity. Much of the country for much of the country, it's half-term next week. If it's politically easier for him, he doesn't have to call it a circuit break. He can call it a firewall. He can call it a national moment of reset. Whatever he calls it, we need something, because the longer the Prime Minister differs, the harder it becomes to take back control of this virus, protect the NHS and save lives. We urge him to act before it's too late.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll absolutely address the questions that the honourable gentleman raises. The first set of questions about testing, I might have missed it, but I think he omitted to support and congratulate the work of everybody to getting over 300,000 tests a day delivered, on track to a capacity of over 500,000 tests a day by the end of this month. He asked about batch testing, rightly so, and that is currently being trialled. He asked to fund local contact tracing everywhere, and we have put those funds in to each local authority. But of course, we put the most support into the areas that need it most. And this approach that the government's taking of targeting the support and the measures on the areas where they're needed most is at the core of how you, as he put it, retain the consent of people whilst we go through these difficult actions. So I think that to be truthful to him, Mr. Speaker, he's far closer and more supportive of the government position than he feels able to express at this dispatch box, not least because he asked for economic support. And if I just leap to the Chancellor's aid here and defence, this government has put in unprecedented economic support to help people through these difficult times. The billions of pounds of aid and further aid forthcoming, and he asks in particular for economic support where an area goes into Tier 3, and that is exactly what I announced with respect to Lancashire, and of course that is part of the discussions that we have with local authorities when further actions are needed. So absolutely, Mr. Speaker, more economic support from this government, yes. More work with local authorities to deliver the local approach that's needed, yes. More testing capacity, yes. These are all the things that the government is delivering, and I behove the honourable gentleman to acknowledge and support them, since we are all clearly trying to deliver the same thing, which is to suppress the virus and save lives.
Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Health Secretary on the news about LAMP and lateral flow testing, which is potentially the most significant news this House has heard on the fight against the virus for many, many weeks. Given the dangers of conflicting public health messages when local leaders and national leaders say different things, is it not time to consider aligning incentives by saying that local leaders have the responsibility to bring down the R rate, to give them the powers and the resources to do that if necessary, but say if they fail to do that, they will be stripped of those powers in order to allow the government, to coin a phrase, to take back control?
You know, the approach that we're taking, which is working effectively in almost every local area, is to work with local leaders, and we're doing this across party lines, whether it's in Liverpool or Lancashire, as I mentioned, or in South Yorkshire, in the North East, in Teesside, where the discussions are collaborative and consensual. And that is the way that we need to deliver the public health messages that are best delivered with everybody speaking with one voice, all working together to tackle the virus, not to mention London, where there has been a similar approach. In Greater Manchester, I would merely point out that over the past week, the rate of infection amongst those who are aged over 60, which is the group that is most likely to end up in hospital, has risen from 171 per 100,000 to 283. So it is absolutely vital from a public health perspective that we act.
Let's head up to Scotland with SNP spokesperson Dr. Philippa Whitford. Dr. Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The economic impact on areas under the tightest COVID restrictions is significant, particularly for the hospitality industry where many young workers are employed. COVID will be with us for some considerable time, so we need to learn to adapt and live with it as safely as possible. As I highlighted previously, COVID is spread by airborne particles as well as droplets, so ventilation is key to reducing the risk of spread. There are ventilation systems incorporating antimicrobial technology, which could reduce spread in indoor settings. So last week, I asked the Secretary of State if he would speak to the Chancellor about promoting their installation by removing VAT and making them tax deductible. He didn't answer, so I'll ask him again now. Does he recognise the importance of ventilation in the battle against COVID? And if so, will his government use their taxation powers to help make hospitality settings more COVID secure and avoid them being repeatedly shut down?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely will support hospitality businesses, and of all the sectors of the economy, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has supported the hospitality industry more than any other. And in fact, the UK government is supporting businesses right across the whole country. So when there is action by the Scottish government to take action on public health grounds in a devolved way, it is the UK government that then comes in with the economic support. And this is yet another example of how much stronger we are all working together. I'll take away the detail point and talk to the Treasury about it. It is, of course, a question for the Treasury rather than for me as Health Secretary. But I would just underline the importance of us all working together across Scotland, across the whole of the UK, and the economic firepower of the UK Exchequer being able to support people right across this land.
Speaker, in Hammond and Hassenden, we've got some of the strongest people I've ever met, and in fact across Lancashire, and we'll do everything to get our infection rate down, because that's what we do when times are tough. We come together. But morale is low, mental health is suffering as people can't see their family, and some have been unable to see their loved ones in care homes since March. Can the Secretary of State outline what the government is doing to mitigate this, and what steps are being taken to try and facilitate safe visits, given there's no clear end date?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady has shown real leadership in Hyndburn in very difficult times. This has not been easy for the people of Lancashire, and in Hyndburn there have been restrictions now for some time, and I appreciate how hard that is. But I think everybody will look to the way that my honourable friend has tried to support people as much as possible, has contacted me day and night with the cases of individual constituents, and has put herself at the service of her constituents. I think the people of Hyndburn are very well represented in her. On the specific point that she makes, absolutely we must ensure that just as places have to go into the level 3 of restrictions when we are concerned about the ability of the NHS to cope if things get further out of hand, so too we will absolutely reduce that restriction as soon as we safely can, and we'll do it not necessarily across a whole county, but on a district by district level if that is what the data say should be done. And that is something we're constantly looking at. For now, the single most important message to everybody in Hyndburn and across Lancashire is let's pull together, follow the rules, and get this under control.
Let's head up to the North East with Ian Mearns. Ian Mearns.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for the meeting that he had with North East MPs last Friday. And can I tell the Secretary of State that signs over the weekend are moving in the right direction if the data is accurate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand that SAGE has highlighted that the impact of any further potential restrictions will be felt very differently by different communities. SAGE suggests the need for immediate planning to refine measures to minimise potential harms and to mitigate the impacts on vulnerable groups. Given the government's commitment to the levelling up agenda, can I ask what are the government's plans to reduce the real risk that measures taken to respond to COVID continue to increase inequality and worsen levels of poverty and deprivation? Mr. Speaker, in the North East, we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, but can I urge the people of the North East to carry on doing the right things?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman speaks for everyone across the North East. The cross-party working has been first-rate, and I pay tribute to all colleagues from the North East who've been working so hard on this. The message to everybody in the North East is there are early signs that this is starting to work, but we are not there yet. So let's all stick with it, work together, support each other, support the NHS, and absolutely we will bring in the economic support to ensure both that we help businesses as much as possible, help employers and help individuals through this crisis, and then the levelling up agenda after that is something that is vital to unite the whole country.
Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to my right honourable friend how correct he is that the most effective actions are those that are local and targeted. So when he looks at Tier 2 reviews, could he confirm he'll look at those in light of Part 4, Para 8 of the regulations, so that we can target it on a local basis? And given so many cases are asymptomatic, could he say when he expects that new test to be more widely available across the community?
Yes, my right honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, which is that the regulations are written on a borough-by-borough basis, and if we can take specific boroughs out of the regulations sooner based on the data, then we will, and we have done. And in fact, in some cases, we've taken part of a district or a borough out of regulations when that's what the data has shown, and I can give him that assurance. And on the testing, we're rolling out these tests as fast as we can. The use cases of ensuring that they can help to get more NHS staff tested on an asymptomatic basis, more testing in care homes where it's important to protect the most vulnerable, more support in education to make sure we can keep education as open as effectively possible, and asymptomatic testing in areas where there is a big outbreak. All of this will be there to support outbreak control and get this virus under control.
The Welsh Government has today announced a stringent two-week fire break in order to try and bring the R number down. Central to the strategy, of course, must be sufficient economic support to support businesses and livelihoods. Will he press the Chancellor to ensure that the Welsh Government has sufficient financial flexibility in order to pursue its chosen public health policy?
Yes, of course. The Welsh Government responds to the circumstances in Wales as it sees fit according to the devolution settlement. As I was saying with respect to the SNP member earlier, we are absolutely prepared and ready and engaged in supporting communities, supporting businesses right across the UK, and supporting individuals who through no fault of their own, fall on what can be incredibly hard times because of the impact of coronavirus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State knows that pubs, bingo halls and gyms have gone to enormous lengths to ensure that they offer a safe environment. And many of us in Greater Manchester and elsewhere are sceptical that closing those institutions would make a significant difference to the spread of the virus. But can I ask him why the government won't extend the additional resources for test and trace independently of those measures? Surely it would be beneficial to do so.
Well, across Greater Manchester and across Trafford, we have extended further support for test and trace before the tier system came in. And we've engaged to make sure that we get the benefits of the local teams being able to access, because they have boots on the ground, find people who the national team simply can't. And that will continue. Of course, the negotiations, the discussions around the future of what extra we need to do in Greater Manchester continue. I know that my right honourable friend requires further persuasion that some of the actions that appear to be starting to work elsewhere should be put in place. I would gently point him to the fact that we did manage to level off the increase in infections in Bolton when we brought in firmer measures, but they have since then started to go up again when we removed those measures. Nevertheless, he's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. He's absolutely right that the best way we can tackle this is by people taking personal responsibility for reducing their social interactions, so to reduce the risk of spread. And I hope that we can all metaphorically link arms and get that message across.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And small businesses in a Tier 2 area like Newcastle
may not be asked to close, but they will face severe reductions in revenue due to local restrictions, affecting football, for example, in the centre of our great city. So he talks about unprecedented support, but these are unprecedented challenges for viable jobs in our city centre. So in addition to what he's already mentioned, what local economic support will he offer to businesses in Newcastle?
Well, if we do need to bring in further measures in Newcastle, then there is absolutely further support that's available, and there's already unprecedented economic support that my right honourable friend the Chancellor has set out.
Bernard Jenkins.
Mr. Speaker, can I tell my right honourable friend that most of the MPs in Essex have reluctantly felt the need to support the Tier 2 measures that are now being applied, but we are very concerned about the effect of this on the hospitality sector in particular. And isn't it so important that we align the economic interests of our constituents with the public health interests instead of polarising the debate that you're either in favour of the economy or in favour of controlling the virus? And can I also just emphasise to him that one of the reasons why that public confidence is in somewhat decline in the government strategy is because we have yet to see the transformation of the leadership of test and trace, about which I have discussed with him many times.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where I agree with my right honourable friend is that there is no trade-off between health and economic measures, because if the virus gets out of hand, then we will end up with a worse economic hit as well. And I know that my right honourable friend agrees with that, because we've discussed it many times, and it's one of the reasons that he, like other Essex MPs, may not like the fact that we have to collectively put in place these measures in Essex, but it is the right course of action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Warrington's neighbouring Liverpool City region and Lancashire are in Tier 3, with Greater Manchester expected to shortly follow if financial support is agreed, we need confidence that if we will be asked to follow suit, that there is robust evidence for the required closure of hospitality businesses, leisure businesses and salons. Will the Secretary of State commit to publishing the specific UK transmission data for these sectors compared to other workplaces, or are they merely a soft target?
Mr. Speaker, we have published further data late last week on exactly the question that she asks. And we have the backward contact tracing in place that the honourable gentleman asked for, and I apologise I didn't answer his question on that. And we have seen the evidence from that. And the critical thing, though, is for us all to recognise that in places like Warrington and the surrounding area, where the number of cases is going up and the number of cases amongst the over 60s is going up, which is particularly worrying, then we do need to act, and we need to act together if at all possible.
12 withdrawn, so we're going up to Ealing North with James Murray. James Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The October 2020 World Economic Outlook published by the IMF clearly states that short-term economic costs of lockdowns could be compensated by stronger medium-term growth, possibly leading to positive overall effects on the economy. Now, the government clearly disagrees with the IMF's assessment. So can the Secretary of State tell me whether he or his colleagues have carried out any analysis into the economic impacts of a national circuit break?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, we look at all of the impacts of all of the policies, but we know that the more targeted a policy can be, both in terms of the measures and the geography, then of course the less disruption that it'll have. But if his concern is with a national circuit break, that is not the policy of the government. The policy of the government is to have a localised approach. So you might want to have a word with the front bench opposite.
Andrew Salu.
The Secretary of State quite rightly finished his statement by saying that we must all play our part in getting the virus down. Does he think it was that shared population-wide commitment in Wuhan in China that seemingly seems to have got life back to normal? And what lessons are there from what China has done that we could usefully apply here in the UK?
Well, I would be cautious about some international comparisons, because life isn't exactly back to normal and there are restrictions still in place. For instance, we have seen today Sweden introducing measures, restrictions on a regional basis, which is similar to the approach that we have here. So there is a lot of debate about international comparisons, and we do look across the board, but I'm not sure it's true to say that life is back to normal in Wuhan. What we need to do is get the science to come to our aid and help us get life back to normal here as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend I spoke to pub landlords, cafe and bar owners and staff across our towns, and they all said that business had plummeted since Wednesday when we became a Tier 2 area. They were all cutting staff hours, some were considering closing completely, and none of them were getting additional support because the Tier 2 job support scheme simply does not work for them. So does he not understand that in order to sustain support for additional health measures, he has to listen to the people who are being most affected by them? Will he look again at support for Tier 2 and Tier 3 and make sure that jobs and businesses get the support they need?
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to come to the defence of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, who has put in these support packages on a scale that's never been seen before, and absolutely she's right to raise the concerns of those in her constituency. But the combination of all the schemes that are available to businesses is something that of a scale that this country has never had.
How many separate COVID vaccinations are undergoing trials at present in the United Kingdom? And specifically, what is the planned duration of the trial period for each?
There are 3 vaccine trials underway in the UK. The AstraZeneca trial, which is well discussed and frequently discussed. Also the Imperial College trial and a trial of the Novavax vaccine. The period of the trial is dependent on the clinical results and on the data. Of course, the AstraZeneca trial of those 3 is the most advanced and is in phase 3 trials, and we're closely in contact with all of them to ensure that they get the support that they need.
Mr. Speaker, I was alarmed, as were many public health experts, to read reports over the weekend that test and trace data is being shared with the police, and even a source in the Secretary of State's own department said that this will put people off getting tested, which I hope he will agree with me is the exact opposite of what we need. Public trust and confidence in test and trace is critical, and transparency of the use of personal data is central to that. So will the Secretary of State therefore publish today the Memorandum of Understanding that he and his department has signed with the National Police Chiefs Council?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that people come forward for testing. As the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said yesterday, of course, the vast majority of people not only come forward for a test and want to come forward for a test when they have symptoms, but also want the isolation arrangements to be enforced fairly so that everybody isolates when they need to. That's the reason that we've taken the approach that we have, that I set out to the House several weeks ago.
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of the pandemic, there has been no recorded outbreak of within public houses in my constituency of a COVID-19 outbreak. Because of taking into account low national rates regarding transmission from pubs, can I ask my right honourable friend to consider, when in negotiations with colleagues from Greater Manchester, to think very carefully before closing these COVID-secure environments who've spent thousands to ensure they are secure, or to cease from putting on extra restrictions which will make trading an impossibility?
Well, Mr. Speaker, nobody has stood up for the pubs and hospitality businesses in Bury more than my honourable friend. And he makes an important argument about the outbreaks. We also have to look at the backward contact tracing data, and we have to look at where measures to bring the virus under control have worked. So I'll very happily have a further discussion with him to try to make sure that we can get the right set of measures and bring the right balance.
Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his regular attendance in the Chamber and for his response to the questions as well. Will the Secretary of State outline the procedures and criteria for the vaccination schedule, bearing in mind that news reports cite availability of the fully tested vaccine to be in the near future? And does the Secretary of State agree that frontline workers in shops need to be part of the list of recipients on the priority list after the medically vulnerable, the NHS and the caring profession staff?
Seriously.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, no vaccine technology is certain, but the longer we go without bad news, the better things are, because we would hear if things had not gone well, and so things are therefore progressing. The Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisations produces a prioritisation based on clinical advice and their clinical judgment in terms of who ought to get the vaccine in what order. I think this is a really important question to make sure that as we roll out the vaccine, we do so fairly and on an agreed basis. I'll ask them to look at his specific requests to make sure that's taken into account, and their advice is very important for the government decision that I hope the whole country can then get behind.
John Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make no apology for again bringing up the question of cotrimoxazole, since I believe the drug can help very much in the fight against COVID. And I wonder whether the Secretary of State could tell me, following the successful trials that have taken place in India and Bangladesh, whether there has been any progress here.
I will. He's right to raise the question, and I will write to him with a full update once I've taken advice from my clinical advisors and from Professor Jonathan Van Tam, who leads on this area.
Evan Jones.
Thank you. At the weekend, Mrs. Helen Perry, one of my constituents, contacted me to tell me that her son and three of his flatmates at Northumbria University had tested positive for COVID. They're all self-isolating. Despite that, they're being bombarded up to 10 times a day from NHS Test and Trace. It's the same story for Mr. Brian Sayers and his family, who are self-isolated because a member has tested positive. In Brian's words, we're not stupid people. We don't need pointless telephone calls every other day. What a waste of time and money, says Mrs. Perry. Can I ask the Secretary of State when he will admit the national system has failed? And when will he hand over test and, more importantly, tracing to local directors of public health who know their areas and know their communities and know how to do test and trace properly?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is completely wrong on two fronts. This has been a very consensual statement so far, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable gentleman has played a positive part in the right honourable gentleman has played a constructive part in getting the public health messages across in Northumberland. But he's wrong on two fronts. The first point that he's got wrong is that when Test and Trace contacts people to remind them to self-isolate, that is based on the analysis we've done of what helps to ensure that people stay self-isolating. Yes, repeatedly, absolutely, I make no bones about it. Yes, because the isolation of people so that they stay isolated is important. So, he can complain that we're doing too much, but that's not normally the complaint I get from the opposite side. And then the second point is that this must be, in his words, handed over to local authorities. No. It's got to be teamwork with local authorities. It's teamwork that'll help us get through this, not this attempt to separate out people and say one side's good, one side's bad. We're all on the same side in this fight against the virus.
William Bragg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And further to this consensual statement, we're all keen to be guided by the science. And so I wonder what scientific behavioural assessment has been made of the effects of closing COVID-secure venues on the likelihood of people to meet in one another's homes instead, thus spreading the illness further. Now, if my right honourable friend hasn't got the information immediately to hand, perhaps he'd care to write to me, as is the fashion?
No, I can answer the question. I can answer the question. Because my honourable friend makes an important point, and what I'd say is that the evidence that we have, indirect evidence of hospital admissions due to people over inebriated, has reduced since we brought these measures in, and that is one indication that people are generally following the rules and at 10 o'clock, as I did, going home to make sure and following the rules, which the vast majority of people are doing.
Can you tell the Mail on Sunday then? Tony Ants on the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the chair of the APPG on cancer, I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for a recent meeting regarding the Catch Up with Cancer campaign. I too pay tribute to those delivering frontline cancer services throughout the pandemic. But the 63% that he has mentioned does not reflect the totality of the backlog. The NHS have announced new figures since then, and in August, the number of people waiting over 52 weeks in England has continued to surge to over 110,000, the most in 12 years. The only way this backlog goes away, Secretary of State, is with action and resources deployed to tackle it. So what progress has the Secretary of State made to address the need for a boost for cancer services so that cancer doesn't become the forgotten sea? Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to raise this. In my statement, I said that those long waiters waiting over 104 days, the longest of waiters, that has fallen, that we've managed to reduce that backlog by 63%. We've managed to reduce the backlog amongst those waiting more than 62 days by 44%. So there is further work to do, of course there is, but the NHS has made very significant strides in the backlog of people waiting for cancer treatment, and I pay tribute to all the work that they've done.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the concern that many of us have is that restrictions can be imposed in a day, but then take months to lift. And we know that in London, the restrictions were imposed not because of a high level of infections or a high level of admissions to hospital or deaths, but because of a rapidly increasing rate of infection. If it turns out next week when the Secretary of State conducts his fortnightly review, that actually the rate of increase of infection is no greater in London than it is in places at a lower tier, will he rescind those restrictions and return it to the lower tier?
Secretary of State.
My right honourable friend makes us a very important point, and in a way highlights that it isn't just the case rate that matters, it's also the rate of change of the case rate and the over 60s case rate and the impact on hospitals. In the case of London, cases are over 100 per 100,000, which is a worrying level, but I really hope that the measures and the people of London and all those who work here can bring the case rate down, and then we can get out of it as fast as possible. Team London are in fact working on a proposed strategy for coming out of level 2, but the first thing that everybody in London has to do is follow the rules to get the rate of increase down, because it's only then that we can even start to consider what the next steps are.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, at the start of the pandemic, the government committed to give the NHS whatever resources it needed to deal with coronavirus. The NHS has that money for dealing with COVID-19, but it will need more to enable it to catch up on all of those conditions which need to be treated now that treatment is taking place. Will the Secretary of State now commit to provide the funding and resources needed to carry out these vital treatments?
Secretary of State.
Well, we have put that extra resource in that she mentions, and that's important. It's not only that the extra resource has gone in, but we're also hiring the people to do the work and building the buildings in which it can be done. So she raises a very important point about the need to recover all of the work, all of the backlog. I'm really glad that in areas like cancer and many other areas that backlog is being worked through, but there's still more work to do.
Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I support my right honourable friend's
targeted approach. It is absolutely wrong, in my view, to close businesses and lock people in their homes on a broad brush area across areas where the risks are much lower than in others. He's following the right strategy. But can I echo the comments of my right honourable friend for Tunbridge Wells about London? There are many of my constituents who have businesses across the border in South West London where it is not the case that the rate is over 100. There are large swathes of South West London where it is well below 100. So please can you make sure that it is possible, as quickly as possible, to disaggregate those areas of London where the problems are less and to move back to a situation where those businesses can operate normally.
Well, as our friend, the member for Wimbledon, who was sitting over there, no longer, said at the start of this statement, it is important to take a borough-by-borough approach, and I commit to doing that. Unfortunately, there are parts of South West London, like Richmond, which do have an elevated case rate above 100. But in London, this work has been done effectively across party lines, working with the leaders of the local councils, the boroughs, as well as with the mayor. But we absolutely are taking into account the point that my right honourable friend makes.
We now go to Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A number of families in my constituency are worried about the impact that isolation is having on their family members with dementia living in care homes with no visits allowed. In one case, a constituent's mother phones her daily and threatens to take her own life because of the lack of contact with her family. Now, the Care Minister told the Select Committee last week there would be a pilot of visiting in care homes, but that may be months away. And now the Secretary of State talks today about visits when restrictions are reduced. But this situation is desperate for some families. So, can he tell us when we can have regular, meaningful visiting for every care home resident?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady raises a point that is so heartrending and important, as is the protection of care home residents from this disease. The situation is not quite as she said. The situation is that we have different restrictions in different areas according to local circumstances, and with a great deal of delegated authority to the local Director of Public Health to make judgments on this extraordinarily difficult balance between allowing visitors for exactly the sorts of reasons she set out, and between that and protecting people who live in care homes from catching the disease. Because when the number of cases when the case rate is high in the community, then naturally that increases the risk in care homes, not just because of visitors, but also because, of course, the staff who work in care homes live in the community. The best thing we can do, and I'm sure that she'll agree with me on this, the best thing that we can do is keep the prevalence of coronavirus down, and that way we help protect people in care homes as well.
Mark Horsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This time last week, the whole House, I think, welcomed the introduction by the Prime Minister of 3 COVID alert levels to provide some certainty about levels at which measures would be introduced and what measures would apply in a given area. Rugby is currently on a downward trajectory with less than 100 cases per 100,000. So I wonder, can he reassure my constituents that by sticking to the rules, we will continue to remain in Tier 1?
Yes, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can put it like this, that one of the advantages of the tier system is not only that there is a clear and clearly set out set of actions that are needed to be taken if the cases go up, as in London last week, but also to help to motivate people who are in level 1 areas that to stay in level 1, the best thing to do is to follow the rules and to respect social distancing and to play your part in the reduction of the spread of the virus. Because everybody who is living in any level 1 area can help do their bit to stay in level 1 by following the rules, hands, face and space, and following social distancing. And my honourable friend is absolutely right to point that out for rugby, but the point applies right across the whole of England covered by level 1.
We now go to Stephen Bonnar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the national minimum wage already falls far below the real living wage, does the Minister think people will be able to survive this winter with their workplace closed and they're only receiving 2/3 of that amount? And will the Government not give consideration to the calls from the Scottish Government and English regional leaders? Do the right thing and offer more assistance.
Well, I'm really proud to be to have been part of the government that introduced the national living wage and to increase that level of support for the lowest paid right across the whole United Kingdom. That's one example of the UK government working to improve the support available and the pay for the lowest paid people both in Scotland and across the whole of the rest of the United Kingdom, alongside the unprecedented economic support that my right honourable friend the Chancellor has put in during this crisis.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I wholly applaud my right honourable friend's approach to localised lockdowns, but I wonder whether he would agree with me that in an area like Gloucestershire, where mercifully the number of cases is still relatively low, the track and tracing and advice on self-isolating could be improved further by involving both national and local resources.
Secretary of State.
Yes.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Secretary of State last Tuesday, at that dispatch box said we are now acting to simplify and standardise the rules at local level. He said that in support of the new three-tier system. At that point, Liverpool it was put into the tier 3 system and the gyms would close in Merseyside and Halton. But by Friday, when Lancashire went into tier 3, they were allowed to keep their gyms open. So my question to the Secretary of State, why is that difference there? And can I say to him that he should straight away authorise the reopening of gyms in Merseyside and Halton? There is no evidence to keep them closed.
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that decision was taken in consultation and agreement with the local area, that's part of the work to work with local areas on this has been to agree the exact details of the package in level 3.
We now go to Dame Cheryl Gillen.
At the moment, the only defence against the virus is modifying people's behaviour. And cases of COVID are rising in Buckinghamshire, and we want to stay in Tier 1. So our NHS Trust and Council have taken the initiative and filmed a strong local public health message, which is now on YouTube and social media, recorded by Dr. Tina Kenny, our medical director, and asking people locally to follow the rules to reduce the spread of this highly contagious virus. Would he commend this communication from our local health trust and council and encourage other health authorities and clinicians who people trust and have confidence in to engage directly with their populations to send these vital messages out?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I applaud the work that's been done across Bucks to deliver public health messages and to try to get the whole community to support the action that we all can play our part in and that my right honourable friend quite rightly raises.
We now go to Bill Esterson.
The Health Secretary really should admit that Serco has failed. £12 billion for Serco would mean £300 million for the Liverpool City region alone if it was shared fairly across the country. So when is he going to give these levels of funding to local public health teams? And when will he instruct Dido Harding to give local teams the data that's currently held by Serco so local teams can do the job that Serco has failed to do?
Secretary of State.
Well, given that over the weekend we hit 300,000 tests a day for the first time, you would have thought that the honourable gentleman might have looked at the data and looked at the improvements that's happening. And they say not testing. Well, they used to complain about testing, didn't they? And now that's going well. And contact tracing is getting better. And last week, contact tracing in this country contacted more than double the number of people than the week before. So I think that instead of having a go at all the people who are helping to solve this massive problem, that side of the House should get in support of them.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been demonstrated that far ultraviolet C light emitted by krypton chlorine lamps inactivates COVID-19 on surfaces, as well as when coronavirus is airborne. Some fantastic research is currently being undertaken to look at this, notably by St Andrews University in Fife, Nine Wells Hospital in Dundee, but also a business in my constituency of Keighley. As a potentially game-changing mechanism for inactivating the virus, could my right honourable friend outline how this has been explored at a government level?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I have seen this research, and I'd be very happy to meet my honourable friend to discuss how it might be applied.
And I go to Liz Saville-Roberts.
Wales is to go into lockdown on Friday. Scotland, Northern Ireland and regions of North England are already in similar measures. Firebreak restrictions in Wales are tailor-made for the health needs of Wales, but the Treasury's support schemes are based on political considerations and what best serves the south of England. Will he commit to bringing forward the job support scheme by 8 days, only 8 days, and to increasing the level of support to that of the first furlough scheme so that more people in Wales can afford to stay safe?
Secretary of State.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, of course, the furlough scheme continues until the end of the month. And the job support scheme replaces it. So that's the reason for the timings. But what I'd say to her, the premise of her question, is that the job support scheme, like the furlough scheme, supports every single part of these United Isles. It supports the whole UK, including Wales. It is the UK government coming to the aid of every single person in difficult times. And I think that is the approach that we should be taking, supporting everyone wherever they live in this great country.
Then I go to Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would thank the Secretary of State for yet again coming to the House and updating the situation. I'd also like to, well, I think the whole House would like to congratulate the Secretary of State on getting on target to get 500,000 tests per day. That is quite remarkable. But some scientists are saying that 1% of those tests are false positives. In other words, 5,000 a day won't actually have the disease. So up to a quarter of the people each day who we report of having COVID-19 might not. Has the Secretary of State got any suggestions how that might be improved?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an important question that my right honourable friend asks. And the first thing to say is that on the current technology, the PCR test, the false positivity rate is much, much lower than that. The ONS has published its analysis of the impact of the false positivity rate and thinks that the impact of that rate is small. And also the new generation of technologies, one of the exciting things about them is that their false positivity rate is yet lower and so further reduces the problem that my right honourable friend sets out.
Julie Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has had a good relationship with local authorities in the North East and Sunderland, where I represent. But once again, the request for funding for test and trace and for financial support has still not been answered. He committed to me last week that he would get an answer. The Prime Minister committed to me that he would get an answer, and it still hasn't happened. In the meantime, people are nervous and businesses are on the brink of going under in the North East. It is a very, very worrying time. Can the Secretary of State please talk to local authorities in Tier 2 about the support that is needed on the ground to help communities and businesses survive this terrible crisis?
Secretary of State.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Community Secretary, is having exactly the discussions that are needed to respond to the circumstances, for instance, in the North East. She'll understand that it is for for him to discuss council finances with the councils rather than for me. We are putting in the extra support for test and trace and linking up the data systems within the North East. And I'll again leap to the aid of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, about the extent of support that he's been putting in to areas that are affected particularly by this virus and the level 2 and level 3 restrictions we're having to put in, as he has right across the country.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Borough of Barrow in my constituency went into the high tier, and I'd like to thank my right honourable friend and his team for the work they've done in engaging with local leaders on this. But South Lakeland in my constituency remains in the medium tier. The constituents and businesses from towns like Ulverston are concerned that people are travelling from one tier to the other and not sticking to the guidance and the rules. So what advice would my right honourable friend give on the importance of sticking to those rules in order to turn the tide on the virus for all of us?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend from Barrow-in-Furness makes an incredibly important point, that everybody needs to follow these rules to give Barrow the best chance of coming out of level 2 restrictions. And if you live in a level 2 area, then those rules apply to you even if you travel to a level 1 area. If you live in a level 1 area and travel to a level 2 area, then when you're there, the level 2 restrictions apply. I hope that's very simple for everybody to follow. But he has provided great leadership in Barrow in describing so clearly why it's important for everybody to follow the rules, because if we do, then we can get this virus under control and we can get Barrow back into level 1, where I'm sure everybody who lives in Barrow will want to see it.
Florence Echelon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've heard the Secretary of State talk about the fact that he welcomes the Chancellor's support and he refers members to that. But does he really understand the impact on the ground, especially small businesses? So my constituent in Clapham, he's a supplier to the hospitality sector, and over 50% of his business is with pubs, restaurants and hotels. If there's a further turn down in this tier 2, he says he won't be able to stay afloat. The government must listen to these small businesses and understand the real-world impact it's having. So will the Minister please ask the Chancellor what additional provisions the government is going to put in place right now to help the hospitality sector?
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, I'll speak to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, about that. Coming from a small business background, as I do, I fully understand the challenges and the cash flow challenges that people face. Of course I do. But nobody wants to have these restrictions in place a moment longer than they need. And if she has the concern which she understandably raises, then maybe she can help to explain why this localised approach of having only the restrictions that are needed for that area in place is the right one.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Burnley has had additional restrictions in place for longer than most other areas and is now in Tier 3, the very high level. Whilst that's really difficult for residents and really difficult for businesses, everyone wants to do the right thing to bring the infection rate down. But to do that, we need a sense of optimism and light at the end of the tunnel. So could the Secretary of State outline what the exit strategy is from Tier 3 into Tier 2 and then into Tier 1, and also offer some reassurance that once the rate is down, we've got a way of containing it so we don't move back up?
Yes. Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend has spoken for Burnley with such passion throughout this crisis. It's been very difficult for Burnley, and now Burnley has seen the highest case rate amongst the over 60s in the whole country, and it's so important to protect people in Burnley that everybody follows the rules there. The first thing I can say to him is that we've got to get the case rate falling, and we've got to get the cases amongst the over 60s falling, and once that starts to happen, we can talk about when we can start to relax the restrictions. I don't want to have them in place a moment longer than necessary. And then, with the expansion of testing that we're seeing, I hope that we can have more tools at our disposal to hold the virus down once we've got it down again.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rebuilding confidence in test and trace is critical, yet the Secretary of State has taken the potentially counterproductive step of arranging for data to be shared with the police for enforcement, which could deter people from getting a test in the first place, as the Chief Medical Officer has himself reportedly indicated. So will the Secretary of State acknowledge that a more effective strategy would be, first of all, to ensure that people have the financial security they need in order to be able to follow the rules in the first place? And following the question from the Honourable Member for Twickenham, will he answer whether or not this Memorandum of Understanding exists? If it does, will he publish it? And if he won't, will he explain what he's hiding?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no health data that's transferred, but of course, once this House has voted for an enforceable rule, then it is important for all of our constituents and communities that we enforce it. And so that is a necessary consequence of the House having voted for the self-isolation rules to be made mandatory, which I think was the right decision. And when it comes to the financial support that she asked for, we have put in place £500 per self-isolation to support people on low incomes to make sure that they're able to do the right thing.
42 withdrawn, so Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To prevent further restrictions being placed on York, we have to lock down this virus, not lock down people and the economy. Now, we know the key to this is local contact tracing. And the reality is the shadow contact tracing undertaken by my local authority has been more accurate, more effective, more responsive, and that is the key to getting on top of this virus. So when will the Secretary of State release all the data to local authorities and give them the resources they need so they can do the job properly and get on top of this virus?
Yes, we are absolutely putting more resources into contact tracing in York. And it's only because of the combined effort of the national and the local team that we're able to do the work that she describes. Because the national system can deal with the cases who are easy to get in contact with or who prefer to do contact tracing over the internet rather than on the phone, which is a lot of people. And that means that the local authority, as is in the case that she describes, can do their work locally. So it's about having a team effort.
44 withdrawn, so we go to Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People will have seen images of packed rugby stadiums in New Zealand last week after the country announced it had effectively ended domestic transmissions of coronavirus. They followed a zero COVID strategy and have had a tiny number of cases over the recent period. As we face another wave of unnecessary deaths here, life is returning to normal there. So is the Secretary of State embarrassed that other countries have managed to drive down the cases whilst his government is failing?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're doing everything we possibly can to suppress this virus. There have been some countries, there have been some parts of this country that have explicitly followed an eradication strategy. Unfortunately, there isn't anywhere where that has worked permanently, and we have seen flare-ups in all parts of the world that have pursued an eradication strategy. The critical thing here is to suppress the virus, to get it under control, and to keep it under control, and for everybody to play their part.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A further week has passed without agreement with Greater Manchester. However, Stockport Council has set up a pandemic response team working in the community, promoting COVID-safe behaviour at pubs, bars, businesses and hairdressers, etc. Last week they visited over hundreds of businesses and found very good COVID compliance. As the Secretary of State works to reach an agreement in Greater Manchester, and I wish him the best of luck with that, and I hope that goes well, would he also consider in a borough-by-borough approach and take into account the work done by local authorities with all the leisure industry to try to get those transmission rates down?
Well, I know that many of the local authorities in Greater Manchester, in fact all of the local authorities, have taken very seriously their statutory responsibilities to get the virus down. And I pay tribute to my honourable friend who has been assiduous in her work to support her local community to do the right thing. I just hope now we can come to an agreement with the GM leadership in the same way that we've come to an agreement with the Liverpool leadership and the Lancashire leadership, and we're working with the West Yorkshire leadership across the different boroughs there, and with the South Yorkshire leadership, and with the leadership in the North East, and with the leadership in Teesside in a highly constructive way, and I hope that we can do the same with Greater Manchester.
Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend has heard across the chamber the real challenges that the hospitality industry is facing, especially in Tier 2. And further to my honourable friend from Keithley's comment about emerging technology in air sanitisation, especially using UV, could I ask my right honourable friend to actually go further than he's promised to my honourable friend for Keithley and actually get a round table together as quickly as possible so that we can work together, bring this technology forward. I've got constituents who are ready to bring this forward, so we may be able to get this into the hospitality sector more quickly and hopefully give them some relief.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody has done more to support the pubs of Leeds than my honourable friend, and he's doing it again today. So let's turn the meeting into a round table. I'll make sure that that happens in the next fortnight, and we will we'll do all the work to bring this new technology to bear.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I return the Secretary of State to care homes? He knows the utter dilemma that care homes, their residents, the staff and all of their families face between allowing the infection into the home and causing such damage to the welfare of residents by not allowing visitors. And he said earlier in response to my honourable friend that he was empowering directors of public health, which in some ways is welcome, but it needs a much more well thought through plan than that. And I do think the Department for Health ought to be offering much more policy support. The opposition has worked hard on a plan for care homes. So will the Secretary of State say what his department is proactively doing?
Secretary of State.
Yes, and I think the Honourable Lady puts it very appropriately with this, the sensitivity of this dilemma. We have published a winter plan for care homes which sets out our approach in this area and are working on the implementation of that plan. And I'll be very happy for the Minister for Care, who leads on this, to meet with her to discuss how we can make sure that that's best done most effectively in her area.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having been out in my Colne Valley constituency this weekend, it's clear that local people do want the tier system to work, but that does mean we need more financial support for Tier 3 and Tier 2, especially hospitality, where custom is really down. And will the Secretary of State also lay out a clear framework for timescales and how areas move within tiers so that businesses and communities in West Yorkshire can plan ahead?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would love to be able to give time frames, but unfortunately one of the things about this disease is that it moves fast, and sometimes we have to move fast too. So I think it's better to say that I'll always keep this under review. Of course, the critical thing is, once this House has voted for an area to go into Tier 3, there will be an automatic review of that legislation after 28 days, and it will need to be proposed again. It's sunsetted after 28 days, which means that people can have confidence that it will be reviewed. But of course, if we can review it quicker than that, then absolutely we will. I take his point on the financial support, and again, I'll discuss it with the Chancellor.
Ben Bradshaw.
Why is the government still forcing people arriving in this country from countries with far lower COVID rates than us into a compulsory 14-day quarantine when it is absolutely crucifying the travel industry, and they're far more likely to be infected here than they are in the countries they're arriving from?
Secretary of State.
Well, we of course keep the countries that are on the quarantine list under review. Absolutely we do, and that is a weekly exercise that's led by my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
There's now compelling evidence to suggest that vitamin D may be useful in reducing mortality and morbidity from vitamin D. It's safe, it's cheap, and it's already recommended by his department for certain groups.
Given our need to tackle this disease and given that vitamin D requires 3 months for it to build up sufficiently to protect against respiratory infections, what advice will the Secretary of State give urgently on the use of this particular intervention?
Yes, well, we are increasing the communications to people about the benefits of vitamin D. And as I said to the House on Thursday last week, we're also instituting further research into the points that he, as an experienced and qualified medical professional, sets out so clearly.
Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Secretary of State, I'm sure you'll agree with me that to be effective, rules have to be understandable and simple. So why in Merseyside, which is currently in Tier 3, were all the gyms forced to close, but soft play was left open? And in Lancashire, all the gyms were left open and soft play was closed. Surely this doesn't make any sense at all. And will he publish the evidence that he's got and be consistent across tiers? Either all the gyms are open or they should all close. Which is it to be?
Well, the baseline for Tier 3 is set across the board, and then further measures are set out in consultation with an agreement with the local area.
Damien?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following on from that, the gyms in Lancashire are open, the gyms in Merseyside are closed. The deal that was struck for us wasn't a good deal for my constituents in Southport. Will the Secretary of State review these restrictions as soon as possible and get our gyms open? They are part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Secretary of State.
Well, nobody has stood up for the gyms of this country more than my honourable friend, and he's made this argument endlessly. He's made this argument endlessly to me, and he stands up for Southport. And I will take this point away. But as I said to the honourable lady opposite, the reason that these decisions were taken was in agreement with the local area. And we want to, as much as possible, make agreements with local areas so that we can all give over the same public health messages, which is if everybody follows the rules, then we are more likely to get this under control and get the Liverpool City region out of Tier 3 altogether.
Maria Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his kind words about Bill Anderson, the brother of the Mayor of Liverpool, who sadly died of COVID and was my constituent. He was a doughty campaigner for seafarers, for their livelihoods and welfare, and he'll be very sadly missed by many of us. In Liverpool, the government's test and trace system is only reaching 59% of contacts, in Knowsley 57%, both well below the 8% target. And the percentage of contacts reached has fallen over the last month by 3.5% in Liverpool and 9% in Knowsley, just as both areas have been placed in the very high Tier 3 restrictions. So why is it so low? Why is it declining? And what is the Secretary of State going to do to improve this performance? Because we really need it to be better.
Well, the proportion of contacts that are reached that are in settings that are called complex settings in the system. For instance, care homes, where it's relatively easy to find all of the contacts by the nature of the setting. The proportion of contacts in those sorts of settings has itself fallen as the number of cases has risen. And if you look at the effectiveness of the system as a whole, both national and local, at reaching people in the community, that has been broadly flat. As has the proportion reached in those complex settings where it's much easier, and often the proportion is close to 100%. The challenge has been that as the community, the number of contacts in the community has risen, so the overall proportion of those who are harder by their nature for the contact tracing system to reach has gone up. That's the direct explanation for the figures that she describes. The best solution to this problem is the combination of the national and local system working together, and we're putting in place closer connection and extra financial support, both in Liverpool and in Knowsley, as she sets out.
Mr. Carney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend my right honourable friend for overseeing 300,000 tests a day across the country. And can I ask for two things for my constituents in Wilden? Can the Minister thank the care workers that do such tremendous work in the care homes in Wilden? The Minister will know our concerns about winter flu coming to care homes as well. I had a long meeting with a number of care home providers across the constituency. They're incredibly pleased with the access to testing, but just one care home in Uckfield complained that 25% of tests weren't picked up by courier, just one. And I know my right honourable friend will want to nip that in the bud immediately.
Secretary of State.
Well, throughout this, and even with the challenges on, with demand for testing that we saw last month, we've kept the tests going to care homes because people who live in care homes are the most vulnerable. And no matter what we do to protect care homes from coronavirus, the higher the number of cases in the community, the more likely it is that staff who live in the community, and of course visitors where their visiting is allowed, there is more likelihood of a case getting into a care home. It is a sad fact of life. We do everything we possibly can to prevent that, including the brilliant care staff who work in her constituency, to whom I pay tribute. And on the particular point about a courier being late for a pickup, I will look into that immediately and see if we can resolve that.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the Whittle, over a third of the people who have been in contact with someone with COVID-19 have not been contacted by testing trace. Will the Secretary of State concede that the outsourcing of testing trace is simply not working and that his responsibilities should now be given to the local public health teams?
No, I think it should be a team effort.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst many of my constituents recognise that the decision to place Lancashire into Tier 3 was indeed justified on public health grounds, this will nevertheless leave many of them and those who own businesses significantly worse off as a consequence. There has to be a clear pathway out of Tier 3 for those local authorities who currently have these restrictions. And so will my right honourable friend clarify the basis on which the continuation of these restrictions will be reviewed and how often this will take place?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will formally review the restrictions that are in place in Blackpool alongside the rest of Lancashire every 28 days, but that is as a maximum, because if we manage to get the cases coming down before then we will take areas out of level 3 restrictions. The goal for everybody in Blackpool should be to do their bit, play their part, follow the rules, and let's try to get the number of cases down, and then we can restore some of our freedoms and also, of course, support businesses who are understandably struggling across Blackpool.
We now go to Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I echo the words of my honourable friend from Garston and Halewood and thank the Secretary of State for his tribute to my dear friend Bill Anderson, who will be a great loss to my whole region and to the maritime community. Madam Deputy Speaker, the specific geography of Chester means that many of our businesses, which were viable only until a couple of weeks ago, are now being damaged by, on the one side, restrictions on the other side of the Welsh border, which runs through Chester, of course, and the lockdown there, and on the other side by the imposition of Tier 3 in Merseyside. Chester is being crushed from both sides, but both of these areas are getting heavily supported financially, whereas that support is not available for businesses in the middle, in Chester. Will the Minister consider these effects, and will he provide financial support so that we don't get crushed between these lockdowns?
Secretary of State.
Of course, I understand the point that the honourable gentleman's making, and I know Chester well. In fact, it has more pubs per head of population than any other city in the country, and therefore the hospitality industry in Chester is incredibly important. We are giving as much support as we possibly can, but we always keep these things under review, and I look forward to working with my honourable friend to support the people of Chester.
Holly Mumby-Croft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his work
Can he give me an update on the availability of the Roche reagent that we've seen a shortage of in Scunthorpe? Can he A, reassure me that those who need an urgent blood test can get one, and B, that the lack of reagent won't affect COVID tests? Thank you.
Yes, I can. I hope I can reassure my honourable friend on both points. We have largely resolved the problem of the supply of Roche kit for non-COVID tests, mostly blood tests, and there's been a huge amount of work, and I want to thank my team and the Roche team for solving this problem with this the warehouse in Kent. And secondly, I can absolutely reassure her that this does not affect COVID tests. It was although Roche do supply about 5,000 COVID tests a day, they were able to be protected throughout this.
Cat Smith. Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of last week, my constituents in Lancashire were already bound by local restrictions. Last week, the Secretary of State made very clear that Lancashire was being put into a Tier 2 restrictions. That actually was a relaxing of the restrictions that my constituents had had at the beginning of the week. By Friday, my constituents were told that we were going into Tier 3. This hokey-cokey of restrictions has left my constituents who want to play by the rules really confused as to what the rules are, even though they want to abide by them. And I level with the Secretary of State that the communications that come from his department need to be clearer. But I'd like to ask the Secretary of State about support for businesses, because we have businesses that are viable businesses in Lancashire, and they're now knocking on the doors of our district councils asking for financial support. But those district councils have not been told what criteria they'll be able to distribute that support, and they've not had the cash released from government. When will the Secretary of State get a grip on this situation? Secretary of State.
Well, I will defend the honour of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, who has put in huge amounts of economic support. On the first point, of course, one of the reasons to go to the tier system, and one of the reasons I think it was at the time widely welcomed across the House, was in order to have a system that people can much more straightforwardly understand about what the rules are. And what I'd say to everybody living right across Lancashire is that the very high alert level in Lancashire is because we urgently need to get the case rate down, and the thing everybody should do is follow the rules and the restrictions that are in place. They are there for good reason. They're agreed right across Lancashire, and I think what we can all best do together is work together to get those rates down.
Last question, Catherine Fletcher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his statements and for recent private meetings. People of Lancashire and the good people of South Ribble get that this is all about saving lives, full stop. But they are weary of restrictions that have been going on for weeks, and they are worried about their jobs. So can he assure me and them that we will only be in these restrictions of Tier 3 as long as it is to save lives?
Secretary of State.
The Tier 3 restrictions are put in place when the local NHS is at risk of being overwhelmed, and we will not keep people in restrictions for one moment longer than we need to. Nobody wants to have these restrictions in place. They're there for a reason, and the reason is clearly set out, as she said, which is to save lives with the minimum negative impact, protecting the economy and education and supporting the NHS as much as is possible. That's the strategy. I think it has very widespread support both in this House and amongst the public, and the measures that we put in place in order to deliver it are put in place with the deepest reluctance. But the single best thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you or my honourable friend or anybody can do in this country is to abide by the rules, be cautious about social interaction, hands, face and space, and that way we can all help to restrict the spread of this virus, get it under control, whilst we support our scientists to come forward with the innovations that eventually will get us out of all this.
Order, 3-minute suspension to allow safe exit and entry.
Order. We now come to the business of the day. Programme motion to be moved formally. The question is as on the order papers. Many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Immigration and Social Security Coordination, EU Withdrawal Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now, I must draw the House's attention to the fact that financial privilege is engaged by Lord's Amendments 4 and 5. If any Lord's Amendment engaging financial privilege is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered in the journal. We will begin with the government motion to disagree to Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider all Lord's Amendments, A to Lord's Amendments 3, and all motions listed on the paper. I'm sure colleagues will see that there are a large number who wish to contribute to this debate. We've had two quite lengthy statements, so there is pressure on time. That means that we will be imposing an initial 6-minute limit on speeches from backbenchers, and I hope that the front bench will keep their remarks as brief as possible in the circumstances to allow others to contribute. I call Minister Kevin Foster to move to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move this House disagrees to Lord's Amendment number 1. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill delivers on a key manifesto commitment to end the EU's rules on free movement and deliver our fairer and firmer points-based immigration system. I'm pleased to see the bill pass its third reading in the other place, led by my colleague Baroness Williams of Trafford. For such a short bill, there has been substantial debate on a wide range of immigration issues. There are issues on which members disagree with the government, but we now must enact this bill and deliver on our promise to the British people. I will speak to each amendment in turn. Lord's Amendment number 1 requires publication of an independent report on the impacts of ending free movement on the social care sector. Although it is well-intentioned, the amendment is unnecessary because we already have independent reporting in this area through Skills for Care and the Migration Advisory Committee, who are now free to work to their own commissions in addition to those given to them by the government. The Department for Health and Social Care funds Skills for Care to deliver a wide range of activity to support the government's priorities for the social care sector. This includes programmes to support employers and the workforce with skills development, promote and support recruitment into the sector, and support leadership development. The Department for Health and Social Care uses the data produced by Skills for Care and the trends identified to inform its policy development to support the adult social care sector to recruit, train and develop its vital workforce. Briefly.
The social care sector is typically an example of where cheap undercutting EU labour has been brought in to undercut our own labour force. The public are really worried that as EU migration has declined, so migration from other parts of the world has increased. So I want the Minister to give a categorical assurance that whatever happens with these negotiations, we will get a grip on migration from other parts of the world and we will not undercut our own workforce.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention. We've been very clear that we will have a points-based system that will respond to the needs of the United Kingdom's labour market and workforce, and that our migration system will not provide an alternative to investing and rewarding those who work in critical sectors like social care. As members will know, I've previously spoken at length about the role of the Migration Advisory Committee, which now has an expanded remit to examine any aspect of the immigration system and provide annual reports which Parliament can, and almost certainly will, debate. I've also outlined the Government's continued commitment to keeping all policies, including the skilled worker route, under review. We do have the flexibility to adapt and adjust on experience and evidence. Honourable members will have heard me say before, the immigration system cannot be the solution to issues in the social care sector, and we must not continue to rely on people coming to the UK
when the focus should be on the domestic workforce to address shortages in the sector. As just touched on, Madam Deputy Speaker, migration policy should not be an alternative for employers to offering the type of rewarding packages care staff deserve. I won't at the moment. To deliver change to the social care sector, we need to make change to the way we train, recruit, attract and retain staff. The government is focused on working alongside the sector, including through Skills for Care, to ensure the workforce can meet the increasing demands and continue to deliver quality, compassionate care. Immigration must be part of our overall strategy for this sector's workforce, not a handy alternative for employers to it. And I'll briefly give way.
Immigration Minister for giving way. Given that the Migration Advisory Committee has effectively recommended a significant increase in the pay of social care staff, which they urgently need and have been under immense pressure this year, will he accept that recommendation from the Migration Advisory Committee?
Well, I thank the right honourable member for her intervention. She'll have seen the recommendations of the Migration Advisory Committee, and my colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care will consider them closely. But I'd certainly hope if she's keen on the match, she'll also then be supporting the government's position on this amendment when we come to the lobbies later. Again, briefly.
Very grateful to the Minister. Will you also accept that paying people better from the local labour force and paying for their training would be a much cheaper solution than building lots of houses to invite migrants in, and a much more popular one?
Well, the right honourable member makes the point that in a time when we've got large numbers of people affected by the current economic situation, we do need to focus on our own UK-based workforce when it comes to filling needs. But I'm conscious I need to make progress, so I now come on to Lord's Amendment number 2, which seeks to continue certain family reunion arrangements provided by EU law, the so-called Surinder Singh route. It would require we provide lifetime rights for British citizens resident in the EEA or Switzerland by the end of the transition period to return to the UK accompanied or joined by their non-British close family members on current EU free movement law terms. In effect, it would mean that these rights would continue perpetually. Family members of British citizens resident in the EEA or Switzerland at the end of the transition period are not protected by the withdrawal agreements in terms of returning to the UK. However, we have made transition arrangements for them. British citizens living in the EEA or Switzerland will have until the 29th of March 2022 to bring their existing close family members, a spouse, civil partner, unmarried partner in a long-term relationship, child or dependent parent, to the UK on EU law terms. The family relationship must have existed before the UK left the EU on the 31st of January 2020 and continuing to exist. Those family members will also then be eligible to apply to remain in the UK under the EU settlement scheme. Now we have left the EU, we do have to be fair to other British citizens, whether they are living overseas or in the UK, and UK taxpayers who can be called on to pay the costs when family life is not established sustainably in the UK. In the long run, the same rule should apply to all, not continue indefinitely to give preferential treatment to those relying on past free movement rights which have been abolished. This is what a global immigration system means, although I respected the points the right honourable member for North Thanet made to me, and again, like with other things, we'll continue to keep this area under review. Turning to Lord's Amendment number 3, which provides for children in care and care leavers who lose their free movement rights to obtain indefinite leave to remain, I would again pay tribute to the noble Lord Dubs, who sponsored this amendment in the other place, and the government agrees on the importance of protecting the rights of children in care and care leavers and other vulnerable groups as we end free movement. And I've also appreciated the points made in the letter that I replied to from the member for East Worthing and Shoreham. We are providing extensive support to local authorities who have the statutory responsibilities for this cohort to ensure these children and young people, like other vulnerable groups, get UK immigration status under the EU settlement scheme. This support includes the Settlement Resolution Centre. It includes grant funding of up to £17 million to cover last year and this to organisations across the UK to support all vulnerable groups in applying to the scheme. A survey of local authorities by the Home Office has so far identified fewer than 4,000 children in care and care leavers eligible for the EU settlement scheme, with over 40% of those having already applied for status under it, and with most of those who have applied having already received an outcome of settled status. The government has also made clear, in line with the withdrawal agreements, where a person eligible for status under the EU settlement scheme has reasonable grounds for missing the 30th of June 2020 deadline, they will be given a further opportunity to apply. We have also made clear those reasonable grounds will include where a parent, guardian or local authority does not apply on behalf of a child. Therefore, if a child in care or care leaver does miss the deadline, they will still be able to obtain lawful status in the UK. There is no time limit to what may be reasonable, so an application from a person who is a child aged 8 today would be reasonable if they discovered at age 18 their local council had not applied for them. The government is not therefore persuaded of the need for this amendment, and applicants under the age of 21 are already granted immediate settled status under the EU settlement scheme where a parent already has this status. And we'd also point, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the idea of applying this retrospectively runs counter to the general operation of the immigration rules. I now briefly turn to Lord's Amendment, I have to make progress, Lord's Amendment 4, which relates to family reunion and unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. I understand the important issues this amendment seeks to address and confirm the government's commitment to the principle of family unity and to supporting vulnerable children. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, recently announced at the Conservative Party conference our intention to reform our broken asylum system to make it firm but fair, and we intend to bring forward legislation next year to deliver this. Our reform system will be fair and compassionate towards those who need our help by welcoming people through safe and legal routes. It will, though, be firm in stopping the abuse of the system by those who misuse it simply to prevent their removal from this country, especially serious or persistent criminals. We do have a proud record of providing safety to those who need it through our asylum system and resettlement schemes, and we granted protection and other leave to more than 44,000 children seeking protection since 2010. The UK continues to be one of the highest recipients of asylum claims from unaccompanied children across Europe, receiving more claims than any EU member state in 2019 and 20% of all claims made in the EU. Yet now we have left the European Union, it does not make sense in the long term to have a different set of provisions for those in fundamentally safe and democratic countries compared to the rest of the world, unless based on effective reciprocal agreements relating to returns and family reunification. We have made a credible and serious offer to the EU on new arrangements for the family reunion of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and it remains our goal to negotiate such an arrangement. But the UK does provide safe and legal routes for people to join family members in the UK through existing immigration rules, all of which are unaffected by our exit from the European Union, such as the provisions under Part 11 of the immigration rules. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll briefly turn to Lord's Amendment number 5, which requires the Secretary of State to offer a physical document to any EEA citizen who applies or has been granted leave under the EU settlement scheme free of charge. As announced earlier, this amendment engages public financial provision. We won't debate it specifically, but I would point out this is something the House has considered on a number of occasions and has each time declined. And this is a move that's been made across our migration system. In particular, we're looking at B&Os. The route will also be one on an electronic system. And again, it's similar to other countries. For example, Australia has had such a system since 2015. I'm going to have to start making some progress. Lord's Amendments 6, 7 and 8 relate to detention time limits, which is not an issue directly relevant to the purpose of the bill, which is to end free movements. In addition, at the heart of the bill is a commitment to a global system and equal treatment of immigrants from all nationalities as we exit the transition period. On the broader point, to impose a 28-day time limit on detention is not practical and would encourage and reward abuse, especially of our protection routes, and no European country has adopted anything close to a time limit as short as that which is proposed in these amendments, and comparable nations have not gone down this route at all. Yet, I recognise the point that's made by those who pick up this issue and are concerned about it. And as I said, when we discussed a very similar amendment tabled at report stage, we do want to reform the system to having a quicker set of decisions, and again have a position where we're clear that detention is being used where there isn't another alternative or where there is a need to protect the public specifically from harm. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He'll be aware that many of us across the House are concerned about the fact that there isn't a limit. He's absolutely right that what is required is an international convention and an international agreement on all of this. But nevertheless, for some people to be detained indefinitely having committed no crime, is a matter of concern, and I'd just like his commitment to keep this matter under review within the Home Office.
Well, I thank the right honourable member for his constructive intervention. I will absolutely say we will keep it under review, and I would just gently say it's not possible to detain someone indefinitely as such. They can apply for immigration bail, and we have to meet a test that says there's a reasonable prospect of their removal. But he will similarly appreciate instances where it's actually out of the Home Office's hands or even this jurisdiction's hands, why we can't immediately remove someone for a particular day. Very briefly, because I'm conscious the numbers waiting to speak.
Last year, the government had to pay out £7 million to 272 people who were wrongfully detained. Was that good value for money?
Well, I thank the right honourable member for his intervention. To reassure him, the law on detention is very similar to what it was pre-2015 when he was in the Cabinet. And again, immigration detention is part of our roles, but I would gently say what we're pleased with, we have been reducing its use over recent years, because again, it should be a last resort where other methods cannot be used. But again, we would say with regret that now just putting in a 28-day limit would allow people to exploit the system and would actually run contrary to our ability to run an effective system. Turning to Amendment number 9, I particularly appreciated the chance today and over the weekend to have some significant conversation on this subject with the right honourable members from Maidenhead and Staffordshire Moorlands, who I know have a very strong passion and commitment to this area over a long period of time. Lord's Amendment number 9 would require arrangements to be made in the immigration rules for the grant of leave to remain to confirm victims of modern slavery or EEA citizens in specified circumstances. Now, we believe this amendment is unnecessary for the reasons which I will briefly set out. Currently, confirmed victims of modern slavery who are foreign nationals from non-EEA countries and who do not already have immigration status are automatically considered for a grant of discretionary leave to remain. By automatic, they don't have to apply for it. And our national referral mechanism arranges for this consideration after a decision has been reached. There are conclusive grounds to believe they are a victim of modern slavery. EEA citizens are not automatically considered in this way, as many are likely to be exercising free movement rights and do not therefore require a grant of discretionary leave under UK immigration rules. They may, however, apply for discretionary leave if they wish. Yet, and following some of the points picked up, following the end of free movement, EEA confirmed victims who do not already have permission to stay in the UK, for example through our EU settlement scheme, will be treated in the same way as other foreign national victims and therefore receive automatic consideration for a grant of discretionary leave. The published policy, in a moment, the published policy will be amended to make this clear beyond the 1st of January 2021. The recent publication reflects the guidance needed to be followed today with free movement rights still in place, and I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Overnight he knows I spoke to the Home Secretary and we agreed that this was an anomaly and needed to be sorted, and I'm pleased now that he commits to doing it. Would he also, however, commit to a full and proper set of discussions with those of us like Lord McCall, myself and others about the possibility of a modern slavery victim support legislation to iron out many of these anomalies now as we go forward?
I thank the right honourable member for his constructive intervention. Yes, certainly more than happy to engage with him about how we can look at this process going forward. And as we realise, it's not just this area where there's been a traditional difference, because EEA nationals have freedom of movement rights, therefore would be odd to be granting them a status under immigration, but certainly to have a conversation. And I'll also reassure people in the House, members in the House, that actually we would consider someone being held as a modern slave a reasonable ground for a late application to the European settlement scheme or EU settlement scheme as well. We would say gently it would be unhelpful to have two very similar sets of criteria, one under the immigration rules and one under policy, so therefore we would not accept this amendment. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, having been through the more contentious area, Lord's Amendment number 11 is one that was put forward in reaction to feedback in the other place. I do hope members would support that one. But I would hope for the reasons outlined why the government cannot accept the amendments that we would ask the House to disagree with, but I hope members will have had a sense of the commitment the government has to the issues raised.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Bambo Sharalambo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be at the dispatch box for the return of this incredibly important piece of legislation. I want to thank peers in the other place for their detailed work on this bill, and we welcome the amendments which have been secured, most of them with significant majorities, and with several of the improvements before us today demonstrating cross-party support. I would like to begin by first turning to Amendment 1, which would require the Secretary of State to commission and publish an independent assessment on the impact of ending free movement on the social care sector. The government's intransigence on this matter has been beyond disappointing. This bill has been an affront to those migrant workers working on the front line in social care. To have clapped for them on a Thursday night and then tell them that they are unskilled and therefore not welcome on a Monday is both disrespectful and shameful. Members of both sides of the House have witnessed the vulnerabilities across our social care sector, which, despite the best efforts of its dedicated workforce, has been pushed to the very limits over the course of the pandemic. Unison, the UK's largest trade union, represents our dedicated public sector workers, including social care workers across the UK. We have worked closely with Unison and have supported and represented workers throughout the pandemic. With their in-depth knowledge of the sector and foresight, they've articulated a vision of social care in their Care After COVID campaign to address the fault lines that were so exposed throughout the last 6 months. To propose a bill that will make radical changes to the recruitment of social care workers without considering the impact is quite simply negligent and careless governance. The ministers referred to the Migration Advisory Committee, and in their report, which was commissioned at the request of the Home Secretary, they recently expressed concerns about the social care sector and argued that if necessary funding and pay increases do not materialise urgently, it would expect the end of freedom of movement to increase the pressure on the social care sector, something that will be particularly difficult to understand at a time when so many care occupations are central to the COVID-19 pandemic frontline response. These remarks should unsettle and spur the government into action, and I fully expect that if the government don't listen on the day that the new points-based immigration system is implemented, we will still be deeply entrenched in the battle against coronavirus. If we do not do our due diligence by adopting this amendment, the bill is set to recklessly undermine social care at a time when we can least afford it. So we urge the government to reconsider its position, commission the impact assessment, and understand the impact of the bill on social care workforce, on visas, and the consequences for recruitment, training, and staff terms and conditions. Turning to Amendment 4, this would ensure safe refugee family reunion routes after Dublin 3 ceases to be available in the UK. Following the end of the UK-EU transition period, and I'd like to place on record my thanks to the brilliant and inspirational Lord Dubs for his tireless work and leadership on this amendment in the other place. A great deal has been said about immigration over the summer, and we on this side want to distance ourselves from the Home Secretary's dangerous rhetoric in the strongest possible terms and thank those lawyers who play such an important role in ensuring that the UK is upholding its international and legal obligations. This amendment demonstrates a future for one of the safe and legal routes we have all advocated for over the summer. The Dublin 3 regulation is for family reunion and represents legal routes to safety from Europe for children seeking to come to the UK. Family reunion under Dublin 3 is currently the only legal pathway to reach the UK from the EU for the purposes of claiming asylum. It will no longer apply after the transition period. If we do not seek to address this issue, then I fear that we will see more images of people making precarious and life-threatening journeys on dinghies across the Channel. The government will say that it has a draft proposal for family reunion. However, it's apparent that their proposal is woefully inadequate. The proposals remove all mandatory requirements to activate family reunions. They remove the child's right to appeal against refusal, and some children would not be covered by the narrower definition of family, which Parliament passed in the 2017 Act. Other safeguards have been removed too, such as deadlines. According to one NGO, 95% of people helped by NGOs to obtain right of passage would fail the test proposed by the government. Existing immigration laws also fail to cover this specific area. Therefore, this amendment gives Parliament a chance to ensure the basic principle of family reunion. This issue is incredibly salient, and our thoughts are still fixed upon the suffering and horrors caused by the fire at the Moria refugee camp in Lesbos. The scale of this tragedy could have been minimised. We all heard the pleas before the incident to the Greek government for help with numbers at the camp, yet the calls were ignored by the people in power. It is worth noting that the number of people who have come in under Dublin 3 have historically been very small. Up to 2014, there were 10 or 11 a year, and since 2016, a little over 500 have come in under this. We're hearing about the government's proposed Fairer Borders Bill on asylum, but those children cannot wait. We're asking this House to use its power to give transformative opportunities to innocent children who, through no fault of their own, have found themselves fleeing persecution and destitution. Now turning to Amendment 6. Amendment 6 offers to limit the maximum length that an individual can be held within immigration detention to 28 days. As well as implementing this backstop, the amendment also ensures that redetention cannot be used as a matter of routine and will instead only be justified in circumstances where there is a material change in the detained person's circumstances. The Secretary of State's decision to detain a person will, after 96 hours, be subject to judicial scrutiny at a bail hearing. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, the Secretary of State should only detain a person if they are in a position to set removal directions and to carry out those removal directions within 14 days of the initial bail hearing. This amendment commands cross-party support and has done so throughout its passage in both houses. It is overwhelmingly apparent that serious systemic problems exist within our current detention system. The courts and all parliamentary and inspectorate investigations in recent years have found fundamental failings. Long-term detention of mentally ill, vulnerable detainees remains a serious problem. The adults at risk policy does not provide a sufficient level of protection. Throughout the passage of this bill, defenders of the current system have stated that detention for over 28 days is limited only to those who have committed serious offences. Well, this simply isn't the case. In reality, we've seen examples of people with no offending history, including survivors of trafficking, detained for periods exceeding 28 days. On the basis of human rights alone, this amendment should be accepted, yet this is also a question of the general efficacy of our detention system. It causes unnecessary human pain and is a waste of resources to trap people in detention indefinitely with no definitive answer provided on their immigration status. It's why we and so many others feel so strongly that the case for immigration detention reform is long overdue. Amendment 3 would fast-track settled status for children in care and care leavers. I think all members would agree that the government do all it can to ensure that everyone who's eligible to apply for settled status via the EU settlement scheme is aware of the scheme. There is a profound and well-founded fear that EEA and Swiss children in care may be left behind. The Home Office has estimated that there are 5,000 looked-after children and 4,000 care leavers in the UK who would need to apply under the EU settlement scheme. Yet analysis from the Children's Society has found that 153 out of 211 local authorities across the UK have identified only 3,612 EEA and Swiss looked-after children and care leavers, with only 11% having so far secured status. The government have produced non-statutory guidance to local authorities on the EU settled status scheme regarding their roles and responsibilities for making or supporting applications for looked-after children and care leavers. Nevertheless, many local authorities are unaware of these responsibilities and are also blissfully unaware of the stark consequences and immigration enforcement measures that face children in their care if they fail to register under the EU settlement scheme. This risk is now further compounded by the coronavirus crisis as local authority resources are being diverted elsewhere. Identifying and assisting children in care to apply for immigration status, which is seemingly non-urgent, will inevitably be deprioritised. Implementation of this amendment would facilitate both local and national government to work together to ensure that no child in care and responsibility of the British state becomes undocumented. Amendment 2 guarantees the right of UK citizens who have moved to the EU to return home to the UK, accompanied by their close family, without financial restrictions. Under the bill's current form, British citizens who moved to other EU countries while the UK was a member will lose their right to return to their country of birth with a non-British partner or child unless they can meet financial conditions beyond the reach of many. If they need to return to look after an ageing parent, an example shared with us on numerous occasions, thousands will now have to choose between either returning to the UK alone, leaving their family behind, or abandoning their parent to stay with their non-British family overseas. Nobody should have to face a choice like that, especially in these unique circumstances brought about by the pandemic, which has created stress and anxiety for so many people. The government is planning to use this to end free movement as an opportunity to make British citizens, for the first time, meet the minimum income requirement for family reunion. The minimum income requirement is such a significant barrier that a study found that 40% of UK workers would not be able to reach it. Without this amendment, we end up in the perverse situation where the government discriminates against its own citizens. Whilst British citizens who moved or moved to the EU or EEA before the end of 2020 faces new restrictions, EU citizens who moved or moved to the UK before the end of 2020 will not. They would have the right under the withdrawal agreement to bring existing family members here for life, as well as keeping their existing right to return to their country of birth with families they have made in the UK. Amendment 5 offers a sensible method of helping to safeguard the rights of all EEA and Swiss citizens who will register through the European Union Settlement Scheme by providing them with physical proof of their status. In the largest survey to date, EU citizens' experience of the EU Settlement Scheme carried out by the 3 million, 89 expressed unhappiness about the lack of physical proof. Simple physical proof will provide citizens with definitive reassurance and provide instant recognition of settled status, meaning that people can continue to seamlessly live in the country following the end of the transition period.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way on that very point. Does he agree with me that having physical proof is deeply reassuring to many older people in particular, some of whom may not be familiar with IT and may feel that an IT-based system alone does not really give them the security that they so wish?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. He's exactly right on that issue, and many people have been confused by emails that they received which confuse them as to what status they have. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I warmly endorse the intervention that the honourable gentleman has just taken and say that governments of all stripes surely have enough experience of digital disasters to know that people need to have something tangible on which they can rely if they request it and if they feel insufficiently confident that a digital system will be sufficient to guarantee that they can prove their status.
The honourable gentleman makes, again, another excellent point. We do need to make sure that documentation is there, because we've seen the failings of other IT systems in the past, and we can't allow this to happen again with an issue so important as somebody's rights. So whilst we are very open to the government's aspiration to move towards a digitally focused system for all UK immigration, we're also very aware of the current internal failings which prevail within the Home Office. And with this in mind, we urge the government to think again about adopting this amendment to the bill. Amendment 9 gives the EEA and Swiss nationals who are victims of trafficking at least 12 months leave to remain and access to benefits during that period for continued recovery after being confined as victims of modern slavery. After being confirmed as victims of modern slavery. I would like to thank Lord McCall for all the work he's done on this and congratulate him for garnering considerable cross-party support. There is an unfortunate absence of domestic statutory provision in England and Wales for confirmed victims of human trafficking and their rights to support and assistance, and over the years this deficiency has been supplemented by EU law. As things stand, following the end of the UK-EU transition period on the 31st of December this year, human trafficking victims will be left in an undefined legal vacuum. Following the end of the EU settlement scheme, victims of human trafficking who are EEA and Swiss nationals would only be able to apply for discretionary leave to remain. The criteria for this are very narrow, and it's unclear whether the same treatment as non-EEA nationals will apply. This amendment will provide much-needed refuge and support to people who have suffered an unimaginable amount of uncertainty and abuse, and we hope that the government would also accept this amendment. We must tackle the systemic factors that lead to modern slavery and provide support to those who are affected and encourage more people to come forward to end the perpetuating cycle of abuse and crime. And I've heard what the Minister said, and we will wait with interest to see what the government's come up with, particularly in the area of support for victims of modern-day slavery. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this is a bad bill. It's reckless and ignores the evidence. The Lord's amendments, many of which have cross-party support, are a genuine attempt to address these failings. If passed unamended, this bill will lead to staff shortages in our care system at a time when it is perilously close to collapse. It will encourage dangerous crossings as it fails to address safe family reunion rates after Dublin III and lead to a lack of safeguarding and support for victims of modern-day slavery. These amendments have been very well debated both here and in the other place, and I urge the Minister to accept them.
We now have a time limit of 6 minutes. Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Dame Eleanor, I'm grateful to be called to this particular point because it was the Centre for Social Justice, which I set up and have the fortune to chair, that published the original document that pushed the government originally into the first modern-day slavery legislation, a matter of which I think they're very proud, and right too, to make the UK the first country in the world to bring such legislation forward. That legislation now needs overhauling. That's been the case for some time. And the recent report, which it happens here, Fighting UK Slavery in the 2020s, states, and I quote, "For many, having no recourse to public funds poses further barriers to moving people on safely, putting victims at risk of homelessness and destitution and making it more likely they will fall back into exploitation and trafficking." The one thing we can learn from recent events is that places like Leicester, where there has been now uncovered the most appalling nature of abuse of individuals who themselves have been victims of slavery, working for a pittance and living in terrible accommodation, is something we don't really want to see repeated again in the UK. And I think this is the point that I want to make throughout this. So there needs to be some kind of recourse to confirm victims of modern slavery to public funds, which would make them more secure than it is at the moment. And I think that legislation needs to make that the case. And the EEA nationals that we were just talking about just then, I'm pleased that the government has moved on this and recognised that there was some contradiction in what they were proposing in their guidance. And I noticed that there was a paragraph inserted into the guidance after Lord McCall's amendment had been passed, which had it been there had it been rectified originally, might have meant that there would have been no need for this particular amendment. And there were two contradictions, and I haven't got time, Dame Anna, to go through them now, so they can read them at all. But I'm pleased that the government has, as the Minister has said at the dispatch box earlier, has now rectified that and had said that the non-EEA and EEA nationals will actually be treated the same when it comes to DLR. And I think that is really important, a very good move, and I'm pleased that the government has done that. Having spoken to the Home Secretary and got that guarantee from her, it's a great pleasure to see it come at the dispatch box. But there's always been a problem with discretionary leave to remain, and made worse by a minister back in 2017 saying that there must be exceptional or compelling reasons to justify a grant. The bar has been set too high, and I think it's really important for us to recognise people coming from areas having suffered real persecution and slavery need to have a little more consideration about their position. They are not in the same boat as pure asylum seekers. In fact, people coming over here on that basis can get a much longer period of time, whereas somebody who has genuine problems where they have been simply abused finds their time curtailed. And this is why we need to look further than just what the government is doing here. I recognise that perhaps today this is not the right bill to try and press this forward, but I do say to the government that there is another way. And I recognise also that the problem on that score is that a confirmed refugee can get 5 years leave to remain, but a confirmed, and I say confirmed, victim of modern slavery gets no leave to remain at all. And it seems to me that we've got ourselves in a twisted position, not because the government wants to be there or any government wants to be there, but I think we've just got an anomaly. And I think we now need to deal with this by rectifying this. And this is the point that I really want to make, given the short period of time. I think it's expensive for someone to be taken through the national referral mechanism, conclude that they are a genuine victim of modern slavery, but not provide adequate care, remain very vulnerable and are quickly then re-trafficked. As I said earlier on, Leicester is a very good example of that, but there are other cities in the UK where people are drifting into these terrible conditions because they've got nowhere else to go, or for that matter going to national referral mechanism, but ongoing care is so uncertain they don't have the capacity to give evidence in court against their traffickers, and that's the one thing we want them to do. If anything else, to prosecute these people to make sure they never do it again. So we need to think about this very carefully. So I have an ask of the government. The ask was, I intervened on him to say this. First of all, I want to say he needs to make sure that the change to the guidance is in, and in the other place, Lord McCall and others recognise critically that this has been done. It's not just a gesture. Number two, I would ask him seriously, and he did say that he was prepared to do this, but we need to bring this all together in a new bill. A new bill that deals with the problems that we now found from a very good bill, but now coming through, about the abuse of people who are confirmed as having been brought in under modern-day slavery conditions and give them the kind of support that's necessary. I recognise the government is worried about people using this as a route, but I say to them that the numbers coming in this are so tiny when they get a claim, that we can surely manage this. This is not... I can understand failed immigration and people on asylum, but this is a very peculiar group that needs our care. If he can commit to that discussion with myself, Lord McCall and others in here who would wish to be part of that about future legislation, then we may need to make some progress on that. And I just want to end by saying this, Dame Eleanor. It is the mark of a civilized and decent society that when people have been tortured, when people have been persecuted and they flee to this country of all countries, that they get treated well. Why? Because that is who we are. Everybody, from Karl Marx through to Garibaldi, when they ran into difficulties and they were persecuted, they always came to the UK. Can we please today give ourselves a commitment that we will open our doors and welcome those people who are proved to be victims of modern-day slavery?
Stuart MacDonald.
Dame Eleanor, it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman who always speaks so expertly on issues of modern slavery. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think these Lord's Amendment ask three important questions of MPs. Firstly, are we going to protect and promote fair treatment for families and family unity? Will we look out for the most vulnerable? And do we listen to legitimate concerns raised by the communities impacted by migration policy? And I think if the answer to those questions is yes, as it should be, then we must oppose the Home Secretary's motions and support the amendments that have been made in the House of Lords. I'll start my whistle-stop tour with Amendment 2, if I may, which is designed to protect families. The fact is that we have in the UK some of the most restrictive family visa immigration rules in the world, splitting up tens of thousands of British citizens and children from their spouses and their parents. And sadly, that regime is now going to be extended to British citizens and settled persons who happen to fall in love with European nationals. There is little that we can do to stop that now, but what we can do is stop those rules applying to British citizens who already are living elsewhere in the EEA with non-UK spouses and their families. When these citizens left here and established family life elsewhere in the EEA, they had absolutely no reason ever to suspect their ability to return would be restricted. This is not, as the government has tended to suggest in some debates, about avoiding or circumventing rules. It's about British citizens having a legitimate expectation of an unrestricted right to return with their family, and the government should respect that expectation. And on the one hand, the government has to an extent recognised the particular circumstances of this group by providing a grace period, and that is good insofar as it goes. But the grace period does not solve the problem. It simply postpones this very deep unfairness for a couple of years. Basically, the government is saying to many families, you need to decide by March 2022. You can come back before then, uprooting your family even in the most difficult of circumstances. Otherwise, you will need to stay away altogether. Instead, what the government should do is simply remove the unfairness altogether and exempt this fixed and finite cohort from the rules forever. And I really can't see why that is such a difficult ask of the government. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 is also about the importance of family unity and about protecting some of the most vulnerable people out there, people seeking asylum, including unaccompanied children. And it's not just common sense, but common decency that says that this is the right place for an asylum claim to be considered if the applicant has a family connection here or if it is in the best interests of a child. As Lord Dubbs said in another place, this is not about the UK taking responsibility for all unaccompanied children. It's about taking a fair share of responsibility. The Dublin system is far from perfect, but so many families have benefited, and indeed the UK has benefited from that system as well, and the contribution those asylum seekers and refugees have made. Alternative options such as the exceptional route in immigration rules are way too limited in scope and just will not do as an alternative. Whatever is happening or whatever is not happening with negotiations, these people should not be the victims or the latest bargaining chips. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 3 would benefit another vulnerable group, children in care and care leavers, by fast-tracking their access to the settled status scheme, and it would allow these groups all to proceed to fully settled status rather than creating another cliff edge for a later date with pre-settled status. The government itself has acknowledged, and the Minister acknowledged today, that less than half of eligible children in these categories have applied to the settlement scheme, with just 8 months left to go. So this new approach is a practical and reasonable and, I'd say now, urgent compromise after government arguments against an earlier iteration of the amendment which referred to deemed leave. It's just a practical way to assist the government in achieving as broad a reach as possible for the EU settlement scheme. Having said that, I would echo what Lord Dubs himself said when moving the amendment, that local authorities and the Home Office must also make sure that those children who are entitled to British citizenship have access to that instead, full access without unnecessary fees and barriers. It's not enough, while welcome, for the government to state that late applications from these groups would be accepted. While that is better than not accepting such late applications, we should be doing everything possible to avoid any period of being undocumented at all and all the huge difficulties and stresses that can entail. So we support this amendment, and my Amendment A would simply increase its scope in order to include another group of care leavers under legislation in Scotland, something that the Scottish Government has written to the Minister about. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 9 concerns a group of people who could not be any more vulnerable, and that is the victims of the awful crimes of modern slavery. And I pay tribute to Lord McCall and various other members of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Modern Slavery for their relentless pursuit of this issue, including the Right Honourable Member opposite. In this party, we will always support immigration leave being granted where that is required for such victims to put their lives back together, and that is exactly what Lord McCall's amendment seeks to do. I agree with the observations of the Right Honourable Gentleman that I've listened to the exchange between him and the Minister, and will follow progress in that regard. But I do agree that we need to go further still. There are rights being lost for victims of modern slavery from the European Economic Area, and we have not got ourselves into a place yet where those rights are being adequately replaced. Turning to the detention amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, too many victims of modern slavery, far from being given a short grant of leave to remain to help rebuild their lives, end up instead in our hideous immigration detention estate, along with scores of others who should never be there. During the pandemic, the numbers detained have dropped significantly, and we should be aiming to keep numbers as low as possible. Detention should, as the Minister said, be a matter of last resort, and it should be for the absolute minimum period necessary. Yet the figures show that a majority of people detained are simply released again into the community, and it is a badge of shame, in my view, that the UK continues to be an outlier in failing to place any defined limit on detention at all. Again, these are basic but fundamental principles: the right to liberty and the requirement of speedy judicial oversight of any deprivation of liberty. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendments 1 and 5 highlight the Government's failure to listen to serious concerns. As we've heard, Amendment 1 flags up the huge danger that an end to free movement and the design of the future immigration system poses to the care sector. It's similar to an amendment brought when this bill was first in this place by my honourable friend for Argyll and Bute. It's totally wrong to talk of cheap labour undercutting the resident workforce here. We should be expressing our gratitude for the amazing work that EEA citizens are doing in our social care workforce. And the danger to the care system has been spelled out by the sector itself and by the Government's own Migration Advisory Committee, not just last week, but repeatedly. And yes, the long-term future of care will require greater investment and better pay, but the Government has shown no indication or inclination that it's going to fix that anytime soon, never mind in the 2.5 months between now and the end of free movement. So to take this step in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic is just jaw-droppingly reckless. As the MAC itself said, ending free movement will increase pressure on social care, something that would be particularly difficult to understand when care is so central to the pandemic frontline response. The Government isn't listening to the MAC. Perhaps a review that would follow this amendment will force the Government to listen. Finally, I close with Amendment 5, paying tribute to the 3 Million Campaign Group for their perseverance, even when it seems the Government doesn't listen. Now their very modest ask is that they are not used as guinea pigs in the Home Office's moves to go digital. They are simply asking that, like everybody else, they are provided with a physical means of proving their status here. The Minister referred to the example of Australia, but in Australia they spent 5-10 years trialling that system with a physical document as backup. This is first about technology, that your legal status and rights can be verified only by a Home Office system and all the risks that are inherent in that. Very, very briefly, if I'm
just in support of what he's saying, it's not that millions of these documents would have to be issued. They would only be issued to people who felt the need to request them.
Absolutely, and that would be the perfect trial of the Home Office system. If it really works as the Home Office anticipates, then there will not be demand for it. So if the Home Office has confidence in the system, then they should have nothing to fear from this. But it's not just about technology, it is also about human nature. We know that discrimination is a feature of the hostile environment policies. Private citizens are forced by the government to do checks, and they face harsh penalties if they get those checks wrong, and they will, as a result, play safe. The danger is that a property will be let to and a job will be offered to a person with a passport and a visa instead of to a person with a piece of digital code, all other things being equal. So the 3 million are simply asking to have the same reassurance everybody else has access to, and we should provide that. Madam Deputy Speaker, these amendments could have a transformative effect for many marginalised and vulnerable people. They will enhance family unity and they will provide additional reassurance for those most directly impacted by Brexit. It could be a small silver lining on what we regard as an awful bill, and we should stand by the House of Lords amendments.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on a number of amendments on this bill that we are discussing this evening, and I must declare my interest as the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery, which I co-chair with the Noble Baroness Butler-Sloss from the other place. I'm not going to repeat what my right honourable friend from Chingford said, because I agree wholeheartedly with every word. If I can add, though, to his comments that just today the organisation ECPAT published an FOI request which found that just 28 children who were confirmed victims of trafficking were granted discretionary leave to remain in the UK between 2016 and 2019. So I would say to the Minister, the statistics do not stack up with the words that we're hearing from the dispatch box. I know he's a good man and he wants to do the right thing, but we need to deliver as a government so that the statistics back up what is being said. The key point here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we want to see prosecutions. We will not break the cycle of this horrendous crime if we do not bring the perpetrators to justice. And that means having victims who are here in the United Kingdom able to testify, able to give evidence, and able to bring the perpetrators to justice. It is incredibly important that the government bears this in mind because, as with all hidden crimes, without the victims, who are the most vulnerable people imaginable, have been through the most hideous experiences, but without the support given to those victims, we will never break the cycle and not bring the perpetrators to justice. If I could urge him also not just to support what my right honourable friend said about the bill on support for victims, but also to implement all measures from the Modern Slavery Act, which was an excellent, groundbreaking, world-leading act, for using lots of cliches, but actually so much of it has not yet been implemented. And if it was implemented and implemented fully, then we would see so much more success in prosecutions, which is what we all want. I'll speak very briefly on Amendment 3. I urge the government to deliver on this matter, and communication is absolutely clear. We do need to make sure that those people entitled to claim the settled status do know about it. The international reputation of the United Kingdom is at risk here. Getting this wrong will not enhance the view of us in the world, and we need to make sure that we get this right. If I can focus the majority of my time on Amendment 4, and can I thank all ministers for engagement over this weekend. I spoke to the minister on the front bench, but also to other ministers in the Home Office, and I know that there is concern to make sure we get this right. But again, it goes back to the point, we must help the victims because we can't break the cycle of crime that is getting people to the point where they're in Calais and Dunkirk and Zeebrugge. We're never going to break that unless we can help the victims. And if I can gently say to the Minister, and he's not guilty of this, but I'll gently say it to all ministers, we mustn't think of victims as good victims or bad victims. When a constituent comes to our surgery and they've been a victim of a fraud, or a crime, we might well think to ourselves, well, buyer beware, and you should have realised when this too good to be true offer was put in front of you that maybe possibly you shouldn't have accepted or given your bank details or whatever else it might be, Madam Deputy Speaker, which we would say to our constituents. I hope you understand. But we don't judge. We don't say we're not going to take your case because you're a bad victim, because you're a victim who brought it on yourself. Instead, we say to our constituents, of course we will take your case to Parliament, of course we will raise it with ministers, of course we'll take it to the highest authorities, and the same applies to the victims of traffickers. If somebody has been trafficked to Calais, Zeebrugge or Dunkirk, they have done so because they believe there is a chance of a better life. And whether they were educated and should have known better or very vulnerable victims, they still are entitled to be listened to and heard. And it is clear from so many of hidden crimes, until victims are believed and listened to, we cannot break the cycle. So it is absolutely vital that we have a safe and legal passage that is available. We don't have that at the moment. When we're out of Dublin 3, what will be the safe and legal passage? We need to make sure there is a safe and legal passage. And just last week, the All-Party Parliamentary Group took evidence on the role that traffickers play in the migrant crisis in the Channel ports. And it's quite clear that the most success that the organisations that operate on the ground have had is when there is a scheme to which they can direct people. And the reality is that very few actually end up using the scheme, but they come forward to authority. They come and trust authority. These are people who've been abused by authority. So I think if we want to stop the small boats, if we want to stop the migrants being under the wheel arches of vehicles, if we want to deal with this, we need to deal with it by making sure there is a safe and legal passage. And if I can quote Bishop Desmond Tutu, who said there comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. And if I can urge the Minister to work with the Home Office and the newly created Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office to make sure that upstream we are dealing in source countries with how we stop people falling into the river, because we cannot deal with that problem just in the Channel.
Yeah. Stephen Timms.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to follow the Right Honourable Member, and I agree with the points that she made. Last month, the Home Office published its comprehensive improvement plan in response to the Windrush scandal. A big focus in it on listening to what outside organisations say, presumably with the intention of taking some notice of it, simply ignoring the concerns people have raised and ploughing on regardless is the reason we ended up with the Windrush scandal in the first place. In her foreword to the Comprehensive Improvement Plan, the Home Secretary says, and I quote, "Today the Home Office is already a very different place. We are listening to community leaders and organisations, and urgent change is underway." Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was hoping that that wasn't just hot air, but there is absolutely no hint of that change of heart in what the Minister has said to us this afternoon. He's rejected out of hands all the Lord's amendments. He was speaking for the old Home Office, not for the new Home Office that we've been promised in this comprehensive improvement plan. I want to focus my short remarks on one of the amendments in particular that was raised in my honourable friend's excellent opening remarks, raised as well by the SNP spokesperson and supported by interventions from both sides of the House. That's on Lord's Amendment number 5. Support for it has been underlined by a community organisation in my constituency, and I'll refer to that in a moment. But I want to underline again that, as elsewhere in this bill, community organisations, trade unions, businesses all agree. And I want to quote in particular what the business group London First says about Lord's Amendment 5. They say this: "With so much immigration control now being delegated to banks, landlords, employers, the complicated system being proposed involving websites, emails, passport numbers, passcodes and security questions to prove one's status leaves everyone in an uncertain position. Legitimate migrants will struggle to prove their status. Employers, service providers and landlords will be reluctant to take part in or to trust such a convoluted procedure. A piece of physical proof that can be produced on demand would give everyone the certainty that they need." And London First is absolutely right. Why is the Minister, quite contrary to the assurance in the Comprehensive Improvement Plan for the Home Office, not taking a blind bit of notice? This is purely about the administrative convenience for the Home Office. Support for Lord's Amendment 5 has been highlighted to me by the Roma Support Group, a long-established organisation doing excellent work in my constituency. The EU settlement scheme statistics show that Newham, the borough I represent, had a total of 91,000 applications submitted, the biggest number of any local authority, and within that, Romanians account for the biggest cohort, about a third of the total. The Roma Support Group pointed me towards the European Commission's Digital Economy and Society Index 2018 country report, Romania, which shows that by 2018, only 61% of Romanians were regular internet users, the EU average 81%, and looking at basic digital skills, 28% of Romanians compared with 57% for the EU average. The assessment of the Roma Support Group is that only 3% of their clients, and they've got over 5,000 in my borough, are able to complete an online EU SS application independently. And they also estimate that only 20% of the families they deal with have an IT device, such as a tablet or laptop, available to them at home. They've told me about Newham residents, Nikolai, single mother working in the hotel industry. She paid somebody to help her make the EU settlement scheme application in 2019. She didn't know that free support was available. After she was granted status, the third party that she paid gave her a confirmation letter from the Home Office and told her that paper would be the confirmation that she needed. And then in July this year, she realised that the status she has is only digital and that she doesn't have the details needed to access her online account. She had to get somebody to call the Home Office and change the details on it. Nikolai works in the construction industry. April this year, his work stopped due to the pandemic. Told to make a universal credit application. He was asked to provide his EU settlement scheme details. He'd applied with help from a local organisation, and he got into trouble as well because he couldn't access his digital status statement. And of course, everybody can see the benefits of moving in the direction the government wants to, but the fact is there is a large number of people, thousands of people, who will not be able to make this work in the short term. So I do say to the Minister to heed what he has signed up to in the Comprehensive Improvement Plan and accept Lord's Amendment number 5.
Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to follow the member for East Ham. I declare my interest as a barrister who has worked within the care system for many years. I'm delighted to be speaking in this debate at all because it's further evidence of the fact that this House is making the necessary laws and arrangements for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. The government was elected on a mandate to deliver departure from the EU in clear terms, and reform of the present broken immigration system is very much part of that mandate. I received many emails from my constituents in Derbyshire Dales who are pressing for such reform. The primary purpose of this bill is to end the free movement of persons in UK law and to make EU citizens and their families subject to UK immigration controls. It's the government's clear intention that at the end of the transition period, citizens of the EU and their families will require permission to enter and remain in the EU. For me, this is the logical result of our leaving the EU and becoming independent once more. I should mention that the bill protects the immigration status of Irish citizens once free movement ends. This is only proper and is enshrined in the long-standing Ireland Act of 1949 and subsequent legislation. As often is the case, the Lord's amendments seek to water down or negate the purpose of this important, good piece of legislation. I am of the view that if the amendments are passed, I would be letting down my electorate in Derbyshire Dales. I therefore oppose the amendments and wholeheartedly support the government this evening. It's time for a clear and logical reform of the present broken immigration system. I would like to turn at this stage to the impact of ending free movement on the social care sector. Lord's Amendment 1, of course, requires the Secretary of State to publish an independent assessment of the impact of ending free movement on the social care sector within 6 months. This is wholly unnecessary. The government already works with the Skills for Care, who carry out independent reporting, and also rely on the information of the Independent Migration Advisory Committee, which will be providing annual reports on our new immigration system, on how it will be working. I am of the view that immigration is not the solution to the challenges the care sector faces. The solution to these problems rests at home. The government is investing vast amounts of money, including 1.5 billion more funding into adult and children's social care, and have launched a national recruitment scheme, which I support in this sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us how important this sector is and how important it is to treasure, train and retain social care workers in this country. Our focus needs to be investing in this country, and I won't give way, for more young people and older people in this country to be retrained and to work in this sector and to be valued for proper wages. We have a fantastic resource at home. In Derbyshire Dales, I've spoken to several care workers. They all work incredibly hard and we treasure them. For these reasons, I oppose Lord's Amendment 1. I turn to Lord's Amendment 2, which would, of course, amend Clause 4 of the bill. I can't go into as much detail as I'd like because of time constraints, but the change suggested would provide preferential family reunion rights under EU free movement law indefinitely. The people of this country did not vote to leave the EU to go on to grant such indefinite rights. It would provide an unfair situation for all other UK nationals who wish to live in the UK with family from outside the EU. The suggested creation of a lifetime right for one group of nationals over another, UK nationals living overseas who have families from other parts of the world, would just be grossly unfair to our citizens. We are not leaving the EU and taking the EU's broken immigration rules with us. The need for the European Union free movement simply needs to end. If I turn briefly to Lord's Amendment 3 in relation to children in care, the proposal is over-emotive and simply not necessary. The government is providing extensive support to local authorities, which have a legal responsibility already for applying on behalf of eligible children in care to get UK immigration status under the settlement scheme. In my practice at the bar, representing guardians and children, parents and local authorities, I witness these circumstances frequently. Further, the government has made it clear they will accept late applications. This amendment is just political and wholly unnecessary. I'm not going to be able to spend much time, I'm afraid, talking about Dublin 3, but I also think that it is worth remembering that this country is now a sovereign country and we can make our own laws. We have a strong record of supporting vulnerable children, refugees and asylum seekers, and we will do that. We have an admirable record internationally, and I don't accept the gainsaying and doom that we hear from the opposition. The fact is we have an electoral mandate to fix the problems which exist in our broken electoral system, and I very much look forward to the great ideas of this government for new legislation in this area next year. We will continue to provide a safe haven to those fleeing persecution, oppression and tyranny, but we will not allow organised criminals to continue to exploit people, and we will have to stop what is happening in bringing people who have been exploited across the channel. Briefly on Amendment 5, I say that we don't need to rely solely on written documents. Physical documents can get lost, stolen and often tampered with. The online scheme is safer and more reliable. I therefore oppose the amendment. As I'm running out of time, I won't be able to go into detention, save to say that you have to have a time limit to be able to control immigration. Any other suggestion is fanciful. I have no hesitation in supporting the government in opposing the amendments today.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say to the Government, I am disappointed that it is resisting all of these amendments from the Lords. Clearly, legislation is needed, immigration legislation is needed, and new immigration rules are needed in time for January when the transition ends. But the purpose of Lords' amendments is to try and improve those rules, to try and improve the legislation. I would say to the honourable member who has just taken her seat seat, that is what this debate is all about for the UK, to decide what principles it wants to embed in the immigration system for the future. And many of those Lord's amendments are about establishing principles around compassion and drawing on the history the UK has long had of supporting refugees and also supporting the vulnerable. It's disappointing the government is not responding to the mild request to have a social care impact assessment. It's only a limited request, but it is the right response to the Migration Advisory Committee's recommendation that something needs to be done. They've recommended a pay increase. I would strongly like to see that pay increase. In the absence of that, they said social care should be added to the shortage occupation list to make sure that this vital service is not overstretched as we go through another difficult winter. But the government has provided no such response to that at all. Lord's Amendment 3 support some of the most vulnerable EU citizens, those who are children in our care system, many of whom may not even know that they are not British, but who nobody has put in an application for them on their behalf. And when the Minister said that, well, there are fewer than 4,000 children and 40,000 have applied, well, that means that 60% haven't applied, and we're talking about over 2,000 children. It's not that many from the point of view of the government system, but for every single one of those children, it could have a huge impact on their lives. With many years to come, they find, in fact, they do not have the entitlements in place. And whilst the Minister said, that's okay, it'll be fine, the Home Office will sort it in future, unfortunately, the legacy of the Windrush scandal has proved that, in fact, the Home Office has not been historically very good at resolving those things many years into the future when policies move on and institutional memory is lost. So I support the powerful words from my honourable friend, the member for East Ham, on why we also should have a physical document, again, learning the lessons from the Windrush scandal and what went wrong there. But I also particularly urge the government to look again at Lord's Amendment 4, put forward by Lord Alf Dubs, who himself came here as a child refugee as part of the kinder transport, when the UK rightly did its bit to support children fleeing persecution. The children and the teenagers that we are talking about are those who have fled conflict or persecution and who have family who are here who could look after them. Some are in camps in Greece now, some are sleeping on the streets in France, and they should be in a safe home with relatives who can care for them. Yeah. Safe Passage, who the government has rightly worked with on supporting child refugees in the past, has warned that 95% of the children and young people that they have supported through the Dublin route to rejoin family members would be unlikely to qualify under the system that the government is now proposing to replace the Dublin arrangements. The immigration rules that he wants to fall back on prevent that child or that teenager joining an aunt or an older brother or someone who could look after them when they have already been separated from their parents, separated from those who they love. And it's not just an inhumane approach to deny that small number of children the chance to rejoin family who can look after them. It's also counterproductive and dangerous because it puts them at the mercy of being exploited by trafficking gangs, by criminal gangs, and who can suck them in to exploitation. Safe Passage has already said that some of the young people who they have been working with in Europe and trying to urge them to go to the legal system, to apply for asylum in those countries, and then where necessary to apply then to rejoin family in the UK. Instead, they're starting to panic because they think the system is being changed and they're starting to abscond. And that means they are starting to be sucked into the arms of those smuggler gangs. We all know those boats coming across the channel are really dangerous. We should be taking action to prevent that, to prevent those lives being put at risk, and that includes making sure that where there are young people who have family to care for them, that they can do so in a legal way. Finally, can I support some of the words from the Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorland, the Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorland, who talked about the importance of providing support for, and the Right Honourable Member for Chingford as well, who talked about support for providing support for victims of trafficking, victims of modern slavery. The Modern Slavery Act put forward by a former Prime Minister when she was Home Secretary was rightly immensely important, but it's not working in practice if some of those trafficking victims and modern slavery victims simply don't get the support we need. It is possible to have a new immigration system that also provides support for the most vulnerable and those who are victims of slavery. The government should do that.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee. Like others, I would like to thank all those in the other place for their time and attention to this bill. The amendments that they have sent to us undoubtedly are significant improvements. And like the Right Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Select Committee, I do regret that all we've had from the Government is a de plano refusal of them. Not even any amendments in lieu, which would show a level of engagement. I think that's particularly true in relation to Amendment 1, an eminently modest proposal, which has elicited this quite remarkable assertion that somehow or another the purpose of immigration is to keep wages and salaries low in the British care sector. Now, I have to say I struggle with that somewhat, and I just don't buy the idea that somehow or another, if we were to increase the level of pay in the care sector, that you would necessarily see a flood of local labour going back into it. But even notwithstanding that, it is, I would say, quite remarkable to think that a government would not want to have an impact assessment for an area in public policy where, frankly, we have struggled with the financing of it for almost as long as I have been in this House, or indeed I can't remember a time when in any part of the United Kingdom we didn't struggle with the finances of that. To touch briefly on the amendment number 5, which was promoted in the other place by my noble friend Lord Oates. The points were made, I thought, exceptionally well by the honourable gentleman, the member for East Ham, but the promises that were made by the government at the election last year were that there would be some sort of evidence-based settlement scheme. And now we're told that it will be enough just to rely on a digital provision. I have to say, I strongly suspect that inside the National Audit Office there are alarm bells and lights that flash every time a minister stands at the dispatch box and says that there will be a digital solution to the problem. Because any digital solution generally creates a new problem, in my experience, and especially for those who are older and who are digitally excluded, this is going to be a further and unnecessary level of exclusion. I want to focus the bulk of my remarks this evening on amendments number 6 to 8 and 10, which were promoted in the other place by my noble friend, the Baroness Hamway. And subject to your agreement, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would hope that we might test the opinion of the House in relation to these at a later point this evening. It is worthy of note that the United Kingdom is the only country in Europe that locks people up indefinitely for immigration purposes. Detaining people for months on end without giving them any idea how long they will be there is clearly inhumane, but it is also expensive and unnecessary. I've long since given up trying to plead with Home Office ministers on the basis of humanity and compassion, but I would hope that a case based on economy and efficiency would be one that would find some favour. But even there, it seems not to be the case. I made the intervention on the Minister that he deftly ignored. £7 million paid out last year. 272 cases of wrongful detention. That is the scale of the crisis that there is in this area. It really does concern me that there is so little concern about the fact that no fewer than 272 people were detained wrongfully. It's wrong, it's inefficient, it's expensive. And for these reasons, surely at least the government should be looking to find a better and more humane basis of doing this. Of course, yeah.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I'm very much agreeing with what he said. He said he's given up asking the Home Office for compassion. I wonder whether he's seen in the Comprehensive Improvement Plan that theme 2 is a more compassionate approach.
Well, indeed, that is the case. The rhetoric, however, and the reality don't always provide a perfect match in this regard. But I think, in fairness, and if at the risk of playing in semantics here, it wouldn't be that difficult to achieve a more compassionate system, because we are currently starting from an exceptionally low base. At the end of June of this year, even in the midst of this pandemic, there were 40 people who had been in detention for over a year, and 4 people who had been in detention for more than 2 years. And this is particular importance, I think, when one considers the other areas that we've discussed this evening, the right to family reunion for child refugees, and also to pick up the point from the Right Honourable Gentleman from Chingford and Wood Green in relation to Amendment 9, that I'm not going to have much time, but I do endorse the views of the Right Honourable Gentleman in relation to human trafficking. The problem in all these cases is that you don't get upstream, because we don't get the necessary cooperation from the victims themselves. And really, if the focus in our system was on catching those who are responsible for the trafficking and not for those who are the victims of it, then we would be in a much stronger position. And I have to say that the issue of unlimited detention comes right to the heart of that. It's about which end of the telescope you see the problem through. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that the amendments that are before the House this evening are all significant improvements. I hope that the Government, on reflection, will find a way to engage in a more constructive and compassionate way.
Thank you very much. It's difficult in 6 minutes to do justice to such an important piece of legislation with such a diverse number of amendments. I want to talk primarily to Lord's Amendment 3, the old new clause 2, which I proposed at report stage here, and Lord's Amendment 4, the old clause new clause 29 on the Dublin replacement. But I also support Lord's Amendment 6, previously proposed by my right honourable friend from Horton, Bryce and Howden, and Lord's Amendment 9, which my right honourable friend from Chingford spoke so eloquently about. Now, we have previous arguments on Lord's Amendment 3 about lots of children in care going under the radar. It's now just 8 months to go until the end of the EU settlement scheme. The Home Office originally told us that they estimated there were some 9,000 EU children in care and care leavers in this country. But now, after a survey completed by 90% of local authorities, they suggest that figure is under 4,000. Why? Why the drop? At a similar time when they estimated that the number of EU adults who would register qualifying for the EU settlement scheme would be 3 million, it's turned out to be over 4 million. So why does the child number go down, children in care, and yet adults has actually gone up? And these children, of course, already in this country. Not a single additional child under the legislation will be brought into this country. It's about regularising and giving safety and confirmation to children already in this country. So that's why I feel this amendment is still very important, and we risk another Windrush scandal for a particularly vulnerable set of children growing up in care, who inevitably have more chaotic lifestyles than most people. Of Quorum, the charity recent research Children Left Out, also highlighted a mixed practice amongst local authorities identifying and supporting children in care through the EU settlement scheme, with fears that some local authorities are making no attempt to identify children in their care who need to regularise their status, and of course there's no incentive for them to regularise that status through citizenship, where it costs £1,012 for every child to do that. So, I will, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make the point. I think my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, is drawing attention to a very important issue. Does he agree with me that the crucial point is that a local authority as the corporate parent may have the statutory duty, but if the child does not have documentary evidence proving their nationality, not their residence, which the local authority can prove easily, but their nationality, then the local authority is unable to take forward that application at all. And that's the issue which I'm hoping my right honourable friend will be able to address as he responds to this debate later.
Right, and it is very difficult to replace documents, and many of them have come here without any documents. You're relying on the timescales of other high commissions and embassies from around various EU countries, and it's not exactly a priority of social workers who are absolutely snowed under with all the other safeguarding roles they have to do. So I think this is a really important amendment. There was, interestingly, a judgment by the local government ombudsman against Liverpool Council because they had not, and it was upheld, the care leaver complained the council had failed to regularise his immigration status to failing to secure him with British citizenship and a passport, which meant he couldn't travel and he couldn't work, and that complaint was absolutely upheld. The government didn't actually vote against this amendment in the Lords. So what has changed between the other place and here tonight? This is a great opportunity for the government to show why this is necessary without adding a single additional person to the immigration figures, if that is what they're actually worried about. Now, on the family reunion, Lord's Amendment 4, given events of recent days and weeks, this amendment is now more necessary than ever. It was strongly supported in the Lords by 317 to 223. There were many who supported it, including me, in the Commons. We were told before that there was no need to put these amendments in Brexit legislation as it would bind the hands of negotiators. Then we were told in June that we can leave it to the negotiators and it will be part of negotiations, despite the fact that in May the government produced a command paper which removed all the mandatory requirements on the government to facilitate family reunions and will make a child's right to join their relatives entirely discretionary. And the text in that command paper intentionally avoids providing rights to children, has no appeal process, and attempts to be beyond the reach of the UK courts. And as we've heard, before Dublin 3 came in, before those mandatory provisions were brought in, just 11 children per year came to this country under this scheme. Since 2016, the average number rescued, because that's what they are, has been over 500. It worked well. So we need a mandatory scheme up for negotiation. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no mandatory scheme up for negotiation. A new agreement with the EU to replace Dublin 3 is not actually under discussion in the negotiations and hasn't been for some time, as the EU has no mandate from member states. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, as from last week, there are no negotiations. So we're at risk of leaving a large vacuum. But we also need a scheme that is as good as Dublin 3. So the Minister says that we'll use the UK scheme available to reuniting families from the rest of the world. But the UK scheme is restricted to unaccompanied children joining just parents. If you have fled Syria because your parents have been killed, you have no parents. You would not qualify. A brother, a sister, an uncle may be the only surviving relative of some of these kids who happens to be in the UK. The UK scheme as it stands, without a replacement for Dublin 3, would ignore all those children. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and if I can make the point that it's often said that these are older children. They're 14, 15, 16. Well, I have a 14-year-old, and if my 14-year-old didn't have me, I'd want to know that they could go to one of my family, be that my brothers or my in-laws. Does he agree with that point?
Well, my right-hand friend is right, and I've met many of these children in camps in Cali, in camps in Jordan and Satiri, and in some of the less well-run camps in Greece as well. These are real children, bereft of parents in many cases, with just a link in the UK, which if we don't have this legislation, if we don't have a replacement, they have no obvious safe and legal route to get to the UK. Now, the Minister says quite rightly, we have been very generous in this country and various other schemes. Absolutely, I agree. The family reunion visas, issuing 7,400, I think, in the year to March. The vulnerable persons settlement scheme and the hugely successful Dub scheme with 480 children coming across. And again, I pay tribute, like everybody, to St. Alf Dubs for the fantastic work he does in this cause. And it was a privilege to go to the United Nations with him and also to the Satiri camp in Jordan. But of course, the Dub scheme, Madam Deputy Speaker, is full. And none of those other schemes are currently operating. So as from January the 1st, there will be no effective mandatory family reunion scheme either. From January the 1st, there will be no safe and legal route for these children to come to the UK. Now, I am tough on the illegal migrant crossings across the Channel. I think many of those people who can afford to pay people smugglers are effectively jumping the queue ahead of those who are in refugee camps, who are going through due process, who are abiding by the rules. If we are going to be tough, and gosh, we need to be tougher on these routes which line the pockets of people smugglers, we need to make sure we have alternative safe and legal routes for those genuine vulnerable refugees, particularly children, to whom we do have a duty of care and can offer them a safe haven in this country. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has come at the worst time, as we heard from the Labour front bench, after the fires in Lesbos at the beginning of September, in camps that were already 5 times over capacity, with over 13,000 people residing in a centre built for 2,757. There are now more than 1,600 unaccompanied children on the Greek islands, many without basic needs being met, many children with chronic illnesses. As of last week, there were over 300 COVID cases on Lesbos alone, with a hospital that has capacity for just 50 people. These are deeply vulnerable children, dangerously exposed to people traffickers and other exploitation. 7% of these children are under the age of 14, yet we have no scheme to deal with them. Despite having taken many reunification cases earlier in the year, for these children, France is taking 350, Portugal 500, Belgium, Croatia, Finland, Germany, Ireland, Luxembourg, Lithuania and Slovenia are taking these children. What are we doing about it, Minister? The government has said we don't have places for them, but local authorities, more than 30 local authorities, have identified 1,400 places if the government will make this scheme work and will pay the cost of it. Minister, we need a Dubs 2 and we need a family reunion scheme regardless of Brexit. We need it. We have a great tradition of saving these children. If we don't have it in this bill, come the 1st of January, we will have no safe and legal route for very, very vulnerable children.
After the next speaker, the time limit will be reduced to 4 minutes. I like to give that warning in advance so that members can prepare if necessary. Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who I think made a very powerful contribution, not only on Amendment 3 and Amendment 6, but right the way through the comments that he had to make. And I think it is a testament to this House that almost every contribution thus far has been on the right track, has exuded the compassion that we want to show as a country, and no more so than the Right Honourable Lady, the Member for Staffordshire Moorlands. I was greatly enthralled by what she had to say, and I agree with the sentiments that she expressed. Madam Deputy Speaker, on Amendment 5, I know the Government have engaged financial privilege, and with that they are asking this House to disagree on the financial implications of the proof of status document, and no other reason. Engaging financial privilege means that is the rationale for asking us to disagree with Amendment 5. And I would ask the Minister to reflect in his comments, if the only issue is finance, if he recognises that a biometric residence permit, for example, is available for less than £20, if that is the issue, then I hope that should there be a subsequent attempt in the other place to insert a similar amendment without subsection 2, that government will agree, because I think the argument's not only about digitalisation, about the difficulties associated with online information solely, and the desire that people sincerely have to hold a permit outlining their status, then it is something that the government should engage with thoughtfully. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spoken quite a number of occasions in this House around the issue of indefinite detention. The Minister knows that I have quite a rigid position on indefinite detention. I was more keenly in support of amendments that were previously before this House that at least gave the opportunity for an extension of an additional 28 days. I thought that gave government more latitude in exceptional circumstances. But I still believe that indefinite detention is immoral. It is unjustified. I haven't heard justifiable rationale for it yet. It is unjustifiable. No one has... we hear about the difficult stories, the hard stories. We hear about the excessive cases. If someone breaks the law in this country, then arrest them and put them through due process. If somebody is going through an immigration application process, don't put them in custody. Don't give them any sense of how long that process will be. Treat them like we would wish to be treated. Treat them humanly and humanely. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to touch on Amendment 9 for the remainder of my speech. I'm pleased to speak in support of Amendment 9, which was supported in the other place through a powerful speech of my colleague Lord Morrow, who as a private member in the Northern Ireland Assembly brought through our seminal Human Traffic and Exploitation Act. And for those that talk about the United Kingdom government bringing forward modern slavery legislation being the best in the world, it started in Northern Ireland first, and we are proud of that record. We were the first devolved administration to bring forward our legislation, and we were proud for what was achieved at that point. And I did listen very carefully to the Minister in his opening remarks. I was grateful for a telephone conversation we had earlier today and for the subsequent correspondence that he has shared. And I think he knows from the tenor of contributions from the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Wood Green and others that there is still work to be done on Amendment 9. There is still work to be done on changing the terms of the guidance available. And so I do recognise the development that he has brought forward this afternoon. But I'm still not sure that from what we've heard this evening, we should be convinced that it's good enough reason for this House to agree with the government and disagreeing with the Lord's Amendment. The presenting challenge is that any trafficked person from an EEA territory who arrives in the UK after 31st of December will only have one long-term route to recovering discretionary leave to remain, whereas today they have two. While the commitment to automatic consideration is progress, it does not change the fact that the then Government Minister spoke to the DWP Select Committee in 2017 as part of the inquiry and said there must be an exceptional or compelling reason to justify a grant of discretionary leave to remain. And you only have to go through some of the FOIs, and it shouldn't be that difficult to get this information from the Home Office. But you have to go through FOIs to establish that 8 to 9% of applications from those certified as victims of modern slavery inevitably get discretionary leave to remain. That's far too low. Far too low, and something that the government needs to consider. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fail to see why confirmed victims losing their right to recovery through treaty rights will be particularly reassured by the commitment they will automatically be considered for something. Like unlike recourse to public funds through their treaty rights is only given in an exceptional situation, that 8 or 9%. The other difficulty with the idea that the introduction of automatic assessment for discretionary leave to remain is an effective replacement to recourse for public funds through treaty rights is the fact that discretionary leave to remain is discretionary. It's not a right. Clause 12 makes it a right. Amendment 9 makes it a right. If a confirmed victim of modern slavery who is an EEA national meets criteria in subsection 2, then their access to leave to remain will no longer be discretionary, and that is what we should strive to achieve, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
The time limit is now reduced to 4 minutes. Virginia Crosby.
It's a pleasure to speak in this debate and follow the Honourable Member for Belfast East, who speaks with such compassion. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a child I remember being told, well, Virginia, life just isn't fair. Well, why can't life be fair? I believe in fairly rewarding people for the hard work that they do. I believe in using our hard-earned taxpayers' money fairly and responsibly to honour the effort that's been put into generating it. And I believe we must fairly give our gratitude to those who help others, like Roy Files and the many hidden heroes who do so much for others in my constituency of Arnis Morn. However, whilst we've been a member of the EU and have been abiding by the free movement of people, we've been unable to make our immigration system fair. But that is now changing. As we near the end of the transition period, we're greeted with many new opportunities. From January the 1st, we'll give priority to those with the highest skills and the greatest talent, scientists, engineers, academics, and other highly skilled workers, so that we're better equipped to deal with the challenges of the 21st century, whether it be increased STEM professionals or doctors. As the Member of Parliament for Arnismorn, I received many letters and emails from my constituents who simply cannot get an appointment with a doctor in Holyhead. These services are vital for their health and well-being. And one of my constituents, Mr. Barry Smith, wrote in desperation, "There are 2 GP surgeries in Holyhead, Longford and Cambria, who for some time have not had consistent or regular doctors. Is there anything you can do to bring forward a solution to the dire shortage of GPs in Holyhead?" So what is the solution? Keith Amos, the head of service managed practices at Betsy Cadwallader, and his team have been working hard to ensure my constituents can access the healthcare support they need on the island, whether it's e-consultation, paramedics or occupational therapy. But there's an ongoing struggle to recruit GPs. Today, he said to me, in North Wales, we are desperately short of GPs. The key is that we recruit doctors with the right qualifications. But a long-term solution is in sight.
government to start to modify the worst aspect of immigration detention, is that we provide for people to be put in immigration without ever telling them when they're going to come out from detention, which seems to me to be the most atrocious thing to do to anyone. And those of us who've had to go through lockdowns, a national lockdown, or perhaps through quarantine, know what a psychologically debilitating position it can be. Imagine being in that circumstance and never knowing when you'll come out. So this was an opportunity to make change. It was an amendment, if I may say to the Minister, that he could have adopted. It is an amendment that screams, we can do better. Please accept this. And the Minister said in his opening address that 28 days was a very short limit. Well, the government, of course, had the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to put in their own limit if they had wished to do so. And yet the government did not do that. It's another indication of the lost opportunity from making this amendment change today. I was grateful, if I may say to my honourable friend, and I unfortunately I don't comment enough on this issue too often, but I was very pleased that he did not use the usual trope from the Home Office that putting a limit on immigration, a time limit on immigration detention, would let out the rapists, the murderers and other people they like to scare others about. Because as the Minister well knows, that argument doesn't hold water. There were, I think, 24,500 people or so in detention in 2019, of which 26 were detained for more than 28 days. That's 6,373 people. That is a vastly large number of people who were detained for over 28 days. That got nothing to do with failures in the criminal justice system for not processing their immigration claims whilst they were in prison. I would say to the Minister that, as he indicated in his own speech, and as others have said in their contributions, that we're at the stage where we're now looking for a new system. It's a system that promises to speed up some of these application processes, to do more with our asylum system so that it can be more effective. Well, I would say gently to my honourable friend, that the government cannot speed up a broken immigration system without causing more harm. It is better first to recognise the failures in the system that we have today before seeking then to speed those up, thinking that somehow that will provide a solution. And it is because of that that I am so disappointed that the government hasn't taken this opportunity to say we will put in a time limit, that it hasn't taken this opportunity to say we understand the psychological problems that can come when you detain someone without telling people they can leave. Because what I want to see from the government, if they come forward with those new moves, is I want to see the government saying, when someone comes here to claim asylum, we're going to provide them with the best psychological, access to the best psychological resources, so we can understand the real underpinnings for why they have sought asylum. I want them to have the best access to legal aid and to legal rights, so that their claim can be made with the best precision and the best chance that those honourable claims for asylum can be heard and can be recognised.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like others today, I rise to speak to the Lord's Amendments 4 and 5. Amendment 5 would ensure EU citizens receive physical proof of settled status if requested. The government has responded to calls for physical proof by saying that digital status can be lost, stolen, damaged or tampered with. What a great argument. Why don't we move to digital passports next? For EU citizens living in the EU, their settled status certification could soon have a similar importance as having a passport. Also, the government's response is simply not true. Digital data is regularly lost and stolen. It is also not true that data cannot be damaged or tampered with. The 3 million has heard from an EU citizen of just that. The photograph of her digital status has been swapped with another without her knowledge or consent. 22% of people do not have the essential digital skills for day-to-day life in the UK. Those who struggle with digital skills will not be able to access their status when they need it without further help. It will mean widespread discrimination, from finding employment or a place to live to opening a bank account. A survey from the Residential Landlords Association found that 20% of landlords are less likely to consider renting to EU or EEA nationals, simply because it is becoming very complicated. Is it any wonder that the lack of physical documentation is causing real anxiety? Digital simply does not work. Lack of physical documentation will have very real consequences for EU citizens living in the UK. Amendment 5 simply ensures that EU citizens have the same quality of life, housing and employment. The callous disregard of this government for people and their rights only because we have left the EU has been sickening, and I simply do not believe that that is what the British people voted for. I also urge members to protect children and families by supporting Amendment 4. I simply cannot understand the cruelty that drives this government to not guarantee family reunion. What has become of this once tolerant nation whose rules were based on a humane response to tragedy and hardship? All too often it is now children who lose their lives in the dangerous attempts to be reunited with a family member. Those children are already traumatized by conflict, loss of family members, destitution and fear of their lives. Families must be together, and the UK should guarantee this. Removing safe and legal routes to the UK is cruel and counterproductive. And I simply, again, cannot understand why it seemed to be a shame that this government once had this humane and compassionate response to people who faced hardship. It simply increases the risk of dangerous journeys and exploitation by criminal gangs, and we have already heard very much about this this evening. Research from the UN High Commissioner for Refugees shows that children are especially likely to resort to people smuggling when access to family reunion is delayed or at risk. What is more, our communities are ready to support unaccompanied children, to give them a home and a chance to rebuild their lives. Councils have pledged 1,400 places for unaccompanied child refugees in Europe. If only the government provides them with a legal route. It is inexplicable that this government is not prepared to support the efforts of council and local people whose hearts are simply in the right place. We have a choice about the sort of country we want to be in. Do we callously turn our backs to those most in need, or do we uphold the values of compassion and humanity? And I haven't given up, Madam Deputy Speaker, to urge the government to listen to compassion and humanity. I urge the government and members across the House to please do the right thing. Thank you.
Sally Ann Hott.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill which ends free movement, taking back control of our borders, delivering on people's priorities and paves the way for a modern, fairer-based points immigration system that will welcome skilled workers from across the world to contribute to the United Kingdom's economy, communities and public services. I want to consider now the amendment which proposes that the children of the EEA and Swiss nationals who are in care or entitled to care leaving support are granted automatic indefinite leave to remain under the EU settlement scheme. The government has legislated through the EU Withdrawal Agreement Act to protect the residence rights of EEA and Swiss citizens and their family members who are in the UK by the end of the transition period. In addition, the government fully opened the EU settlement scheme to such citizens and their family members in March last year. The concern the amendment raises is that if eligible children are not identified and supported into the scheme, it will leave them at risk of being left here unlawfully through no fault of their own. This amendment would give EEA and Swiss children who are currently in the UK a default safety net to qualify under the EU settlement scheme if it was later found out that the necessary paperwork had not been lodged at the appropriate time by their social worker or local authority. No matter what circumstances these children find themselves here, they are innocent. And on the face of it, this amendment would be a sensible and humane measure to take, as we cannot have another Windrush type situation where children who've been legally in the UK for most of their lives apply later for a job or accommodation as adults, only to find that there is no trace of them through no fault of their own. It would be concerning that the futures of looked after children and care leavers who are currently called the UK home are at risk of being left undocumented if they do not receive settled status through the EU settlement scheme. The government has acknowledged that just 40% of identified looked after children and care leavers have had applications made on their behalf in the 18 months since the launch of the EU settlement scheme, and this is extremely worrying. However, the government has confirmed that it's focused on working closely with local authorities to ensure vulnerable groups get UK immigration status under the scheme and I would urge it to continue supporting local authorities in these endeavours. Guidance was also issued by the Government this year regarding children in care and care leavers. The Government has emphasised its commitment to provide protection for all vulnerable children, and I have been reassured that under the EU settlement scheme, ministers have been clear from the start that where an eligible person has missed the deadline, the Home Office will accept late applications where there are reasonable grounds for doing so. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the EU settlement scheme, if a child in care or care leaver does miss the deadline, they will still be able to obtain lawful status in the UK. The Home Office has said that accepting late application cases will be considered on their individual merits, and that the Home Office will take a pragmatic approach, and guidance for care workers, caseworkers will be published to ensure cases are considered consistently. Madam Deputy Speaker, this situation might be a topic in the forefront of our and Home Office caseworkers' minds now, but might not be in 10 years' time. So I urge the Home Office to ensure that this guidance actually details that in the case of looked after children and care leavers, where the necessary EU settlement scheme paperwork has not been lodged at the appropriate time by their social worker or local authority, these are reasonable grounds, and as such, the late application will be accepted.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am honoured to speak in this very important debate in support of the Lords' amendments, very reasonable amendments which have been supported by great majorities in the Lords and come to us, and particularly to support Amendments 4 and 5. Amendment 5 provides an option of providing physical proof of immigration status under the EU settlement scheme and prevent disenfranchisement of EU citizens. In Wandsworth, there are 41,000 EU nationals. That's 13% of my constituents. So this is a very big issue for my constituents in Putney. 2 of those constituents who've lived in the UK for 30 years, they're French citizens and classical musicians with settled status in this country, have written to me and said, "We are very concerned by the fact that we have no physical way of proving our status when we come back from holidays or trips abroad. And we're afraid that at any moment, a similar situation to the Windrush population might happen to Europeans who settled in this country." Moreover, Citizens Advice Wandsworth workers who support EU citizens are very concerned about this aspect of the bill. Access to proof of settled status requires digital skills, access to the internet, and a suitable device. And they have seen time and time again that vulnerable people find it difficult or impossible, as they say, to view or prove their status. This means they're not able to prove their rights in the UK when they're seeking job opportunities, finding a place to live, or getting treatment in hospital even. They find that they are being discriminated against in those circumstances because they cannot have the physical documentation which they need to prove their status. This can't be right. And in terms of Amendment 4, which allows for unaccompanied children and vulnerable adults to claim asylum in the care and context of their family, this will prevent dangerous journeys being taken to join them. I've been to the camps in Calais. They weren't really camps. They were a lot of bushes in an area near Calais. And I've seen the traffickers circling that area. And I know if any of my children were in that camp and their siblings were just across the channel, waiting and able to protect them, I would want to do everything I could to reunite my family members. And to narrow it down to just being parents is not fair when many have lost their parents. That's why they've fled their countries. That's why we can rescue those children and show compassion. Madam Deputy Speaker, on December the 20th last year, the Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box and stated that the government was, I quote, absolutely committed to continuing family reunion. A Home Office statement on the 15th of January used exactly the same language, saying they were absolutely committed to the family reunion of refugee families. It's gone on again and again, commitment after commitment to family reunion, and yet it's not here in a good enough state in this bill. And it will leave children like Lily, who fled from Eritrea, was found by safe passage on the streets of Rome, in a highly vulnerable situation, instead of being able to be reunited with her brother as she was. She wants to be a computer engineer. This is compassion, allowing those children to be there. Yep. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, unless we act tonight, 2021 will be the year in which child refugees in Europe lose the only safe legal route to sanctuary in the UK. Voting against this would be quite wrong. I urge honourable members on both sides of the House, and I've heard good arguments on both sides of the House for this, to think of children like Lily, to do the right thing, to vote for Lord's Amendment 4. It's time to show our British values of compassion and justice and deliver for refugee children. Thank you.
Gary Sample.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been pleased to support this bill through all of its passages through Parliament, as particularly for its two primary aims of ending free movement of labour and introducing a points-based system. Now, I want to focus mostly this evening on Lord's Amendment 1 in around social care. And as discussed, this amendment would mean that there was a requirement on the government to publish a report on the impact of ending free movement of labour on the social care sector. Now, at every stage that I've been involved with this bill going through Parliament, and I sat on the Bill Committee and contributed to the second reading and also third reading, I've heard opposition MP after opposition MP try and claim that in some way that the only way to fix labour shortages in the UK is by the form of immigration. And I simply do not agree with that analysis, because during committee stage of this bill, we heard from Brian Bell, the interim chair of the Migration Advisory Council, that only 5% of social care workers come from EU migration. Only 5%. And are the opposition genuinely trying to say that in constituencies like mine, where unemployment at the moment is currently standing at 10.5%, that these jobs in the social care sector, for over 6,000 people in my constituency, are not jobs that they can have and they're out of reach for my constituents? Because I do not agree with them. Immigration plays a very important role in managing labour markets, but it does not solve all of the problems all of the time. And the government is tackling this issue of social care head on, and we've seen the investment of £1.5 billion into adult and children social care, along with a national recruitment campaign for this sector. And those are two things that I absolutely support. And as the chair of the Select Committee mentioned earlier about the Migration Advisory Council suggesting about pay, there's a very fair point. And as every single Conservative member on this side of the House stood on a manifesto which pledged to look at social care, and I think what's very important is about a way of redesigning it so it is fairer for those people who are cared for, it is fairer for the families of those people who are cared for, and it is fairer for carers too. And that is very important, and it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that we come to some kind of consensus across this House on that system. And in the same way that we see a consensus on the NHS, we need to come to a consensus on social care too. And when talking about the NHS, it's very important that, yes, there will be times, and there will be now, when there are gaps in the labour market. And that's why I'm pleased that within this bill there is the health and care visa, which will be available for people to use to come to this country and work in the NHS. And that is very, very important. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to conclude by saying that I'm happy to support this bill. I will be voting to reject the Lord's amendments tonight, because I will be fulfilling my promise tonight to my constituents to end free movement of labour, to introduce a points-based system and deliver on a firm but fairer immigration system for this country.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a thoroughly depressing bill. It is a one which is entirely political and deeply impractical, and that's the kind of bill or act, as it will become, that does not stand the test of time. That we are celebrating the loss of the freedom of British people, and thinking that is a good thing is a thing which is comical if it wasn't so tragic, confident though I am that this will not last. But let's look at some of the details. The amendments that are put by their lordships to us this evening are entirely practical. and reasonable. Indeed, the Minister himself has accepted that in principle at least some of them fit that description. But I just want to focus on two amendments in particular, Amendment 4 and Amendment 5. Amendment 4, which of course provides the opportunity for family reunion, a safe and legal route. The Home Secretary herself at the Conservative Party conference just a few weeks ago talked about the importance of safe and legal routes. And yet, of course, we're sleepwalking out of one of the safe and legal routes we currently have through the Dublin settlement, with no sign of any kind of meaningful replacement to take its place. If we are, and I hope all of us here, outraged and filled with compassion and horror at what we've seen in recent times as people have made that death-defying journey across the Channel in rickety boats, taking desperate risks because they are desperate people, the answer to that is most certainly to provide safe and legal routes. Amendment 4 gives you the opportunity, or gives the government the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have a safe and legal route. To reject it is music to the ears of the human traffickers. I do not yet understand why the government, via either compassion or practical application, would seek to turn it down. Amendment 5, again, it seems to be an absolute no-brainer that EU citizens with settled status granted to them by this government should not have physical proof of that status. I've had a number of my constituents in touch with me in recent times, deeply concerned about the lack of that physical documentation. Concerns, I talked to a person working for a local school, people working in hospitality in Windermere and in Kendal, concerned about the lengthy multi-step process involving passport, date of birth, unique one-off code sent to their phone, employers' email addresses, business details, both accessing the government's website separately. Members have also already spoken of the occasional tendency for government IT schemes not to work completely perfectly. And this indeed, like other issues that we're talking about tonight, do have huge resonance with the appalling Windrush scandal. Can I point out that whilst there may be some debate as to which government or governments are responsible for the heartbreak of the Windrush scandal, there'll be absolutely no doubt whatsoever who is to blame for this one. You saw it coming and you voted for it. And my final remarks really with regard to the comments made earlier about the minimum income, the salary threshold. I want to point out that the Lake District hospitality industry is possibly the most hard-hit part of the UK economy as a result of the coronavirus. Can I point out also that 20,000 people working in that industry are from outside the UK? And if we say to 90% of them, you are not welcome here unless you're earning a figure that your employers can't afford to pay you, you are dealing an appalling hand and damaging massively an industry struggling as they are to cope with the COVID crisis. It's time for politics that is more practical and indeed less political.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale. And although we won't agree with much in this House, I'm sure we'll both agree that immigration has often brought many delights to this country. In fact, as I'm sure the Honourable Member knows, that my grandparents on my mother's side were refugees from the Second World War. My grandfather, Paul Pechglova, and his wife, Lily. My grandfather was in a gulag in Siberia, and he managed to get out there by fighting against Nazi Germany. And then they settled in here. My mother was born in a dispersed persons camp, and it has brought many delights to our family. So it is a cause which is very key and cause to my heart. Nevertheless, though, we have to actually have a sensible immigration policy, an immigration policy which we have control over, an immigration policy where we actually have the right to say who we want and who we don't want in this country. And I do fear these amendments put in by the Lords undermine that ability to take back the control of our lives. Many people in Rother Valley did vote to leave the European Union because they wanted that control over their lives. They wanted that control over many issues, including immigration. And this bill, unamended, does take control back of our immigration system. And unfortunately, if we were to accept these Lords amendments, we'd undermine this very bill and undermine what I think is a key aspect of this bill, and that is fairness. To me, fairness is one of the most important things in life. Fairness is one of the most important things to the residents of Rother Valley. And these amendments do undermine fairness. And I will get to them in the short period of time that I have to highlight that. Because at the moment, these amendments do not actually do that. For instance, Lord Amendment 2 seeks to ensure UK nationals in the EEA or Switzerland have lifetime rights to bring their close family members to the UK on EU free movement terms, instead of under the UK's family immigration rules. To me, and to many residents of Rother Valley and across this House, I find this desperately unfair. The purpose of the immigration bill is to guarantee that going forward, EU and non-EU citizens will be dealt with equally for the purpose of immigration. My grandparents, despite coming from Eastern Europe, were not members of the European Union, but they were treated fairly, and they could settle here, and they could raise my mother, and she could raise me. We didn't need the EU to do that. It was treated fairly. So the EU or freedom movement will no longer apply. So why would we continue to favour EU citizens under old European rules? This is biased. This is against fairness. It makes no sense, Madam Deputy Speaker. This amendment for Lords seeks to create a perpetual right for EU citizens over and above everyone else, which is exactly what we voted to end. This government seeks to build a new immigration system based on fairness. Fairness is treating all people the same, regardless of nationality. Fairness is giving people the right to migrate to Britain based on their merit, rather than the colour of their passport. Fairness is allowing the people of Britain to choose who we need to strengthen our society and our economy, rather than being forced to take anybody and everybody. Fairness is giving EU citizens in the UK the right to apply for settled status and giving UK nationals until March 2022 to bring family members to the UK. The immigration bill does all these things. This is fairness. Amendment 2, though, however, is simply not fair and it is not right. How can this House condone a biased system? We want a system of equality and a system of fairness, and this amendment undermines that completely. Because fairness does matter to the people of Rother Valley, and EU freedom of movement was never fair, being blatantly discriminatory towards non-EU countries in favour of countries that are largely white and highly developed. That is what the opposition will tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have much more in common with our friends in the Commonwealth than with many people in the European Union. But this bill makes it fair for everyone with the right skills to come and settle the country, and that's why this bill, unamended, is right. Thank you.
Bel Robiro Adi. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Much has happened since the last time we debated this bill in this House. We saw the worst of the pandemic, and we saw that the ill-conceived words spoken in this House about who was low-skilled were completely disproven, as those same people were our key workers that continue to see us through these tumultuous times. And it was actually refreshing to see some of the regular scare stories about migrants displaced by splashes about migrant key workers. This bill and the government's points-based system, which is not legislated for in this bill, doesn't recognise that. The IPPR shows that the income threshold would mean that 69% of EU nationals currently here would not even be eligible to enter the country under these new rules. The trade union Unison have explained that there will be 122,000 shortages in social care, with projections from think tanks explaining that this could be up to 250,000 by 2030. So it doesn't even help our workforce, our skill shortage, or our economy. So what logical reason could there be there not to have an impact assessment? What logical reason could there be for not having this impact assessment as put down in the amendment, unless, of course, it's a purely ideological one? I want to take some time to debunk some myths about refugees. Refugees are not obligated to claim asylum in the first safe country they land in, and we're not overrun with refugees. In fact, we're below the European average for asylum applications, with countries like Germany, France, Spain and Greece all seeing between 2 and 4 times as much as the UK, and 85% of all refugees living in developing countries. Our country has a proud tradition of accepting refugees, most notably the kinder transport children like Lord Doves, and I fully support Amendment 4 to continue arrangements to maintain unaccompanied child refugees and family reunion. As the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham has said quite rightly, that without these amendments there will be no safe and legal routes for vulnerable people. The idea that we would just turn away the most vulnerable is a disgrace, but so is a lot of this government's legislation of late, And as the great Tony Benn once said, the way a government treats asylum seekers is very instructive because it shows you how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it. The government has to understand why, following the ongoing Windrush scandal, EU nationals will not be content without physical proof of their status, which Amendment 5 rightfully makes provisions for. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is the second time in a decade that a Conservative government has retrospectively changed the rights of migrants after they've settled in this country. Why should any migrant feel secure? And on the 28-day limit to immigration detention, the Minister has said again and again that there is no indefinite detention. So I would like to know from the Minister, what is the current limit? I'm so heartened by the cross-party support that this particular amendment has received, and that the release of a number of immigration detainees during the pandemic was secured. But recent outbreaks in Gove and Brookhouse have caused a lot of concern. We've already heard about how much is paid out in claims for forced detention, so I want to point out that nearly 70% of those in immigration detention are eventually released and allowed to remain in the UK. Private companies like Serco and G4S are paid by the government to hold them. It has to end. I'm proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Labour Party has consistently and unequivocally stood up to the reactionary bill since its inception and in all of its iterations. Our honourable friends in the other place have done a sterling job at amending some of the most reactionary parts of this bill. I support every single one of their amendments. They put them down with consideration and compassion that any piece of legislation which so fundamentally impacts the lives of others should be put down. It's a disgrace that the government intend to vote them down. I wholeheartedly believe that the government will sincerely regret this decision.
Aaron Bell. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my namesake, the Honourable Member for Streatham opposite. Mr Speaker, this bill is about ending free movement. It is not the place for broader changes to immigration policy in the areas of detention, asylum and care, and things like that. And as ever, I think the amendments that have come from the other place are a mixture of the well-meaning but I believe unnecessary, and as ever again I'm afraid those which seek to undercut this government's manifesto commitments. And I would urge the noble members in the other place to reflect on the fact that we've won a majority for these measures. We've also won the referendum before that, for those of us who are on the Leave side, and that continually trying to frustrate what we have repeatedly put to the British people is not a good way for the other place to proceed. In the brief time I do have available, I'd like to speak about Amendments 1 and 2, if I may. On social care, as the Migration Advisory Committee and the Minister in his opening speech said, immigration is not the solution to the challenges of the social care system. And of course, it does depress wages, and bowing to pressure to exempt it from these rules in hoping to increase pay makes no sense. I was very struck actually by the eloquent speech from the Honourable Member opposite from Nottingham East, who's no longer in her place, about her experience in the care sector, and I pay tribute to her work in the sector both before and during the pandemic. But I say gently to her, and the point she made and other members opposite have made, that us wanting to change the system, the immigration system in the future, is not to denigrate those who have come here already and have served this country so well, and particularly during COVID. It cannot be the case that we cannot choose to change our system in the belief that that's somehow offensive to people who are already here. We're not proposing to throw people out, people who are here legally, but what we're saying is that we choose a different future, and that's the different future that the British people chose when they chose to leave the European Union, when they chose to end free movement. If I could turn to Lord's Amendment 2, well, under the terms of the withdrawal agreement, as we know, EU citizens who settled here before the end of the transition period can apply for settled status, so the rights they currently enjoy are guaranteed. And I believe that's absolutely right, and that was negotiated in good faith with the EU, and it applies both ways. But after the end of the transition period, I think it's absolutely right that EU and non-EU citizens should be treated in the same way. There should not be discrimination based on citizenship, and therefore EU citizens should meet the same requirements set out by our immigration rules, our points-based system that we will introduce, as non-EU citizens. And the change suggested in Lord's Amendment 2 would actually provide preferential family reunion rights under EU free movement law indefinitely. And the result of that would be family members of such UK nationals could forever bypass the immigration rules that would otherwise apply to other family members of other UK nationals. This would be unfair on other UK nationals wishing to live in the UK with family members from other countries outside the EA, outside Switzerland. And I believe the British people voted to ensure the creation of a new immigration system built on fairness, not on nationality. And creating a lifetime right for one group of nationals would undoubtedly be unfair on other UK citizens living overseas who have family members from other parts of the world. What we say, when free movement ends, we should treat family members of all UK nationals living abroad equally. We've given a very clear date of the 29th of March 2022 to bring close family members to the UK. That's very fair, I believe. We're giving sufficient time for people to make changes if they wish to do so, but after that, we'll treat everybody the same. Thank you very much. I haven't time to go over the other amendments, but by rejecting all the amendments today, we will be passing the bill as written, and this is indeed a historic, important bill. It's absolutely clear that delivering control of our borders, both in terms of total numbers coming and the skills people bring with them, was something the British people voted for, my constituents in Newcastle under Lyme voted for, and that's what this bill lets us do. So I'm very happy to be voting to bring this bill one step closer today.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to be speaking in this debate today in support of the Lord's amendments. I'm proud to come from Liverpool, a city built on immigration from all corners of the world, which has contributed to the diversity and vibrancy of our culture, our history, and at what makes Liverpool great and the best city in the world. Home to the longest established Black, Chinese, Yemeni and Somali communities who have contributed massively to the development of our city. We have faced and continue to face discrimination and oppression, but despite that, I'm deeply proud that Liverpool is a city of sanctuary, welcoming people fleeing wars and oppression with the devastation that this brings. As a Black woman, I'm appalled by this government's treatment of asylum seekers and refugees, and indeed of many migrants who seek to come here to contribute to our society. We witnessed the injustice of a Windrush generation who came here after the war at the invitation of this British government to help rebuild the country. We took their service, we took their contributions, we took their taxes. Then, towards the end of their lives, we took away their citizenship. And I know firsthand the contribution that so many of our migrants have made to our society, but especially in the care sector, in our NHS, our care homes, our domiciliary care sector. But their reward is to be undervalued and poorly paid. The proposed immigration system from the Home Secretary doesn't even count workers in the social care sector as skilled. Care workers, low paid, but in reality highly skilled, are an essential workforce for our most vulnerable residents, yet they don't even rate a mention in the Home Secretary's plans. The average salary for a care worker is £19,104, meaning they don't reach the £26,500 threshold she is proposing. And we currently have a national shortage of 100,000 care workers, or we did before COVID. Projections show that this could double by 2030. And we have a growing, ageing population, many with complex health needs, including dementia, and we're going to need more care workers, not less. So why has social care been excluded from shortage occupation lists? Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, this government do not value them. This pandemic has shown, like nothing else has or will, the crucial role that care workers play in keeping our elderly and vulnerable citizens safe and cared for. They put their lives on the line every day without sufficient safeguards. Yet the IPPR found that 79% of the EEA employees working in full-time in the UK would be ineligible to work in the UK under the current skills and salary threshold that the government wants to impose. As a former Liverpool City Council worker who worked in adult social care, I know only too well the crucial work that carers undertake, often without recognition, on low pay or 0 hours and precarious contracts. And I would urge this government reworks its shortage occupation list to include these jobs. I want to live in a country that welcomes immigrants, that welcomes the contribution they make, that offers a refuge to those who need it. I support all the Lord's amendments, but especially call for the impact assessment on our care sector as a matter of urgency to provide the actual data on how the proposed legislation will affect the provision. Thank you.
Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very conscious of time, so I'm going to get stuck in straight away. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to try and cover as much as I can in terms of the Lord's Amendment today, but in particular I'd like to actually start by looking at social care. And
when we look at social care provision, first of all, I want to say this. You know, I represent an area where 16,000 people work in social care, and just to go back from one of the comments that the honourable lady from Liverpool Riverside made, and she made a very eloquent speech, but I will say this: I care about my social care workers. I care about making sure that they get the wages they deserve. I care about making sure they have the conditions they deserve. But what I would say that in this bill, in this amendment rather, is we run the real risk here of tagging the social care debate, which we need to have, and it needs to be gloves off, because there are issues there that we need to discuss in an adult and appropriate way. We run the risk of tagging that into the migration debate. And if we do that, we run the risk of pigeonholing it, of not having the full broad brush debate that we need to have that covers everything from conditions to pay to the expectations that we have on the sector. Because honourable and right members across this place have been absolutely right when they've said that during these times, our social care workers have been heroes. And it's about time we start giving them the respect they deserve, and no much more so in my area, in Sandwell, which has been one of the hardest hit boroughs by this pandemic. They have been absolutely on the front line. So the reason I don't support that amendment is I think we really run the risk of pigeonholing our social care workers into that. And I would just say as well that my honourable friend from Birmingham Northfield is not in his place at the moment, but he did raise the point. The government has rallied its commitment to social care. It was in the manifesto. We've seen the starts of that through the 1.5 million promise. But again, we need to keep having that debate. In regards to the Lord's Amendment 2, look, my constituents who voted 70% to leave the European Union, one of the reasons they did is they wanted an immigration system that was a fair playing field. My concern with Amendment 2 is that when you create a two-tier immigration system that favours one group over another, how's that fair? How's that fair that I could go, say, to Paris, meet someone there, have a family, bring everyone over under the EU system, but then if I met someone from outside of the EU or the EEA, they'd be under that point-based system? I don't understand how that can be perceived as fair. I'm really sorry, but I have not got the time. But I'm more than happy to pick up with him outside of the chamber if he wishes. In terms of the IT system, I'm always open to a debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm always open to a discussion and a debate. I'm very, very open-minded in this place. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of time, so I just want to turn to Amendment 5, which is around the IT system and around this. And I think it is an important discussion point to have, because I think one of the things we've noticed during these times is the digital disconnect, the digital lockout that we've seen. And I think honourable and right honourable members from all sides have pointed that out. Now, I do accept the arguments advanced by my honourable friend from Torbay on this point around how, digital, the merits of using a digital system, but I would just say I think we need to be really careful that we don't lock a generation out, because I know from my area there are many people who do not have access to computers, who do not have access to digital, and I think as a more widely across government, this reliance on digital, yes, obviously we're going into the future, it's going to be there, but we can't lock out people. And I think what I am heartened by from my discussions with my honourable friend is the way in which the department is open to be agile in that space, but we do need to be mindful that we can't lock out a generation from that. I want to wrap up my comments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I'm conscious I've only got 30 seconds left, but I would just say this. I stood on a manifesto in my constituency to get Brexit done. I stood on a manifesto to bring in a fair immigration system that my constituents felt ultimately stuck by that principle of fair play. I believe this bill, unamended, does that, but I would say this: there are operational points that I'm sure my honourable friend from Torbay will pick up in his wind-up speech that we need to address, and if we do that, we can absolutely sure that we refine this and make this work for that sense of fair play that my constituents voted for. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
David Simmons.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, like my colleague for West Bromwich West, I'm very much of the view that this bill has the purpose of replacing the arrangements we formerly had in the European Union. And I'm not going to be supporting the amendments this evening because I feel very much that the issues which are highlighted are ones which are principally about matters of management and administration of the process rather than operation of law. But that said, I do hope that the front bench are paying close attention to what's been said across the House this evening about a number of particular points. And the two I'd especially like to draw attention to are the circumstances of undocumented children in the care system and the point about documentary evidence in the hands of those who are applying for settled status. And I thank my honourable friend, the Minister, for his time and attention to the first issue around undocumented children. But we've seen members across the House emphasising the vulnerability of those who are in the care system of finding themselves at risk of a future Windrush situation because of the retroactive nature of some elements of the applications for settled status. And whilst I think it is welcome that the Home Office accepts that people will be able to apply, in effect, out of time, that is a positive thing, it does not address the fundamental problem which a local authority with care responsibilities, or indeed a family member with a special guardianship order for a young person would face if they do not have the necessary documentation proving that young person's nationality in obtaining settled status for them in the United Kingdom. And whilst I think we recognise that that group is a relatively small group, it is vital that their needs are addressed to ensure that we do not, in 10 or 15 years' time, find ourselves regretting that we did not take more action on that tonight. And the second point which arises from that, of course, is the one which was raised by the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, which is the significant cost of this. Local authorities paying that cost to the Home Office is simply a cost shunt from one taxpayer to another taxpayer. And I would urge the Home Office to give consideration to ensuring that for children in care, those costs are either waived or substantially reduced in order to remove a final barrier. And I'll finish on this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, time being tight. A number of members have raised the issue of documentary evidence in the hands of the citizen. We've seen many examples in all different walks of life where we would have legitimate concerns about whether the digital record keeping of all kinds of organisations and for all kinds of reasons is sufficiently accurate. And we all hear as members of this House from our constituents about the issues that that causes them in their day-to-day life. For people who may be refugees, who may be facing a degree of digital exclusion, for whom English is not a first language, that is an even greater problem. And I am reassured by the message from the Home Office that everybody who makes an application will receive a written response with a number on it that provides evidence of the status that has been granted. But I would think it would be useful for all of us to hear a bit more in due course from the Home Office about how they propose to ensure that that is something which people appreciate the value of, but that it is kept and preserved so that that evidence is there for the future. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the UK has much to be proud of in the way that we respond to immigration. It is right that we keep this tight to the matters under consideration, but I do trust that colleagues have heard the concerns across the House and will address them in their summit.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's been an interesting and fascinating debate, which has mostly been reflective and reasonable. I hope colleagues will appreciate, though, that in the 7.5 minutes I've got, I won't be able to respond to every single point that has been raised. But I'll start with the themes, and we've again had a lengthy debate on social care, and I was pleased to hear the SNP spokesperson say he was agreeing with the MAC. He'll recall the evidence that Brian Bell gave to the Bill Committee who considered this bill, and I'm glad to hear he now agrees with that. I would say, though, that we are being clear again that the MAC is being free to make its own reviews, to make its own commissions, and to produce an annual report that will then be considered by this House. They'll be able to do that independently, and it will almost certainly provide commentary on social care. And to set a body that's independent free to make its own decisions and then tell it all the reviews it needs to do doesn't make a great deal of sense. And similarly, we're keen that it's there, and it can be lobbied, including by the shadow front bench, onto areas that it may wish to consider of importance. And as we keep on saying, social care, the solution, if the lesson people have taken out of the last few months is that the solution to social care is to give employers an unlimited opportunity to recruit at the minimum wage, they've really taken the wrong lessons. Moving then on to the issues around modern slavery, and again we've had some impassioned speeches and some very well-informed ones, particularly from Right Honourable members for Staffordshire, Moorlands and Chingford. And again, I would say we've obviously made the change to guidance. We will bring those changes to guidance forward and then have them in place on the 1st of January. He'll appreciate why we won't do it before that, because people still have free movement rights and we should respect that. But certainly we are happy to engage more widely around this position and what we can do and where we can ensure that the support these victims need is available to them, particularly as we remove the distinction between EEA victims who've got free movement rights and non-EEA victims who won't, subject to the caveat that we will of course always look to see if a victim of modern slavery is eligible to the European Settlement Scheme. Turning to the issues around family reunion and resettlement, I would again point out that there are provisions under the UK's migration rules that do, certainly under Part 8, go wider than purely affecting parents with children. Again, we are in negotiations with the European Union. My colleague on the bench, the member for Croydon South, is actively looking at what we can do. But again, does it actually make sense in a place to have, and if we can get bilateral arrangements, fantastic. But does it make sense in future to have a different set of rules for the people in the EEA countries versus those who are in the rest of the world? And that, for me, is the core of this bill. This bill is about free movement rights. And again, if there's an agreement in place, if there's a reciprocal arrangement, then that would go beyond what we have as our baseline rules. But generally, I think that's where the difference in the debate comes, is now we are leaving, we've left the European Union, and the transition period and free movement rights coming to an end. Whatever settlement we have in future, and there is a debate to be had about our asylum system, it's one that we'll have in more length in the near future in this House, then it doesn't make sense to have a distinction between someone whose position is in the EEA and someone whose position is, for example, in Turkey, unless there are reciprocal arrangements that then justify that difference of treatment. Children in care have rightly been a subject of some debate. And again, I hear the point that's just been made around identification. I'll be clear, the EUSS does not require a passport or an ID card. There are alternative measures that can be used to prove entitlement and to have documentation, although that isn't an issue particularly caused by EUSS, because of course today you'd need that same challenge to identify whether someone's a UK national, an EEA national, or a rest of the world national, given the impact that then has on free movement rights. But we're still happy to continue working with local authorities to see how we can help them tackle these goals, how we can work with high commissions, and ensure that those who get the status they deserve receive it. And as we've said, and we've said already, there are a range of provisions around late applications to ensure those for whom someone who should have made the application doesn't. And I must say, it's not just children in care, we'll also include those under 18. So if a parent doesn't make an application, and then at a later time when they reach age of majority and, for example, have to do a compliant environment check, discover that hasn't been done, we would see that as a reasonable ground for a late application. And as touched on, there is not a specific time limit to that provision. On detention, we have outlined our arguments. I'm conscious there is strong feelings on this in the House. I think for myself, again, it's going back to the point that there are circumstances we all want to see people swiftly move out of detention if they've got no right to be in this country, to be removed from it, and detention be used as a last resort. And it's been something that has been declining in its use over the last few years. But some of that is the fact that we cannot guarantee, for example, a country in sub-Saharan Africa will issue us with a travel documents for the person to be returned to them within that particular time frame. And in particular, we have to be clear that there is not an ability just to put someone in detention for no reason. We have to have a lawful basis of doing so, and that can only be where there is a reasonable prospect of removal or a threat to the public. I'll accept that that is a very small number of people who are serious foreign national offenders. And then finally, coming on to the point around physical documentation, again, we are moving towards more digital statuses. We are looking to see where we can use, for example, public services can automatically check status. And in recent months, we've seen the obviously advantage that EU citizens who've already got EUSS status, although not required to have it yet at the moment, have been able to share that online and digitally when doing a range of checks in a time when a face-to-face meeting to do so may be a lot less desirable. And as touched on, it won't just be EEA nationals with status under the EUSS that will be using digital status. We also intend the route for British nationals overseas will also be moving to digital. And as touched on, countries like Australia have had a system like this in place for some time. And it was interesting to hear from the member for Bath the idea of digital passports. We are actually starting to look to the future where actually people may well travel on their biometrics and a digital identity rather than purely having to travel on passports, although that's probably something a few years away, given that would require technology reciprocated in other nations. So we did particularly enjoy some of the speeches. I think it was the member for Newcastle and the Lyme who hit the nail on the head. This bill is about delivering a manifesto commitment. This bill is about ending free movement as voted for in the general election and in the referendum back in 2016. It is not a bill that is there to have the whole range of debates around immigration, but I respect people have taken the chance to do that. But that's why, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is about delivering a manifesto commitment, and it's why this bill should now have these amendments removed that do not go to that core goal.
Order. I'm going to put the questions. I'd just like to say that I am expecting some divisions this evening, and it's the distinction between should and must. When I say should, it's guidance. When I say must, you must do it. And so those sitting on the front benches, if there is a division, you must leave by the door in front of me. Everybody else must leave by the door behind me. It's not optional. And please keep your social distancing throughout. If you can touch the person in front of you, you're standing too close. The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. 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 Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Eddie Hughes. Tell us for the noes, Matt Weston and Jessica Morden. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 335. The noes to the left, 254.
The ayes to the right, 335. The noes to the left, 254. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that, under the order of the House of today, I must now bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's amendments. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. Front benches must leave through the front. Everybody else must leave behind me, please. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Eddie Hughes. Tell us for the noes, Jessica Morden and Matt Weston. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 262.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 262. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Eddie Hughes. Tell us for the noes, Jessica Morden and Matt Weston. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 327. The noes to the left, 264.
The ayes to the right, 327. The noes to the left, 264. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Eddie Hughes. Tell us for the noes, Stuart C. MacDonald and Stuart Hosey. Pause. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 331. The noes to the left, 260.
The ayes to the right, 331. The noes to the left, 260. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Jane Morris and Eddie Hughes. Tell us for the noes, Christine Jardine and Alistair Carmichael. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 328. The noes to the left, 264.
To the right, 328. The noes to the left, 264. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 7. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 7. As many as are allowed to say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 8. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 8. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move formally that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 10. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 10. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 11. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister, to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments. That Kevin Foster, Tom Pursglove, Mike Wood, Andrew Lewis, Bamber Sharalambos, Jessica Morden and Stuart C. MacDonald be members of the committee. That Kevin Foster be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. And that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1 to 10. That Kevin Foster, Tom Pursglove, Mike Wood, Andrew Lewis, Bamber Sharalambos, Jessica Morden, Stuart C. MacDonald be members of the committee. That Kevin Foster be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And in order to observe social distancing, the Reasons Committee will meet in Committee Room 12. Those leaving the chamber, please do so socially distanced. Petition, Robert Largan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of High Peak, calling for a railway station to be built in Gamesley. My long-standing petition, both online and in paper, has received strong local support, with over 30% of Gamesley's adult population signing my petition. The people of Gamesley were first promised a railway station 52 years ago. I believe it is time to deliver on this promise. The petition states, the petition of residents of High Peak declares that the people of Gamesley were first promised a railway station in 1968 to help residents commute on the Manchester to Glossop line. It notes that a railway station would improve local transport connections, ease parking pressures at Dinting and reduce traffic around Glossop, Hadfield, Charlesworth and Tintwistle. And further notes the cost of a railway station would be modest for taxpayers and transformative for the life chances of residents. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to provide funding to build a railway station for Gamesley. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, railway station in Gamesley.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank you and Mr. Speaker for granting the debate today. It is great to see members from across the House in attendance this evening, and I hope that it's an issue that I'm going to talk about will have widespread cross-party support. I'll cut straight to the chase, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have no time whatsoever for so-called anti-vaxxers. But I'm afraid that the swelling evidence we've seen over the past few months about the pernicious impact misinformation about vaccines is having now demands our attention, and it demands action. Day after day, week after week in this place, we rightly come together to debate and discuss the best ways through which we can get on top of this virus and ultimately defeat it. Each one of us in this place knows that there is no silver bullet solution to this public health and economic crisis. But we do know that identifying a clinically safe and effective vaccine is the damned nearest we're likely to get it. But I'm afraid the rapid and incessant corrosion of public confidence in vaccines we are seeing propagated by the anti-vax movement risks threatening the success of most of the powerful future tools we could have in our armoury. Now, I want to say from the outset that I am not against scrutiny of vaccines or people raising legitimate questions which may need answering. The public have a right to scrutinise vaccination policy as much as they do any other government policy. But this must be done in an informed, measured way based on facts rather than nonsensical conspiracy theories involving Bill Gates or anyone else for that matter. And part of that process has to involve the government being much more proactive about countering some of the scare stories and falsehoods peddled by the anti-vax movement, which do play on people's understandable fears. And I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Honourable Gentleman is making great progress, and he is talking about an issue that is of severe importance to my own constituency, one which has 10% lower vaccination rates over MMR. And the misinformation that is being spread is really palpable and dangerous to not only school children, but to adults as well. So can I ask him just to expand a little bit about the role of education in making sure that we can inform and re-energise the understanding and confidence that people are taking vaccines that will help them?
I'd agree with the Honourable Gentleman, and I thank him for the intervention for two reasons. One, it is very worrying in the UK now that our measles-free status no longer exists, and that is a real worry for all of us. And secondly, on the point of education, there's a huge piece of work to be done around where people are rightly questioning processes of vaccine development, because we are taught that it takes many years to develop vaccines. However, what people aren't acknowledging through their legitimate questions is that the whole world is now looking for a vaccine. So therefore there is more funding, there is more availability of scientists working towards trying to solve this problem. So I do agree with the Honourable Gentleman entirely. And I think in private, even ministers would agree that far too much of the government's response to this crisis has been typified as being too slow. Too slow to lock down, too slow to support business, too slow to test and trace effectively, but possibly too fast to Barnard Castle. But when all is said and done, I do genuinely appreciate the huge pressure ministers have been under over the past 7 months. Mistakes are inevitable, and hindsight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is all too often a wonderful thing.
The message I want to send to the government benches today, though, is that when it comes to the anti-vax movement, we don't need the benefit of hindsight. And we simply cannot afford to be too slow yet again. We know that dangerous misinformation is eroding public trust in the potential future vaccine. We know that a lot of misinformation is being spread online. And we know that the social media giants are systematically failing to act. So with the benefit... I will.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I thank my honourable friend for giving way, because he's making a powerful speech on a very timely topic. Having been a paediatric physiotherapist and seen the devastating effects simple diseases like measles can have in terms of brain damage, would my honourable friend agree with me that we need to publicise the lasting ill effects of measles and long COVID and demonstrate the benefits of vaccines?
I would agree entirely with my honourable friend from Newport West. And one of the interesting things is being contacted by other members who couldn't attend this evening. Our honourable friend member for Bristol West, lots of Wests this evening, Mr Deputy Speaker, about where she has received correspondence from parents who are saying they won't have the MMR for reasons that can only be deemed to be false. As I said to the Honourable Gentleman for Totnes, and I'm sure the Minister will come back and say, it's perfectly legitimate to question vaccines. What isn't legitimate is to base them on falsehoods, and the impact, she's quite right, through her professional career before coming to this place, has if you catch measles and the long-term negative impact that can have. So with the benefit of this foresight, and given the additional oxygen, the wild, ill-informed and baseless conspiracy theories that will inevitably continue to receive yet more oxygen over the next 6 months, the government must bring forward a holistic cross-government plan to counter this growing movement and bring the social media giants to heel. The anti-vax movement is nothing new. In fact, it's been around since the days of smallpox. But what we mustn't lose sight of in 2020, though, is the exponential levels of oxygen the internet and particularly social media platforms give to such damaging falsehoods. As chair of the APPG on social media, I've been keenly following the activities of various platforms since this pandemic began. And it must be said that many sites have been doing some really positive work to try and promote reliable sources of information at a time when the need to tackle misinformation could scarcely be more crucial. Yet what many of the social media giants are repeatedly failing to do is proactively take down the burgeoning levels of misinformation about coronavirus vaccines being spread on their platforms. Anti-vax misinformation may not be displayed on billboards around the country, Mr Deputy Speaker, but growing evidence suggests it is starting to reach and influence as many people as if it were. We've already seen this digital pandemic spilling out onto our streets, and frankly, scary protests we're seeing in ever greater numbers should alarm us all and underline the need for decisive action. I could never not give way to the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford, Mr Deputy Speaker.
First of all, can we congratulate the Honourable Gentleman for Ogmore for bringing this forward? It's a very topical and pertinent issue. But does the Honourable Member not agree with the fact that the Centre for Countering Digital Hate shows that 31% of the British public would be hesitant to have a coronavirus vaccine if one becomes available is incredibly disheartening, and the government must wholeheartedly and with transparent information enter into this online debate now before people's minds are warped by anti-vaxxers who have had success in seeing this take up for MMR drop from the required 95% to 87%. And we cannot allow this to take hold of the coronavirus debate with massive consequences for the general public right across the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman. I've done some significant work with the CCDH over recent months to try and look at this very issue, and the Honourable Gentleman may have taken my very next sentence, almost word for word, would you believe it, Mr Deputy Speaker? So I will not repeat it, but I do agree with the Honourable Gentleman that, that there is a serious point to this. If we don't start tackling it now through members of Parliament, through government, through the official opposition, through the smaller parties such that he represents, we all have a duty in this House to make sure that we get the truth out about vaccine development and its safety and all the benefits of vaccination. This doesn't really present a risk for those individuals, it presents a risk to each and every one of our constituents and their loved ones, as the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned. And the CCDH study showed that anti-vax social media accounts now have 58 million followers, and this is growing rapidly. The 147 largest accounts have amassed over 7.8 million new followers since 2019, representing a staggering increase of 19%. Facebook is overwhelmingly the leading host of such potentially dangerous information, but the platform is by no means alone. Across YouTube, Instagram, Twitter and various other popular social media sites, this virus of misinformation now presents a real threat for our ability to control the real and deadly coronavirus. And it is clear that this is being borne out in our communities. Research from the RSPH shows that as many as 2 in 5 parents with children under the age of 18 in the UK have reported exposure to negative messages about vaccination online, sometimes or often. And this problem didn't happen overnight. Yet it is exponentially on the rise and has been in part fuelled too by many oxygenators in the public eye. The list of celebrities who have shared anti-vax content online or indeed their anti-vax views grows painfully longer as we continue to respond to this crisis. Madonna, Lewis Hamilton, Novak Djokovic and Kanye West. And there are just some of the biggest names with the largest followings. When we delve deeper into this web, the number of influential people helping to propagate, at best, ill-informed and at worst, downright conspiracy theorist nonsense is truly alarming. Now, I know that several celebrities have since clarified their own stance after public pressure, but this is often when much of the damage has already been done. It's not surprising, therefore, that the WHO found last year that vaccine hesitancy was one of the top 10 threats to global public health. Politicians have a role too, of course. Personally, I don't think it's useful to have a President of the United States who is increasingly giving the impression that he's rushing to approve a vaccine for political expediency rather than purely for the sake of public health. This only helps to further corrode trust in the international scientific community, who I have no doubt will be working with the utmost integrity and precision. This shows why the rigorous process through which a vaccine receives approval urgently needs to be better communicated to the public. People need to feel reassured about the safeguards that are in place to ensure new treatments and vaccines meet robust national and international standards. Ministers say they're doing this, but I'm afraid this strategy is being enveloped in an increasingly chaotic communication strategy we are seeing emanate from Number 10 and from right across government. I've seen how challenging messages on this can be, though. Since repeatedly raising issues around anti-vaxxers in this place and beyond, I've received countless messages from people actively promoting these conspiracy theories, even at one point, Mr Deputy Speaker, suggesting I was no better than the Nazis. For me, this has only underlined how important it is that we take much firmer action to counter the much of the ill-informed nonsense we see online. And I've repeatedly said the social media giants are largely failing to proactively take down the burgeoning levels of misinformation about coronavirus vaccines being shared and promoted on their platforms. I do welcome in the last week decisions by Facebook to ban anti-vax adverts from its platform, but this plainly doesn't go far enough. We're now 7 months into this pandemic, and Facebook has continually dragged its feet on anti-vax misinformation. Banning ads alone will not starve the many anti-vax Facebook groups of the oxygen they thrive on. And the fact that Mark Zuckerberg is still willing to trouser money from ads that push back against government policies that promote vaccines underlines just how much further we have to go. Mr Zuckerberg himself has said that Facebook will not actively take down all anti-vax misinformation. For me, Mr Deputy Speaker, this would represent a breach of the statutory duty of care that the government's new legislation is set to impose on the tech giants next year. As has become typical with Mr Zuckerberg, instead of providing clear leadership and action, he's offering more qualification and dangerous provocation. If he does so because of financial concerns, that is shameful. If he does so because he actually believes it, that is terrifying. It is pleasing to see that Facebook, Twitter and others are starting to hide posts with warnings when claims are disputed or palpably false. I firmly believe that they should continue to do so without fear or favour as to who the content has been posted by. Whether it be presidents, F1 drivers or Joe Bloggs from Number 73, this poison of misinformation must be counted before it is allowed to become yet more potent. And I know that the government has held meetings with representatives from the social media companies on this issue. And I would be grateful if the Minister could outline the outcome of these discussions. In July, the Health Secretary met with Sir Nick Clegg, formerly of this parish, now Facebook's Vice President for Global Affairs and Communications, about this very issue. I've repeatedly asked for clarity about the outcome of this meeting, and I've been told by the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State via written questions, and I quote, that a wide-ranging discussion took place, that the government was working with Facebook to promote positive messages about vaccination. Today, I'd like to ask the Minister to go into more detail about this wide-ranging discussion and what precise, firm commitments were made. In particular, was Section 230 of the US Communications Decency Act discussed? And what changes, other than those I've stated, has Facebook implemented since this meeting? Because we've seen that social media companies can do more. Only this week, YouTube has updated their medical misinformation policy and are now prohibiting content that includes claims about COVID-19 vaccinations that contradict expert consensus and local health authorities or the WHO. For example, content claiming a vaccine will kill people or that a vaccine would implant a microchip in a recipient's body will be removed under the expanded policy. YouTube say they've done this to allow them to take robust action against anti-vaccination conspiracy theories continue to grow as progress towards a potential vaccine is made. Now, we will, of course, have to see how proactively this is enforced, but this is a really, really welcome step, which will help to dilute and deluge the misinformation that is now plaguing many platforms. I commend YouTube for the action they have now taken, and I would urge the other big players to follow their lead and go further where necessary. Of course, misinformation is just one of the many dangers people face online. And that's why I've been calling for the government action on online harm since I first set up the APPG back in 2018. The online harms white paper is certainly a step in the right direction, but this pandemic has only underlined how delaying this legislation is only allowing pent-up problems to deepen before our very eyes. And we know that social media giants won't adopt the changes we all need without them being written into law. So why are we waiting so long before this to happen? Social media platforms need to have a statutory duty of care for their users. People must be provided with the same level of safety online as they would offline. But the changes the government will hopefully implement over the coming months can't stop there. We need ministers to establish a social media health alliance to fund research, educational initiatives and establish clearer guidance for the public. When we consider how quickly technology and social media has changed over the past decade, just imagine how unrecognisable it could be by 2025, 30 or further into the future. Funding research through a health alliance would help us stay ahead of the game, aware of any emerging threats and give us much needed time to take action. Nobody in this House can say that the cyberspace hasn't rapidly got out of control. This Wild West will continue to grow yet wilder unless we fund this vital research foresight. But we don't have to fund it here. Again is where social media giants need to be made to step up and fulfil their moral responsibilities. The alliance can be funded by, say, a small 0.5 levy on the profit social media platforms make. Social media users generate multi-million-pound profits for these tech giants every year. The least they can do is reinvest a negligible portion of the prosperity to help improve the health, well-being and safety of their customers. But what else can the government do? I understand that the Cabinet Office is working closely with the WHO and academics from Cambridge University to help counter some of the anti-vax discourse we are seeing. And I'm aware that there is already some good examples of the government trying to do this. Cambridge University's new Go Viral game, which has been supported by the Cabinet Office, aims to help the public better understand the techniques used to spread fake news and to identify and disregard misinformation related to the coronavirus pandemic. This looks to me as a really good individual example of how communications can be tailored to different audiences to help counter misinformation about vaccines and COVID-19 more widely. But the government needs many more of these, suitable for a range of audiences, and it needs to be much more widely promoted. It would be useful if the Minister could give the House an update on this work and detail what practical steps the government is putting in place to ensure this issue is being taken seriously. And while I know the department is working with PHE, NHS Improvement and DCMS on these issues, I would also like to hear more about what the government is doing with the devolved administrations. We know that WHO finds that the three key components contribute to a decision not to vaccinate, the three C's, these being confidence, complacency and convenience. Confidence in the safety and efficiency of a vaccine, but also in the system that regulates and provides. Complacency because of the success of a vaccination. Many people do not have experience of diseases with vaccination that prevents, like polio or TB. Therefore, they underestimate the potential impact of catching the disease. And convenience. Factors like the cost of and ease of obtaining a vaccination. So when the Minister responds, I'd be grateful if she could explain precisely how the government is addressing each of the three C's. And if the government isn't, I'd of course like her to explain why not. We've all seen how the government communications can reach a wide audience when the government has the political will to give campaigns the resources they need. From get ready for Brexit to stay at home, protect the NHS, save lives. Government information can reach a wide audience if ministers put their minds to it. So today I'm calling on the Minister to bring forward a holistic 6-month cross-government strategy to better inform the public about the rigorous clinical procedures that they are being followed in approving any COVID-19 vaccine. Whether it be through myth-busting or through making the process more transparent to the public at large, the government needs to start getting back on the front foot. A tidal wave of misinformation has already arrived on our shores. Without a clear communication strategy in advance of providing an effective and safe vaccine, I fear a further tsunami of anti-vax falsehoods risk fatally undermining the future public health and economic well-being of our country. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, this government promised to do, and I quote, whatever it takes to help the British people through this crisis. Now we know the threat anti-vax cause. It is self-evident the ministers must do whatever it takes to counter this damaging discourse. We can and must break the circuit of this digital pandemic. If we fail, Mr Deputy Speaker, yet more lives and livelihoods could be lost.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Ogmore on, first of all, for tabling this really important topic for debate, but also actually for his wider work as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on online harms, which does incredibly important work and works really hard to draw attention to this vital issue. And of course, vaccine misinformation and indeed disinformation is an incredibly important issue, one in which the government and I take incredibly seriously, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's clearly absolutely vital that all UK citizens have access to accurate information. It's a very key part of our democracy. At its worst, disinformation and misinformation can threaten our democratic freedoms. They can cause harm to individuals and to our society. And during a time of national crisis, it's even more important that people have access to accurate information about COVID-19. Throughout the pandemic, some really harmful misinformation and disinformation of many kinds has been observed online. Conspiracy theories about 5G, fake claims about the health risks of wearing masks, and the promotion of dangerous and false COVID-19 cures. These are just a few of the many falsehoods that have been circulating online, and the impact of these falsehoods isn't just limited to the online environment, Mr Deputy Speaker. These are real-life consequences. These consequences range from people needlessly spending money on items to protect themselves to an increased risk of individuals not following crucial public health advice, putting their own and others' health at risk. And of course, we saw disgraceful acts of vandalism and harassment, indeed spurred on by the groundless 5G conspiracy theories. We're also aware that there are some people who are almost certainly exploiting COVID-19 to target minority groups online. In fact, I recently met with members from Britain's East and Southeast Asian network who highlighted the increase in online racism that their members experienced during COVID-19. And we're absolutely clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there is no place for racism offline or online, and hateful content on digital platforms is a growing problem in the UK, and that inflicts harm on victims, creates and exacerbates social divisions, and erodes trust in platforms, and we can't continue to put up with it. Worryingly, as the Honourable Member for Ogmore has raised and brought forward for debate, we're seeing significant amounts of vaccine misinformation online. While confidence in vaccines across the UK remains high, it's only natural, of course, that people have questions about the vaccines that are available to them and how that they've been developed. However, it is simply unacceptable that some individuals online seek to exploit citizens' legitimate questions and deliberately create and share vaccine falsehoods for their own personal or political or even, worst of all, financial gain. And we've seen a range of baseless and in some instances absurd narratives being shared about vaccines, including by individuals in the public eye, as he mentioned, much like those we saw around 5G. And I won't give further time and attention to those groundless theories by repeating them here. However, the act of sharing such falsehoods should not be confused with well-intentioned citizens asking perfectly understandable questions, as the Honourable Gentleman said, including about how safe are our vaccines. And I remember the considerable misinformation that began to circulate about the MMR vaccine and its suggested link to autism in the early 2000s. I was a first-time mum at the time, and I found this false information and the rate at which it spread hugely unsettling and hugely worrying. And And those, of course, were in the days before social media when it was really in its infancy. And it did make a huge difference to a number of us that were mums at the time as to whether or not we were going to get our children immunised, and I'm sure has led to a rise in the number of measles cases subsequently. So I urge those who do have questions to seek advice from reputable sources, such as the NHS and Public Health England, and to speak to trusted healthcare professionals.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Minister, the one thing that we really need to do, I believe, and I think other members would agree as well, we need to have all the administrations, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales and England together. We need to have one message coming from all four. And I think it's really important that happens. The Honourable Gentleman referred to that earlier on. I think it's a critical factor. So we all hear the same story, no matter what part of this great United Kingdom and Great Britain and Northern Ireland we live in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. We do all have to be singing from the same hymn sheet here. We have to be giving out the same information. And we are taking a very proactive whole-of-government approach to this. My department, DCMS, has the responsibility for monitoring and the analysis of anti-vaccine narratives. My officials are working very closely with the Vaccine Task Force, which comes out of Bays, and the Department of Health and Social Care, who are responsible for delivering effective communications around the vaccine. And I meet with my ministerial colleagues very frequently around this. First and foremost, we're working with partners in the NHS, including GPs and nurses, to explain to patients the importance of vaccines. And I'm very pleased that many organisations in the media and social media are acting very responsibly and providing accurate information. However, we're also working at pace to ensure accurate information is available and accessible online, but we've also got to address the swathes of inaccurate and misleading content alongside it. And that's why we stood up the Counter Whitehall Disinformation Unit in March as part of the government response to COVID-19. And this unit, very briefly.
She's making a very important point, and I'm sorry to have two bites of the cherry, as it were. But the point is there is a knock-on impact from what people read online to then spread within their communities. And for those who don't have access to online services, they are hearing information firsthand from, in certain cases, people who they know and respect and are likely to believe. So can I just ask where she might be going in terms of the direction of what the government could do to counter that source of information?
Well, as I say, we're working with all other government, with a whole range of other government departments. So the Department of Health are very much leading on the communication of this, and my department are leading on the liaison with the platforms, if you like, to ensure that tackling anti-vaccination messaging remains one of the key priorities of this cross-Whitehall counter-disinformation unit that we lead, and we've been working with partners across government to tackle this. We've seen, as the Honourable Gentleman said, some of the major social media companies update their terms of service and introduce new measures. Most recently, YouTube extended their policies to address false information. These are steps in the right direction. However, this year, the Secretary of State for DCMS asked the major platforms to explore how they need to go further to stop the spread of this content. More needs to be done, more must be done, and we will continue to put pressure on these companies to take the necessary action against misinformation in all its guises. The other very brief thing I wanted to talk about is it's really key that users are empowered with the knowledge and the skills they need to keep themselves safe online as well, and this includes how we recognise and report false and misleading content. We can all do our bit, whether that's fact-checking something before we share it or reporting something that's potentially harmful. And the government's committed to publishing an online media literacy strategy, which will set out the government's plans to ensure a coordinated and strategic approach to online media literacy education and awareness for all users, and that's due to be published in next spring. But I think that's really important to say as well. And of course, while COVID has demonstrated the positive power of the internet, we've all seen that the increased amount of time spent online provides the opportunity for the spread of falsehood, and the government remains absolutely steadfast in our determination to tackle misinformation and disinformation in all its forms.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are that opinion say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.